The story begins with Kim Ho, our protagonist, explaining the world of the game Dragon Slayer Academy. In this game, players develop through countless trials and dangerous situations during their time at the academy. After graduating, their mission becomes clear. They're sent to the front lines to face powerful bosses, including dragons. And Kim Ho, his role in the game is at the very top. He's ranked number 1 on the integrated leaderboard, the strongest support player of them all. A massive battle erupts on the field as monsters flood through a dimensional gate. At the forefront of this chaos, an S-rank player known as Lee Seo charges ahead. With deadly precision, he eliminates monsters in a flash, showing no hesitation. Next, the Hong Hyundai, also an S rank, unleashes her magical power with her staff, incinerating waves of monsters with elegant and deadly spells. Following her is the Ko Yohan, surrounded by a dark aura as he swings his sword, cutting through enemies with overwhelming force. As the dust settles and the battlefield clears, Kim Ho and his team walk away from the scene. In that quiet moment, Kim Ho reflects on what he loves most about the game, not just the action, but something deeper. Later on, Kim Ho finds himself inside a dungeon, where he discovers a glowing red crystal. His eyes light up as he quietly acknowledges his find. A system notification immediately appears, revealing that this is a true bloodstone, a rare item that can increase a character's class by 1 rank within the Empire class category. Without hesitation, Kim Ho calls out for Carmilla. A girl emerges from the shadows behind him, a vampire NPC he's been training. Kim Ho thinks back on the game's unique mechanic, the Raise a Hero system. It allows players to take a clueless first-year NPC from the academy and develop them into an S-rank hero. He hands the bloodstone to Carmilla, and right before his eyes, she undergoes a stunning transformation. No longer a simple NPC, she becomes the vampire queen Carmilla, a newly minted S-rank. Kim Ho smiles to himself. He's just raised his 1000th S-rank hero. Suddenly, the scene cuts to the real world. Kim Ho is back at his computer, sitting comfortably as he yawns. Everything up until now, the game world, the battles, the transformations, all of it happened inside the game. He removes his headset, a faint smile playing on his lips, quietly acknowledging that there's nothing left for him to do. He's reached S-rank in every class. His inventory is overflowing with duplicates. He wonders if maybe he should try something different, like raising some of the more average characters just for fun. But then, a new notification pops up unexpectedly. Kim Ho frowns. A system alert at this hour? Curious, he clicks it open. The message congratulates him. He's achieved a feat no one else has, 1000 S-rank graduates. Because of this, a special quest is now available. He's surprised. This is a quest he's never heard of before. Then, another message appears, one that stuns him. The objective: prevent the destruction of the world. The difficulty: EX rank. Kim Ho is speechless. Up until now, S rank was considered the highest possible tier in the game. But now, there are EX rank items, skills, and even EX rank heroes. His mind races with possibilities. Without a second thought, he clicks accept. There's no way he's passing up brand new content like this. Another notification confirms the beginning of the quest. But just as he starts to process it, something strange happens. Kim Ho finds himself no longer at his desk, but standing in the middle of a forest. He rubs his head in disbelief. He's inside the Dragon Slayer Academy game. It hits him. The reincarnation quest didn't just give him a mission. It actually transported him inside the game world. He glances around. Trees tower over him. Sweat forms on his brow. He recognizes this place instantly. It's the tutorial forest. Which means he's starting from scratch. Opening the system menu, Kim Ho quickly checks his status window. What he sees frustrates him. His progress is gone. It's a full reset. No perks, no bonuses for being reincarnated. But then, just as he's about to complain, a new set of notifications appears. The system grants him reincarnation perks, traits like Copy and Monarch F, along with skills such as Copy and Amplification. His eyes widen. These weren't part of the normal game. Reincarnation perks? That changes everything. Crossing his arms, Kim Ho examines the system. Even if he's back to level 1, he's confident he can grind his way back. And honestly, if he's going to start fresh, a few advantages are only fair. Then another message appears. It's the first quest in the tutorial. The objective? Survive for 10 minutes. The reward? A new student character from Dragon Slayer Academy. Time remaining, 9 minutes and 56 seconds. Kim Ho instantly recalls what this tutorial used to be like. It should be simple, just avoid low-level monsters until time runs out. But then, he hears footsteps. Heavy ones, too loud for any weak mobs. Something's not right. Suddenly, Kim Ho notices something in the sky, 2 massive dragons locked in combat, soaring above the forest. The sight of them makes his heart skip a beat. Dragons? Here? Panic hits him as he begins to run. 2 S-rank bosses showing up in the tutorial zone. That had to be the result of the EX quest. Nothing else could explain something this absurd. As he sprints, a chilling thought crosses his mind. If even one of those attacks hits him, he's dead. Before he can even begin his new journey, it'll be over. But then, another idea sparks. Maybe this chaos is the perfect opportunity. Kim Ho slows down and focuses his eyes on the dragons. He remembers the mechanics behind one of his reincarnation perks. To copy a skill or trait, he needs to witness it activate with his own eyes, and he must correctly identify the target's name and rank. For him, though, that's the easy part. Suddenly, an enormous explosion rocks the forest, the dragons clashing mid-air. Right then, a system notification flashes before Kim Ho's eyes. He successfully registered a new target trait. Elemental resistance has been copied and saved into his slot. Sweat trickles down his face, but he's smiling now. That worked. He didn't expect to score an S-rank ability so early. Another notification pops up, explaining what the trait does. Elemental resistance greatly reduces all elemental damage. Testing his new power, Kim Ho lightly lifts some nearby leaves. He muses to himself. It would have been great to get a skill too, but without a mana engine, he wouldn't be able to use it yet. Still, getting an S-rank trait this early? That alone was a solid win. Just then, he notices something strange. The wind. It's blowing the leaves backward. That's not normal. Something was building. He glances back toward the dragons. Both of them are charging up a devastating attack. His heart drops. It's a breath attack. The dragon's strongest move. Even with elemental resistance, this was too much. He turns and runs with everything he's got, knowing that getting caught at this distance might actually kill him. Before he can even escape fully, the dragons unleash their devastating breath attacks. But just as the energy surges toward him, the system intervenes. A notification appears right in time. The first tutorial is complete. The reward list scrolls by Dragon Slayer Academy uniform, a student ID, and a train ticket. Immediately, another notification follows. Tutorial 2 has begun. The objective is simple: board the train to Dragon Slayer Academy. The scene shifts. Inside the train, a boy looks down at a sleeping girl beside him. Seeing there are no empty seats, he tries to politely get her attention. He asks her if she wouldn't mind sharing the seat. When she doesn't respond, he asks again, unsure if she's asleep. Before he can figure out what to do next, Kim Ho suddenly appears inside the train car, transported there by the system. He notices the girl and gently speaks to her, apologizing for disturbing her and politely asking if the seat is taken. The boy turns to Kim Ho, slightly awkward, explaining that she hasn't responded and he's not sure if she's asleep or just ignoring them. But then, without warning, the girl wakes up. Kim Ho calmly repeats his question, and the girl responds immediately, giving him permission to sit beside her. He thanks her with a soft laugh and introduces himself as Kim Ho before taking the seat next to her. The boy watches them, a bit confused and unsure how to react. The girl rubs her eyes and finally introduces herself as Seo Yin. Kim Ho then gestures to the remaining space and invites the boy to sit as well. He reassures him it's fine. The boy lights up with excitement at the offer and quickly introduces himself, Go Hyun-woo. Go Hyun-woo looked toward Kim Ho and gave a polite bow, thanking him sincerely. He mentioned he might have had to stand for an hour if not for the seat and promised to repay the debt someday, addressing Kim Ho respectfully as Hyung. Kim Ho watched him and couldn't help but think that the boy gave off the classic aura of a wuxia protagonist. Everything from his speech to his posture felt carefully refined. Curious, Kim Ho casually asked what had caused him to be late. At that, Hyun-woo's eyes lit up with excitement. He explained he'd seen 2 dragons along the way and got so distracted watching them that he completely lost track of time. Kim Ho paused, remembering his own narrow escape from the dragon's breath attacks earlier. A cold sweat formed on his face as he admitted he saw them too. Internally, though he was still shaken, he had barely made it out alive. Suddenly, the train began to move. The students murmured with excitement, reacting to the motion. Kim Ho silently reflected as the train departed. This was Dragon Slayer Academy, a place he had returned to countless times while raising heroes. He had known every detail, every secret, to the point where it had grown repetitive. But this time there was something new. As Kim Ho looked around, he noticed that none of the faces were familiar. Not Go Hyun-woo, not Seo Yin, not even the train staff. While the world mirrored the setting of Dragon Slayer Academy, the cast had changed completely. That could only mean the events and quests might play out differently as well. He made a mental note to observe everything closely and track what had been altered so far. His thoughts were interrupted when he fell to gaze. Seo Yin was staring at him without looking away. Kim Ho noticed it right away and found it a little unnerving. What he didn't know, though, was that Seo Yin possessed a special ability. Her eyes could analyze and convert everything she saw into measurable data. When she glanced at the boy sitting across from her earlier, his status screen appeared normal, completely average. But when she looked at Kim Ho, what she saw was unclassifiable. His status screen displayed nothing but question marks. That alone made her think this guy was different. Special, even. She could count on one hand the number of times she'd seen a screen like that. Just then, Kim Ho noticed her staring and, a bit uneasy, asked her directly why she kept looking at him like that. Seo Yin paused for a moment, remembering advice someone had given her before she left for the academy. If someone catches your interest, try being nice to them. Holding on to that memory, she reached in her bag, pulled out a small packet of cookies, and offered one to Kim Ho. Surprised, he accepted it with an awkward thank you and asked if she made them herself. She confirmed it with a nod. Kim Ho took a bite. The taste was just okay. Nothing remarkable, but a kind gesture nonetheless. A moment later, Kim Ho turned to Go Hyun-woo and brought up something he'd been curious about. He asked if the wrapped object beside him was a longsword. Hyun-woo smiled and replied confidently that Kim Ho had a good eye. He explained that it was a sacred relic of his martial sect, though unfortunately, he wasn't yet qualified to break its seal, so it remained wrapped up for now. Until then, he wielded a regular iron sword, which he considered a trusty companion. Despite that, he claimed he hadn't met a worthy opponent yet. Kim Ho chuckled at that and teased lightly, suggesting maybe something sturdier would be better suited. Suddenly, the door to the compartment swung open with energy, and a cheerful voice rang out. A blonde-haired boy stepped in loudly and greeted everyone, asking if he could hang out there for a while. Without hesitation, Go Hyun-woo welcomed him warmly and told him to feel free to stay. The new boy laughed and thanked them for the hospitality, saying he'd just hang around for a bit. But Kim Ho immediately picked up on something strange. The guy had been loud, but there were no audible footsteps. That alone made Kim Ho suspect who, or rather what, he might be dealing with. Turning to the boy with a sharp look, Kim Ho pointed out that he didn't seem like he came just to sit. He asked directly what his real business was. Hearing the words from our protagonist, the blonde boy let out an awkward laugh, wiping sweat from his face as if he'd been caught red-handed. Trying to play it off, he quickly pulled out a card and held it up with excitement, as if presenting an official ID. The card read, Dragon Slayer Academy Errand Service. We'll find you anything for the right price. He claimed they were just passing through to promote their business. Curious, the protagonist asked if they really could find anything. With confidence, the yellow-haired boy confirmed, absolutely anything. But then, with a more serious tone, the protagonist followed up with a pointed question, even if it meant bending or breaking some school rules. Still riding the wave of enthusiasm, the boy didn't hesitate. Yes, he said, just give the word. Our protagonist glanced down at the card he had just received. He then asked if the boy was currently being chased because of one of those jobs. The question caught the boy off guard. At first, he answered instinctively, of course not, then stopped mid-sentence, realizing what he'd just admitted. With a nervous expression, he peered out the nearby window, obviously scanning for someone, and chuckled nervously, realizing he'd been far too obvious. The protagonist, observing all this, noted that the boy's constant glances out the window and his anxious behavior had made it easy to figure out something was wrong. Embarrassed, but trying to recover, the boy, Shin Byung, insisted he'd explain everything in detail later. But before he could say another word, his eyes widened in alarm. Right in front of him stood 4 students, 2 girls and 2 boys. One of the girls, with yellow hair and an angry expression, stepped forward and announced that they already knew everything. The protagonist turned to see who had arrived and recognized them immediately. It was the disciplinary committee, already on the scene much earlier than expected. He recalled in his mind how the student-run disciplinary committee operated within and around the academy, enforcing law and order. First-year members, like these, were enrolled early, briefed on procedures, and immediately deployed for field duty. With a commanding tone, the girl in front demanded Shin hand over an item that he apparently wasn't allowed to possess. But Shin, still trying to deflect with humor, responded by asking why they were chasing him down like loan sharks. Before he could get another word out, a sudden jolt of electricity shot through him, making him cry out from the shock. The protagonist's eyes shifted toward the girl who had launched the attack, analyzing her abilities. For what he could tell, she was a lightning-type mage, a rare sight. Glancing down at the cookie still in his hand, he remembered that his slot was currently empty. He figured this was the perfect opportunity to gain a useful skill. Meanwhile, Shin struggled to recover from the shock, quietly muttering that this situation was bad. He wasn't one for direct confrontations. At that moment, the protagonist casually dropped the cookie onto the floor, almost like he had done it by accident. The disciplinary committee girl, now putting on gloves, warned that if Shin wasn't planning to cooperate, she'd have no choice but to subdue him. Without hesitation, she activated her skills. A brilliant flash erupted as a lightning-formed bird, shaped like a hummingbird, launched straight toward Shin with intense speed. But before the magical bird could land its blow, the protagonist stepped in and caught it mid-air with precision. The girl's eyes widened in disbelief. She demanded to know if Shin had brought along an accomplice. But the protagonist stepped forward with confidence, clarifying that he wasn't here as anyone's ally. Then, pointing firmly at the cookie lying on the floor, he claimed that she was the one who made him drop it. The accusation caught her completely off guard. With a bewildered and slightly embarrassed expression, she repeated the word, cookies, almost as if she couldn't believe that was the issue. And in that very moment, a notification popped up for the protagonist. He had successfully acquired a lightning attribute magic skill, Hummingbird. Kim Ho doubled down on his earlier complaint, pointing out that she really did make him drop his cookie. Anyone would be annoyed if their snack got ruined like that, he argued. The disciplinary committee's long-haired boy scoffed, calling it a pathetic excuse to start a fight and warning Kim Ho to step aside unless he wanted to get burned. Go Hyun-woo, unwilling to let things escalate against his new companions, put a hand near his sword and told them to be careful. If weapons were drawn, he wouldn't stay out of it. Tension thickened in the train car. Shin Byung-chul froze, clearly panicking as the situation threatened to spiral. Then the lightning mage girl from the disciplinary committee raised a hand and cut him before things exploded. She offered to send Kim Ho a dessert coupon for the student cafeteria as compensation. That settled them immediately. He laughed and accepted. Shin, still recovering from the earlier electric hit and now feeling left out, anxiously asked what would happen to him. Kim, teasing, told him that sounded like a personal problem. Privately, Kim Ho was pleased. He'd successfully intercepted her lightning spell and now had the chance to make good use of the skill he'd copied. A system update appeared in front of him. Copy, skill, hummingbird copy, trait elemental resistance. Once the committee retrieved the contraband they were after, the yellow-haired girl exposed what Shin had actually done. He'd stolen the station attendant's wig as a prank, and it had gone too far. Kim Ho silently agreed. Yeah, that one deserved getting zapped. As she passed him, the lightning mage gave cold advice. Stay away from Shin Byung-chul. Kim Ho just laughed and waved it off. He'd make his own decisions. The long-haired boy from the group pointed at Kim on the way out, saying he'd remember him. After the disciplinary committee left, Go Hyun-woo confirmed what they suspected. Those students really were from the committee, right? Shin nodded and explained that only top-tier elites were selected. The lightning caster who hit him was Song Chun-hai, granddaughter of Thunder Lord Song Jung-yoon of the Topaz Mage Tower. Hyun-woo asked about the others. Shin broke them down. Jo Byok was a disciple of the Fist King. Han Saman had been trained by the Sword Empress, and Jim Yohan was the sole heir of the Golden Lotus Pavilion. Serious backgrounds, every one of them. With that warning delivered, Shin grabbed the door, announced it had been nice meeting everyone, and told them not to forget to say hi next time before ducking out. Hyun-woo watched him go and chuckled about how lively that bunch was. Then, turning to Kim, he asked if he really stepped in just because of snacks. Kim Ho laughed lightly and admitted the truth. He mostly wanted a closer look at that rare lightning magic. Hyun-woo was puzzled. All Kim had done was deflect one of Song's spells. How much could he have learned from that? Kim asked how familiar Hyun-woo was with the spell called Hummingbird. Hyun-woo thought about it. That was actually his first time seeing it. It moved so fast his eyes could barely follow. It didn't seem designed to crush targets. It looked more like a control spell, something that could immobilize or paralyze. Kim told him he was half right. When pressed, he activated the copied magic to demonstrate. The spell got its name because it mimicked a hummingbird's flight, darting, precise, highly reactive. Its performance varied dramatically depending on the caster's skill, which meant Song Chun-hai's control was impressive based on how cleanly she sent it. After catching the lightning bird with ease, Kim Ho took a moment to explain the situation to Go Hyun-woo. He laid out his analysis with clarity. If Song Chun-hai, the lightning mage who cast the spell, had been an experienced magician, then the spell's behavior would have changed the instant he had interfered. But instead, the spell had flown directly into his hand without deviation. This revealed something important. She lacked either refined control or real-world combat experience. Go Hyun-woo was stunned at how much could be deduced from such a small moment. The idea that a single spell could reveal so much about someone's abilities fascinated him. But Kim Ho wasn't finished thinking. Internally, he considered the bigger picture. Chun-hai had used an E-rank skill, but pushed it with power resembling a D-rank's output. That could only mean two things. Either she had a particularly strong trait amplifying her abilities, or her mana reserves were naturally vast. In either case, she certainly lived up to being the granddaughter of the famed Thunder Lord, Song Jung-yoon. Later, outside the room, the two of them walked and talked casually. Go Hyun-woo, still deep in thought, remarked that it felt like fate. They'd just met, and already he was learning so much from Kim Ho. But Kim Ho brushed it off, joking that it wasn't a big deal. It was just the kind of knowledge he'd share with anyone. Appreciating the humility, Go Hyun-woo clasped his hands together in a respectful gesture, promising to return the favor. If Kim Ho ever needed help, he only had to ask. Kim Ho, with a sly grin, decided to take him up on the offer right away. But first, he asked to borrow a single silver coin. Go Hyunwoo blinked in confusion, not sure where this was going. A short time later, they found themselves sitting in front of a broken-looking slot machine labeled out of order. Kim Ho sat down, eyes fixed on it, and explained without turning to his companion. This train car had once been a sightseeing attraction, and this room was once a casino. It was clear the restoration process wasn't yet complete. Go Hyunwoo glanced at the machine skeptically and asked why they were using it, given the out-of-order sign. Kim Ho's reply was vague, something like, "Who knows?" and he placed the silver coin into the machine. Go Hyunwoo protested loudly, insisting it was clearly broken, but Kim Ho ignored him and pulled the lever. Inwardly, Kim Ho was focused. This wasn't just random gambling. He believed this was a hidden event, a concealed game mechanic. In his mind, this slot machine was one of those rare must-pick events hidden behind misdirection. When a machine only spat out a plain water bottle, both of them stared in quiet disappointment. Neither had expected much, but the result was still underwhelming. That's when Go Hyunwoo, still watching Kim Ho intently, asked why he had come along in the first place. Kim Ho answered plainly, while playing the slots wasn't technically against the rules, the items one could receive from them were. That was where the violation lay. Go Hyunwoo quickly caught on, so his job was to stand guard. Kim Ho confirmed it. He added that the disciplinary committee rarely visited this part of the train, so the risk was minimal. But before the words had fully settled, a voice snapped from behind them. A girl stood there, sharp-eyed, commanding, and introduced herself as Han Saman, a first-year member of the disciplinary committee. She demanded to know what they were doing, making it clear that touching the machine was forbidden. If they continued, there would be demerits. Kim Ho leaned in toward Go Hyunwoo and whispered, asking him to buy some time. Go Hyunwoo replied in the same hushed tone that he would try, and that there was something he'd been meaning to test anyway. Han Saman, however, was not easily dissuaded. She raised a finger toward them and warned that helping another student break the rules would also earn demerits. Go Hyunwoo didn't hesitate. Bowing with respect, he took full responsibility, saying this was his decision and his alone. Annoyed, Han Saman scoffed at his boldness. But before she could say more, Go Hyunwoo drew his sword. He recalled that Han Saman had trained under the legendary Sword Empress and politely requested a duel. Intrigued, Han Saman asked his name, to which he responded with confidence, Go Hyunwoo. She smiled, perhaps out of pride, perhaps out of challenge, and instantly launched herself into the fight. Her first strike came fast and hard. Go Hyunwoo managed to hold out, then retaliated, momentarily pushing her back. But she quickly returned with a burst of mana, slashing at him with greater force. Kim Ho observed the fight carefully. He could tell Go Hyunwoo was struggling. The difference in internal energy was evident. His friend's core was still lacking, not quite on par with an elite. But Kim Ho wasn't ready to give up on him just yet. He wanted to see more. Activating one of his own skills, Kim Ho cast Amplify. A notification popped up. Go Hyunwoo's core rank had been temporarily boosted from E to C. His body was now glowing with a faint blue light, empowered by magic. A new countdown appeared. Duration, 58 seconds cooldown. 59 minutes and 58 seconds. Kim Ho gave quiet encouragement. Just hold out for one more minute. Go Hyunwoo responded with resolve. The duel turned more balanced as he fought with renewed strength, pushing back with each second that ticked down. 19 seconds, 15 seconds, 14 seconds. Meanwhile, Kim Ho returned his focus to the slot machine. He thought to himself about how slot machines were iconic symbols of casinos, often dismissed by players due to their reliance on luck. But what most didn't realize was that some had hidden mechanics. This one, in particular, had a secret pity system. He recalled the logic. Players were given just 5 silver coins. Now, this was his 5th spin. One more remained. With deliberate care, he inserted the 6th coin, the silver he had borrowed. The machine whirred once more. A different item appeared this time, not another water bottle, but something more ominous. A notification appeared in front of him. Dark ice crystal taste. Bitter cold used with extreme caution warning. You could die. Kim Ho stared at it, eyes calm and calculating. He had hit the jackpot. Kim Ho, Holding the vial, Kim Ho didn't hesitate. He had what he came for. Just as Han Saman prepared to turn her attention to Kim Ho and attack, Shin stepped in to block the blow, his weapon shattering from the impact. He stood firm, insisting the fight wasn't over yet. Meanwhile, the timer on Amplify ran out. Without waiting for the duel's result, Kim Ho consumed the contents of the dark vial. Pain hit him instantly. He grabbed his throat, the cold flooding through his body. Notifications flashed, frozen status effect applied, then removed and applied again, repeatedly. Go Hyun cried out in alarm, fearing the worst. Han Saman panicked too, warning that the vial was dangerous and could easily kill a student. But moments later, Kim Ho stood, breathing normally, and calmly said he was fine. Both of them stared at him in disbelief. Later, seated in a quiet room, Kim Ho explained with a smile that the vial was basically a kind of elixir that rapidly replenished mana. But internally, he admitted the truth. Dark Ice Crystal was a deadly substance, normally fatal even in small doses. Any normal person would have frozen solid. But thanks to his S-rank trait, elemental resistance, he was immune to the extreme cold. The residual cold still caused minor alerts, but the dangerous energy now coursed harmlessly through his body, empowering him. Go Hyun, now a bit more relaxed, asked whether Han Saman believed Kim Ho's explanation. Kim Ho brushed it off, implying that she probably didn't, but let it go anyway. Go Hyun laughed, grateful for the experience, noting that sparring with someone like Han Saman was worth it. Kim Ho chuckled and acknowledged the help, saying he also owed Go Hyun a silver. Curious, Go Hyun asked if he could see Kim Ho's skill again sometime. Though Kim Ho responded with a warm smile, he internally noted that the skill had a cooldown and limited uses. It wasn't something he could show often. He couldn't reveal everything just yet. Accepting that, Go Hyun nodded with a good-natured grin. Just then, Co Yin, who had been asleep nearby, stirred awake. Kim Ho paid no mind. Instead, he assured Go Hyun that this wouldn't be the last time. They'd have more chances to fight and learn together. As the train neared its destination, Go Hyun looked outside and pointed out that they had almost arrived, the final stop. Kim Ho's thoughts turned serious. This was the island where the Dragon Slayer Academy stood, a land once overrun with criminals and dungeon threats. But everything changed when a legendary Dragon Slayer arrived. He cleared the dungeons, rid the island of its dangers, and founded the academy that now trained the next generation of heroes. Upon arrival, seniors directed the new students with excited voices. Go Hyun commented on their energy, amused. Kim Ho agreed, observing how quickly the place was filling with life. But then, Song Chun-hai, the girl from the disciplinary committee, approached Kim Ho again. She politely asked him to come with her. Inside the student disciplinary committee office, Kim Ho was shown to a seat. As he sat down, he thought quietly to himself, this room, known unofficially as the Room of Truth, had a reputation. Anyone who entered rarely came out the same. Sometime later, Kim Ho sat quietly in front of a falls detector machine, a device used to check for hidden status effects or lingering abnormalities. A committee member nearby commented that they'd heard he had consumed something from the old slot machine. Yet, the scanner revealed nothing unusual. Everything looked perfectly normal. Kim Ho, watching the results, silently acknowledged to himself that it made sense. The frozen status he had endured earlier had already worn off completely. Just then, one of the student inspectors, calm but observant, looked at Kim Ho with slight suspicion. He remarked that, apparently, it hadn't been a forbidden item after all. Still, he had something to say. He laughed faintly, but the undertone was threatening. His words made it clear. It didn't matter whether Kim Ho had known the rules. Ignoring the orders of the Student Discipline Committee was a punishable offense on its own. This was Oh Si-hoon, a third-year student and the head of Dragon Slayer Academy's Discipline Committee. Yet, despite the breach, he chose to be lenient. No harm had come to anyone, and since this was Kim Ho's first violation, he declared that he would let it go, this time. But he warned him not to show up in the committee's office again. Kim Ho bowed respectfully, addressing him with proper honorifics and accepting the outcome. Si-hoon, showing politeness in return, wished him a good semester. Kim Ho responded casually as he exited the room. Once the door closed behind him, Si-hoon turned to the yellow-haired girl beside him, Chun-hai. Noticing the displeasure in her expression, he remarked that she didn't seem happy with how it turned out. He admitted that the more he thought about the situation, the more suspicious it felt. He broke it down logically. If the goal hadn't been to obtain a forbidden item, there was no reason for Kim Ho to have used that malfunctioning slot machine, and even less reason to ingest the result immediately afterward. Chun-hai, clearly frustrated, expressed her belief that Kim Ho had acquired an illegal skill. If they used the Academy's magical identification tool, they might uncover something unusual in his skill list. Sipping coffee, noted it was a possibility, but raised a valid question. What if nothing showed up? If even the revealed nothing, what would they do then? Si-hoon, now serious, lowered his cup and emphasized the risk. If a deeper search turned up empty, then the implications were far more concerning. Chun-hai hesitated. She had been eager, but now saw the complexity. She apologized, admitting she had acted carelessly. Si-hoon rose from his seat and gently reassured her that he understood her concerns, but reminded her that things like this required time and patience. As he walked toward the door, he smiled lightly and urged her to get going, reminding her that she would be late for the entrance ceremony if she didn't hurry. The scene shifted to the entrance ceremony. The atmosphere buzzed with excitement. Kim Ho stood among the new students, and his friend Go Hyun cheerfully waved him over, offering a seat nearby. Grateful, Kim Ho accepted with a polite nod. At that moment, a new system notification appeared before him. You attended the entrance ceremony on time. Reward: E-rank weapon selection ticket, 5 silver. Reading it, Kim Ho couldn't help but smile to himself. Even an E-rank weapon was better than nothing, and, amusingly, he had just earned back the money he'd spent on the slot machine. Suddenly, a new presence appeared in front of the gathered freshmen. A man in a tracksuit, accompanied by his assistant, walked up to the podium. The crowd immediately recognized him. This was the principal. Some students whispered in disbelief. The man didn't look particularly impressive, but despite his casual appearance, he carried a heavy legacy. He was once the leader of the famed Dragon Slayer team. By tradition, the principal of Dragon Slayer Academy was always a retired frontline hero, one of the most elite individuals in the world. Only one person at a time could hold the title of, even among the countless S-rank warriors. Ordinary in appearance or not, he was a man of immense, unmatched power. Still, the students couldn't resist gossiping. Rumors circulated that the Saintess had rejected his romantic advances not once, but 5 times. The man finally reached the microphone. With a calm voice and authoritative tone, he welcomed the new students and congratulated them on being accepted into the academy. He began his formal speech, recounting the history and purpose of the institution. Dragon Slayer Academy had been founded long ago, with the clear mission of preparing for battle against dragons, and of training those worthy of the title Dragon Slayer. The first hero, he explained, had deliberately chosen the word slay to be part of the Academy's name. It was meant to be a reminder, a challenge. To slay something, after all, means to face it, fight it, and overcome it. You weren't truly an ogre slayer unless you had slain an ogre. And you weren't a dragon slayer until you had slain a dragon. As the principal continued his lengthy speech, both our protagonist and Co Yin exchanged awkward glances, clearly wondering when it would end. In the middle of his serious monologue, the principal himself paused and muttered to the audience about how unexpectedly long it had become. He then returned to his somber tone, emphasizing the brutal nature of being a slayer. Taking lives, he said, was an inescapable part of their path, but he urged them not to turn a blind eye to this reality. Instead, he encouraged each student to question their own purpose. Why do they want to slay? And what are they fighting for? He hoped each of them would find their answer in time. Just as he was about to wrap up with a final message, his assistant rushed in from behind him, seemingly in a panic. At the same time, a student somewhere in the crowd whimpered about a headache, cutting the solemn mood. With a somewhat flustered expression, the principal delivered his final line, wishing all the students success in becoming true heroes during their time at the Dragon Slayer Academy, and officially ended the ceremony. After the speech, Go Hyun, full of energy and excitement, commented about how meaningful the whole experience had been. This surprised the protagonist, who had clearly been bored the entire time. But Go-hyun explained, laughing, that every word of the principal's speech had felt valuable to him because he was used to hearing similar lectures from his master every day. This revelation left the protagonist slightly dumbfounded, sweating and awkwardly staring at his friend. Then the assistant stepped up to the mic again to issue some important announcements. First, she reminded everyone that the list of forbidden items had been updated. Possessing any of these would not only result in confiscation, but also harsher penalties beyond just losing points. She also informed them that for now, new students would be restricted to the ground floor for any practical evaluations. Entering the lower levels without permission could harm not just the individual, but also their associated sect, magic tower, or guild. This warning caused visible anxiety among some of the students, who were now nervously sweating in their seats. The assistant gave a final stern reminder. One reckless decision out of curiosity could bring consequences for everyone. She urged everyone to follow the rules strictly to avoid disadvantages. With that, the entrance ceremony was officially over, and students were dismissed for dinner, reminded to return to their dorms on time. Right after, Shin Byung suddenly appeared in front of the group, calling out enthusiastically and inviting them to go eat. Go-hyun immediately noticed a wound on Shin Byung's face and asked how he got it. Shin Byung, trying to brush it off, claimed it was just a small incident and told them they should eat well that night. This confused Go-hyun, who pressed for an explanation, to which Shin Byung vaguely replied that tomorrow was the first day of classes, a big day awaited them. That night, back at the boys' dormitory, Go-hyun discovered that he and the protagonist were neighbors. He waved cheerfully and expressed his delight over the coincidence, but the protagonist was clearly not thrilled, replying with dry sarcasm. Go-hyun, still cheerful, told him to rest well. After entering his room, the protagonist removed his jacket and hung it on the door. But instead of going to bed, he made up his mind. He wasn't going to waste this free time just sleeping. Something was clearly brewing in his thoughts. That night, in the quiet of his dorm room, Kim Ho sat cross-legged on his bed, entering a meditative state. Concentration etched across his face. He began forming a glowing blue orb near his lower abdomen, a deliberate act of will and control. He was creating the essential power engine needed to use skills that consume mana or internal energy. Though he had never done this before in real life, he relied on instinct and theory, his mind filled with a clear understanding of the process. With the dark ice crystal he had consumed earlier, his body was brimming with mana, almost overflowing. As he opened his eyes, a steely determination burned within them. He was confident this would work. Meanwhile, just across the hall, Go-hyun-woo was also sitting in quiet meditation within his own room. His thoughts lingered on the battle with Han So-mi, the first real opponent he had encountered since descending the mountain. Both of them had held back somewhat during the match, but he knew that even at full strength, the outcome would have been uncertain. Had Kim Ho not intervened at the precise moment his iron sword broke, he likely would have lost. Since that moment, one word kept echoing in his mind when he thought of Kim Ho, master. Kim Ho carried the kind of calmness that only truly powerful people possessed, and his gaze seemed to pierce through everything. Go-hyun-woo glanced at his sword leaning in the corner of his room, pondering whether he should ask Kim Ho for guidance. But after a moment's hesitation, he shook his head. No, he told himself. Kim Ho was the first true friend he'd made. He didn't want to impose. Smiling faintly, he refocused, determined to push forward with his own strength. The next morning, temporary classroom in the temporary classroom, Seo Yeon greeted Kim Ho with a yawn, her words casual and sleepy. Go-hyun-woo, ever cheerful, remarked that he was worried she might have overslept. Kim Ho, watching the interaction, thought to himself that the guess sounded accurate. The student started murmuring, looking around in confusion. The bell had rung, but the podium at the front of the class remained empty. Kim Ho silently observed the situation, mildly unimpressed. Whoever their homeroom teacher was, they clearly didn't value punctuality. Just as the class grew restless, the classroom door opened. A man entered, radiating a sharp, intimidating presence that silenced the room immediately. The students stared, taken aback. He scanned the classroom with a piercing glare before introducing himself bluntly. Lee Soo-dok, their homeroom teacher. To test the students, he pointed to one and demanded to know his nickname. Nervously, the student stammered out a few options until finally blurting the correct one. The Human Butcher. Kim Ho processed the name silently. In a world filled with superhumans who had surpassed the boundaries of ordinary strength, there were those who strayed, villains who used their power selfishly and cruelly. Lee Soo-dok was a man tasked with hunting and executing such criminals. His nickname, while grim, was well-earned. It reflected a career in which he'd killed far more villains than he had spared. Now standing before the class, Lee Soo-dok made it clear. He hadn't been thrilled about becoming a teacher. But the principal had asked, and he was a professional. He didn't take any assignment lightly, and this would be no exception. His intensity hung heavy in the air. The message was clear. He would not tolerate failure. The students could feel it too. Some averted their eyes. Lee Soo-dok began writing on the board and continued with the course outline. Grading would be tough. Written exams would account for 30% of their final grade. Attitude and behavior made up another 10%, points that could be lost with poor discipline and could even drag down other grades. That part, he warned, would be under his strict watch. And then came the biggest component, practical exams. These were divided into two categories: Dungeon Conquest, which involved navigating and clearing dangerous dungeons, and PvP matches, where students would test themselves against one another. Each would make up 30% of the final grade, and all scores would be graded on a curve, meaning it wasn't enough to be good. You had to be better than the person beside you. When no one raised questions, Lee Soo-dok issued his final command. They were to head straight to the arena. In the arena, two students clashed in the ring, spells and strikes echoing through the air as the atmosphere pulsed with tension and anticipation. Among the spectators, Shin Byung's eyes lit up as he leaned over the railing with giddy enthusiasm. This was the moment he had been waiting for, the placement exam. 4 first years at Dragon Slayer Academy. This wasn't just another test. It was the event that would shape reputations, rankings, and futures. Beside him, Go Hyun-woo watched with wide eyes, recalling what Shin Byung had hinted at the previous day. Now it made sense. This was the grand-scale event he had spoken about, and it was even more intense than expected. The match structure was explained to the crowd as the next round prepared. In order to expose students to various combat situations, the Academy frequently altered the rules for PvP matches. This time, the format was a brutal setup where duels continued until one combatant's HP hit 0. They became completely incapacitated, or they clearly surrendered. To prevent matches from dragging indefinitely, a 5-minute time limit had been imposed. If no winner emerged by then, the match would be decided as a draw or left to the judge's discretion. Shin Byung was practically bouncing where he stood. He called out that each participant would face 3 random opponents from the first year, and points would be awarded based on victories. His energy made it clear he relished this challenge. Curious, Go Hyun-woo turned to Kim Ho and asked what happened in the event of a draw or a loss. Calmly, Kim Ho explained that in such cases, the result would be 0 points. There were no deductions, but no gains either. Just then, a notification appeared in front of Kim Ho. It hovered clearly in his vision. Goal: earn mid-tier or higher results in the placement exam. Achieve at least 1 win in the PvP placement exam. Place in the top 50% in the Dungeon Conquest exam reward. Slot +1. Kim Ho's thoughts sharpened as he reviewed the requirements. The subquest was straightforward. 1 win in the PvP match and a solid performance in the dungeon segment would be enough to clear it. But his focus wasn't on the reward just yet. What mattered more now was what the placement exam truly offered information. It was the perfect opportunity to study the other students, to gauge their abilities, and to identify those who might one day grow into top-tier combatants, or who possessed unique skills he could later. Then came the announcement from the arena's loudspeaker. Kim Ho, Hong Yunhwa, stepped forward. The crowd stirred. Go Hyun-woo turned toward Kim Ho with bright eyes and called out encouragingly, wishing him luck with genuine admiration. Kim Ho stepped into the ring, coming face to face with his first opponent, a red-haired girl standing confidently, radiating fiery energy. She studied him sharply. From the insignia on his uniform, she quickly noted that he wasn't affiliated with any major tower, at least not one she recognized. Her eyes narrowed. She knew of the Ruby Tower's reputation, experts in flame-based magic with unmatched destructive force and superior battlefield control. She was proud to represent it. If she wanted to raise her profile in the academy, she needed to defeat someone with a reputation, or at least someone who looked competent. To her, Kim Ho didn't seem to be either. Her gaze dropped to the staff in his hand, and her internal critique deepened. It was an E-rank Earth staff, the kind used to slightly amplify defensive or Earth element magic. In her opinion, even most beginner mages wouldn't bother with something so plain. She immediately categorized him as a support-type caster, likely lacking mobility and dependent on long-range defense. Her assumptions narrowed. He wasn't from the Emerald Tower, and he didn't look like an Earth element user either. That left support magic as the most likely explanation. Judging by the staff size and build, she pegged him as a stationary type, what they called a turret caster. Just as the announcer began the countdown, Kim Ho was already mentally assessing her. From her bearing and style, he recognized the signs: flame specialization, high damage potential, strong area control. She matched the meta patterns he remembered well from before. Calmly, he smiled inwardly. He already had a plan. "Sorry, but you'll have to play along with my act for the next 5 minutes." The countdown ended. "Start." She didn't hesitate. A powerful spell activated at her fingertips, fire erupting from her staff in a brilliant explosion aimed directly at Kim Ho. The heat surged across the arena. Sparks crackled. From the audience, gasps followed the display. Spectators marveled at her cast speed and raw power. Someone pointed out the unique shimmer that accompanied her spell, hinting at specialized casting techniques taught only in the Ruby Tower. But when the smoke cleared, they saw something unexpected. Kim Ho was still standing. His health bar remained untouched. The scoreboard showed full HP for both fighters. The red-haired girl's confidence faltered. That couldn't be right. She hadn't expected a one-hit knockout, but this? Her attack had made no impact at all. Completely ineffective. How? Confusion began to overtake her aggression. And Kim Ho? He stood calmly in the settling dust, unreadable, watching her with eyes that now gleamed with quiet control. Seeing her powerful spell fail, Hong Yunhua stared at Kim Ho, confused. The health bars above them still read 100% for both. She questioned whether he had used a spell to nullify her attack. Not wasting time, she activated another spell while analyzing Kim Ho's calm stance. She believed that if her previous attack was neutralized, this new one would be much harder to counter. Kim Ho, noticing the magic circle forming beneath him, prepared mentally. He wasn't planning to dodge. He was waiting for the perfect moment to counter. From her perspective, Yunhua grew uneasy. Sweat formed on her brow. Kim Ho hadn't moved an inch. His expression showed no concern. That stillness unsettled her. Frustrated by his confidence, she shouted at him and unleashed a column of fire toward him, determined to break through whatever defense he was relying on. The audience reacted with awe and panic. Her flames erupted across the arena, and many praised her for living up to the reputation of the Ruby Tower. But when the smoke cleared, Kim Ho remained standing, unharmed. She was visibly shaken. Her strongest attack had done nothing. Internally, she questioned how her magic, as someone trained at the Ruby Tower, could be so easily brushed off. Realizing her usual spells wouldn't work, she prepared to use her trump card. Before she could act, Kim Ho made his move. He launched a magic attack, Hummingbird. She narrowly dodged the first strike, but the spell twisted midair and came back from behind. It wasn't over. As the spell connected, a notification appeared before Kim Ho. Paralysis status effect applied. He looked at her and calmly ended the match, suggesting she conserve her remaining spells for later battles. She tried to protest, but he reminded her that there were more matches ahead. Her best option was to hold back now. The match concluded. The announcer declared her defeat. In the crowd, students whispered in disbelief. They questioned how he had taken those attacks without injury, how he used such a technique, and who he even was. Kim Ho quietly took in their reactions. He had learned more than expected from this one fight, and he knew he had to stay cautious. Then, unexpectedly, his name was called again for the next match. He reacted with quiet frustration. There was barely any time to rest. Among the students, someone recognized his next opponent, Song Chun-hai, a new student from the Topaz Tower who had already joined the disciplinary committee. As he turned, she was already standing behind him. With a smirk, she said facing him was a stroke of luck. There was something she wanted to test. Kim Ho, showing no reaction, looked toward the teacher and announced he would withdraw. Both the teacher and Chun-hai were surprised and asked why. He casually rubbed his head and replied that he wasn't feeling well. It would be difficult to continue fighting. The teacher advised him to take the opportunity to raise his score, but Kim Ho confirmed his decision and asked for the third match to be marked as a loss too. The teacher acknowledged the request. Chun-hai looked at him, disappointed and angry. She muttered to herself that a true fighter is always prepared, quoting her grandfather's belief that only those who never give up deserve to win. Kim Ho reflected silently. Her words reminded him of his own grandfather, the Thunder Monarch. He thought about the contrast. Chun-hai was trying to live up to that legacy. As for himself, he didn't feel any pressure to follow anyone's path. Even so, he admitted to himself it wasn't bad advice. Not that he intended to follow it. Our protagonist began walking away from the arena, clearly uninterested in continuing. His tone was indifferent, as if he'd already made peace with the outcome. He casually dismissed the match, claiming it wasn't for him and telling the girl to consider it her win. The girl, hearing this, didn't hide her disappointment. She turned her back to him, clearly let down, and muttered how foolish she felt for ever having any hope in him. Just as he was about to leave, he paused and turned back, making it seem like he had something else to say. Curious, the girl asked what it was. With a slight smile, he made a cheeky request, asking her to send him a dessert coupon, saying he'd be waiting. That pushed her over the edge, and she clenched her teeth in frustration. Meanwhile, the announcer moved on to the next match, calling out the names, Song Chun-hai and Yang Ji-hong. A red-haired boy, armed with a spear, seemed eager for the challenge. Confidently, he declared that since his opponent was from the Topaz Tower, he expected a worthy fight. But the girl didn't even acknowledge him. Trying to get her attention, he asked if she was ready, only to be cut off mid-sentence. Before the announcer could even fully say start, she struck instantly with lightning, overwhelming him in a single move. The scoreboard confirmed the result, Song Chun-hai 100%, Yang Ji-hong 0%. Watching from the stands, Shin Byung, sitting next to our protagonist, looked shocked. He commented on how badly the boy seemed to be burned. Our protagonist acknowledged it with a calm remark. Shin Byung, realizing how things could have gone, mentioned it was probably a smart move to have forfeited earlier. The protagonist simply agreed. After the match, the girl turned back to the stands and glared at our protagonist with burning eyes. Shin Byung caught the look and nudged our protagonist, noting the intensity of her presence. He confidently stated she must be the Thunder Monarch's granddaughter, pointing out her flashy performance. Our protagonist kept his eyes on her from the stands, satisfied. It was exactly what he wanted. But in the background, whispers began to spread among the students. They mocked him for forfeiting, assuming he'd chicken out because he didn't want to face someone as powerful as Song Chun-hai. Some even questioned his previous win, calling it pure luck and labeling him a coward. Yet instead of being bothered, he smiled. Their gossip didn't hurt him. It validated his plan. The reputation of being a coward who got lucky against the Ruby Tower was just what he wanted. Then, the announcer called the next match for Song Chun-hai again. Shin Byung, still glued to the arena, turned to our protagonist and remarked that the next match was already starting. He wondered aloud who would be unfortunate enough to face her this time. We see Co Yin standing confidently in the arena, holding a pair of guns in her hands, clearly ready for combat. Nearby, Shin Byung, without even turning to look at the protagonist, starts sweating as he reacts in surprise to what he's seeing. He didn't expect Co Yin to be a gunner. It completely caught him off guard. The protagonist also admits he just learned that as well, finding the situation more intriguing now. Shin Byung quickly recalls that gunners typically have an advantage when fighting mages. With that in mind, he starts to wonder if Co Yin might actually win this match against Song Chun-hai. But the protagonist, staying calm, reminds him they can't be sure yet and need to wait and see how things play out. Still, Shin Byung is optimistic. He believes if Co Yin just sticks to the basics, there's not much chance she'll lose. The protagonist, feeling a bit more competitive, playfully suggests placing a bet on the match, 5 silver coins. Shin Byung immediately agrees with a big smile, sealing the deal. The scoreboard lights up, showing Song Chun Hye versus Seo Yin. 100%, 100%. Both fighters prepare themselves. As soon as the announcer gives the signal, Seo Yin launches her first attack, firing her gun. But Song Chun Hye calmly blocks the bullets with a web-like shield formed by her mana, effortlessly neutralizing the attack. Shin Byung, caught off guard, reacts with alarm, surprised that the bullets were blocked so easily. Meanwhile, the protagonist expected this outcome. He starts analyzing the fight internally, concluding that Song Chun Hye has significantly more mana at her disposal. Even an E-rank tool like the Hummingbird seems to gain D-rank power in her hands. Seo Yin doesn't back down and attacks again. In response, Chun Hye sends out her Hummingbird, and a fierce exchange begins. The two clash repeatedly, but eventually, one of the Hummingbirds manages to hit Seo Yin. The impact causes her to become paralyzed, and she lets out a grunt of pain. Seeing this, Shin Byung panics. He knows if that hit had landed just a little more directly, it might have ended the match right there. But the protagonist stays composed, arms crossed, noting that although Seo Yin managed to dodge, her movements have clearly slowed due to the electrocution. He's confident now. Once someone gets shocked like that, the follow-up attack is almost guaranteed to hit. He firmly believes Chun Hye is going to win with ease. But then, unexpectedly, Seo Yin pulls out a smoke grenade and throws it. Both Chun Hye and the protagonist are taken by surprise. The sudden appearance of the smoke grenade causes confusion. Shin Byung, getting excited, quickly jots something down in his notebook. He praises the move as a smart decision. According to him, regular bombs would have been blocked anyway, but a smoke grenade changes the dynamic. He's thrilled now, saying this is exactly the kind of moment where a gunner's true strength comes to life. Inside the smoke, Song Chun Hye struggles to see clearly. The confusion gives Seo Yin the opening she needs. A single bullet silently cuts through the smoke and lands a clean hit on Chun Hye's shoulder, catching her completely off guard. The girl glanced back at Seo Yi while being carried away, thinking to herself that although she had managed to avoid a direct hit using a magic barrier, the impact was still strong enough to knock her off balance. At that very moment, Seo Yi was right behind her, silently raising a gun. Sensing her presence, the girl could feel the danger escalating and realized that if this kept up, things could get serious very quickly. Watching from the sidelines, Shin Byung was surprised. He noted how extravagant this new student must be, using an invisibility cloak right from the start. Clearly, she had some serious resources behind her. Seo Yi moved swiftly and decisively to reposition herself for another attack. Observing this, Shin Byung commented that switching to a rifle had also been a smart move. A bullet then zipped past the girl's neck, missing by mere strands of hair. The scoreboard displayed the current state of the match. Song Chun Hye at 85%, Seo Yin at 88%, with 2 minutes and 13 seconds left on the clock. As the girl looked toward the source of the shot, sweat formed on her face. She realized she couldn't just keep defending and needed to take action. Again, Seo Yi appeared behind her, ready to attack. The girl quickly threw up a barrier and tried to read the direction of the incoming magic bullets. The moment the bullet barely grazed the barrier, she spun around and activated a skill, deciding it was the perfect time to strike back. Seo Yi immediately jumped upward to evade, but the girl pointed at her midair and declared she had her. This time, Seo Yi couldn't avoid the incoming attack. A hummingbird materialized and struck her with an electric shock on contact. The scoreboard updated again. Song Chun Hye at 85%, Seo Yin dropped to 68%, and the match timer hit midnight. Watching the conclusion, the protagonist nodded to himself, thinking it went just as he expected. He turned his attention to the yellow-haired girl and acknowledged that she clearly had no equals among the freshmen. Still, Seo Yin holding her off until the time ran out was impressive in itself. Shin Byung, accepting his loss, handed over 5 silver coins with a sigh. But before letting go, he grabbed the protagonist's arm and, sweating nervously, suggested another bet under the same terms. The protagonist, looking serious, asked him plainly if he was addicted to gambling and why he couldn't stop. Shin Byung pointed at the arena, insisting the next match would change the protagonist's mind. Go Hyun-woo's opponent, he explained with excitement, was none other than the first king's disciple, Jo Byok. With a grin, he asked who the protagonist would bet on this time. The protagonist replied matter-of-factly that the first king's disciple would likely win. Shin Byung, eager for a chance, said he'd bet on the other side and teased that the protagonist was being tough on his own friend. Crossing his arms and watching the arena, the protagonist clarified that he never said Go Hyun-woo would lose. Confused, Shin Byung asked what he meant by that. The protagonist just smiled confidently and told him he'd find out soon enough. From inside the arena, Go Hyun-woo glanced toward the stands, catching sight of the protagonist. A thought passed through his mind. Kim Hyung is watching. With that in mind, he unsheathed his sword, stepping forward with determination. He wanted to show a clear victory, something meaningful, but he knew it wouldn't come easily. Facing Jo Byok, Go Hyun-woo urged him to draw the sword on his back. But Jo Byok calmly responded that it wasn't yet time to use it. Go Hyun-woo acknowledged this with understanding, but warned him that he wouldn't be going easy regardless. The two squared off, their swords at the ready. The scoreboard displayed Go Hyun-woo versus Jo Byok, 100%, 100%. The announcer called for the match to begin. In a blink, Jo Byok launched himself forward and was suddenly right in front of Go Hyun-woo. With smooth precision, he followed up with a palm strike. Go Hyun-woo reacted in time, blocking with both hands on his sword, but the sheer force sent him sliding several meters backward. Go Hyun-woo glanced at his trembling sword and realized that even though he'd managed to reduce the impact, the force behind the strike was overwhelming. Basic attacks won't be enough, he concluded. As Jo Byok came charging again, Go Hyun-woo made up his mind. I'll end this in a single blow with this technique. He activated a refined move, the blue sword technique. The two closed in once more, clashing with all they had. Their powers met in a brief but intense moment of force. The result, Go Hyun-woo's sword shattered from the impact. Without facing his opponent directly, he quietly admitted defeat, saying he could no longer continue. At the same time, a wound opened on Jo Byok's shoulder. He acknowledged it calmly and said he'd look forward to their next match. With that, the match ended, and the two fighters disappeared from the arena. Watching from above, the protagonist thought to himself. As expected, the iron sword couldn't withstand it. He recalled seeing Go Hyun-woo's swordsmanship on the train earlier and had briefly hoped otherwise. But reality affirmed what he suspected. Go Hyun-woo treated severing swords like disposable tools. Beside him, Shin Byung held his head in disbelief. Sweating nervously, he asked how the protagonist had predicted the outcome so accurately. In response, the protagonist quietly grabbed his shoulder and lightly scolded him for talking too much. Then, with a smile, he held out his hand, requesting the agreed-upon 5 silver coins. Shin Byung, flustered, admitted he didn't have the money. But the protagonist calmly offered an alternative. He didn't necessarily need cash. Shin Byung asked with a bit of hope what he could offer instead. The protagonist simply pointed to his notebook and told him he could pay with information. Just then, the announcer's voice echoed. The raid placement exam will continue after lunch. Everyone, gather at the dungeon building, and don't be late. All right, dismissed. Sometime later, the two sat on a grass field outside, eating lunch. The air was calm, and Shin Byung took a bite of his sandwich before looking over at the protagonist. Who will win at the end? He asked casually. Without missing a beat, the protagonist replied, let's talk after you finish eating. Shin Byung chuckled and then leaned forward. Sorry. So what information do you need? With a curious but thoughtful look, the protagonist replied, just tell me about the promising talents from the 4 great factions. Shin Byung, grinning playfully, replied, well, all right. I'm overflowing with top-tier information. Then, turning a bit more serious, he began explaining, to your information, the 4 great factions at Dragon Slayer Academy, besides official groups like the Disciplinary Committee, are major powerhouses. He listed them one by one. Miram Alliance Guild, Union Magic Tower Society, Knight Order, among them, if we're talking about the real promising talents. He started going through his notebook. Grandson of the Sword Saint, Moyong Hyeonsong, Miram Alliance. Moyong Jun, also Miram Alliance. Hong Yunhua, the likely next head of the Ruby Magic Tower, Magic Tower Society. Park Nari, the druid who walks around with a cat on her shoulder, Guild Union. And one more, someone who doesn't stand out because he's hiding his skills, Lee Song-hyun, the son of the Swordmaster, Night Order. Finishing his list, Shin Byung tapped his notebook and said, "Well, these are about the only ones to call uniquely strong." The protagonist simply responded, "They are definitely a stacked lineup." Shin then looked up again and asked, "Hey, by the way, where did Hyenwoo go?" But then he paused, suddenly feeling something in his pocket. His face changed. "All right, the club presentation," he exclaimed in panic. "I completely forgot." He jumped up, waving as he ran off. "I have to go first." "Sorry," the protagonist, wiping a bit of sweat from his brow, replied. "Yeah, see you later." Now alone with Co Yin in the field, he glanced at her quietly. She seemed downcast. Maybe it's because this is the first bond I've made in this world, he thought, but it bothers me seeing her like that. Then, trying to break the silence, he said, "Hey, about the cookie I dropped on the train yesterday." Checking something in the system, he continued, "Song Cheon-hai sent me a dessert coupon. Since it was your cookie, you have a share in this too." He summoned a cake and set it in front of her. "Here, let's eat together." Co Yin accepted it with a simple thanks. Then, after a pause, she suddenly asked, "Huh?" Looking at him curiously, she asked, "Why do you think?" "I lost to Song Cheon-hai." The protagonist answered evenly. It's hard to break through a magic barrier with a magic bullet at this level. With such superior magic power, it's normal for her to be that strong. Then he held something up, adding, "But if you strengthen the magic bullet through mana training, it becomes a different story." Co Yin looked puzzled. "Mana training? Why is that necessary?" The protagonist looked surprised. "What? No way. You've never done it before?" She shook her head. "Yeah." Stunned, he asked again, "Then how did you even create a magic bullet?" "I never learned the skill," she answered casually. The protagonist was momentarily speechless. Genius, he thought. The magic bullet skill is supposed to be basic for a gunner. Has she been landing shots just by instinct? She's causing trouble without even knowing mana training. In that case, with renewed energy, he offered, "If you're okay with it, I can make some time to help you out." She gave a small nod. "Okay." Smiling, he said, "Once you train your mana and learn the skill, things will get a bit easier." "Well, you scored well. Let's go. Time for the placement exam." Then suddenly, the scene shifts to the dungeon wing. In front of the dungeon portal, the teacher gathers all the students and begins addressing them with a serious tone. He informs everyone that the conquest exam is about to begin. The exam will take place inside the dungeon portal behind him, and it will follow 2 specific rules. As he speaks, a panel appears displaying the first rule. Students will earn points based on the number of monsters they defeat within a 10-minute time limit. The more monsters they defeat, and the higher their quality, the more points they will get. The second rule is that it's a rank-locked zone. Everyone's abilities will be equalized to F rank. This includes their equipment, skills, and traits. The teacher emphasizes that even their score will be locked at F rank, meaning they'll have to put in real effort to climb out of it. He warns them not to get sloppy with mana usage. Poor management could cost them the entire exam. After giving the instructions, the teacher starts calling students one by one to enter the dungeon. A bit later, as some students begin to return from their turns, the teacher watches their exhausted faces and weak performance. Disappointed, he quietly scoffs at their complaints, finding them pathetic. Internally, he notes how terrible their results are and struggles to believe how low the standard is. Out of all the participants, only 2 students manage to stand out. Han Somi, who earns 928 points and ranks first, and Choi Jong-pil, who manages to hit the top 20%. Even with those 2 performing well, the teacher already feels the headache coming on. He knows it's going to be tough figuring out how to train the rest. He then awkwardly announces the next 2 students, Co Yin and Kim Ho. As they walk toward the gate, our protagonist calmly advises Co Yin to use a rifle for the test. He suggests that if she starts struggling with mana control, She should focus on headshots when monsters get close. She nods quietly in acknowledgement, taking his advice seriously. From the side, a yellow-haired girl from the disciplinary committee observes them. Seeing how calmly and confidently the protagonist is offering advice, she's surprised. In her thoughts, she questions how someone who doesn't even show a glimmer of nervousness is able to act so composed. As the gate to the dungeon loomed ahead, the protagonist turned to Seo Yin and gave her a brief farewell before stepping through. As soon as he entered, a notification appeared in front of him, entering the fixed zone. The scene shifted instantly. He found himself in the middle of a dense forest, one he seemed familiar with. He noted to himself that it had been a while since he last visited this place. A system announcement followed, confirming that all skills, traits, and equipment ranks were being reset. Opening his inventory, he made a mental note to use this opportunity to assess his current capabilities. With a determined mindset, he got ready to move. The countdown timer appeared, 10 minutes remaining. Right as the exam began, a goblin rushed toward him. Without hesitation, he swung his staff and sent it flying. He recalled how monster spawns in Mist Forest were random, but certain patterns still remained predictable. Based on where the goblin had appeared, he recognized the situation immediately. It was Pattern C. Using that knowledge, he anticipated the next monster's location. He retrieved a dagger, targeted a weak spot, and struck one clean hit, and the monster was defeated. Realizing the staff wouldn't be necessary, he stored it away and noted how weapons were scattered throughout the area, easy to borrow from the monsters themselves. New enemies appeared. This time, he focused on increasing his score. With 7 minutes and 2 seconds remaining, he sensed 2 trolls behind a wall. While preparing, he remembered not to save the run's replay. Without even looking, he threw his axe toward the trolls, eliminating them with precision. He then quickly deleted the playback data to avoid unnecessary attention. Satisfied, he reviewed his current score. 683 points in just 3 minutes. More than enough. He had already cleared the subquest requirements. A notification appeared, confirming his progress. Placement exam ranked in the top 50% reward. Plus 1 skill slot. Clicking the panel, he decided he'd done enough. Pushing further might only draw suspicion. It was time to wrap it up. As he exited the gate, Seo Yin was just returning from her own trial. He greeted her, casually asking how it went. She admitted it was difficult, but he noted that her score didn't seem too bad. Unbeknownst to them, the teacher nearby had been observing. He remembered this student, Kim Ho, as the one who forfeited during PvP. Dismissing him as weak, he expected another poor showing. Until he checked the scoreboard. He was stunned. Kim Ho had reached mid-high tier rankings in such a short time, an unheard of result. Sweat forming on his brow, the teacher made a silent decision. He would need to keep an eye on this one. Calling out the next participant, he shouted for Go Hyun-woo. As Hyun-woo approached the gate, Kim Ho gave him a calm warning to be careful. Hyun-woo nodded, saying he would return. Kim Ho then turned his attention to the leaderboard. At the top stood Lee Sung-hyun, 951 points, first Han Somi, 928 points, second Moyong-jun, 903 points, third. Recognizing the names, he reflected. Moyong-jun, the Sword Saint's grandson, was known for his talent. If those were the standards, Hyun-woo might still be in the running. Then, unexpectedly, the board updated again. Lee Sung-hyun, 951 points, second Han Somi, 928 points, third Moyong-jun, 903 points, fourth. Someone had taken first place. And Kim Ho wasn't surprised. When Go Hyun-woo finally stepped out of the gate, the students around them murmured in shock and curiosity. Many recognized him from an earlier match. Astonished by his score, they questioned how 1,000 points was even possible. Kim Ho, however, simply smiled and praised him. Hyun-woo, grateful, attributed his success to the rest Kim Ho allowed him after the PvP round. Still smiling, Kim Ho replied lightly, hinting that maybe he was reading a little too much into it. And at the same time, 2 people were arguing nearby, and one of them scoffed, saying, what's with that guy? Even the coward is pushing into high ranks now. The other one replied, right? He even forfeited the PvP exam. Hearing that, Go Hyun glanced toward them angrily, but our protagonist stopped him and said, forget it. Just ignore them. Go Hyun, sweating slightly, looked at him and said, "But really, Kim Hyung." But our protagonist just winked at him and said, "I'm fine. Don't worry." Hearing that, Go Hyun calmed down and nodded. "If that's your decision, Kim Hyung." Then our protagonist looked at the scoreboard and asked, "So, is it over now?" Go Hyun replied, "Not yet. Chun Hai's score hasn't shown up." Our protagonist suddenly turned toward the gate, thinking, so it's not over yet. Inside the gate, the yellow-haired girl from the disciplinary committee was fighting monsters with frustration. She glanced at the goblin and thought, I expected their power to drop, but all it did was slightly slow their movements. That's it. Then she remembered what our protagonist said to Seo Hyun and thought, if mana control gets tough, just go for headshots on anything that gets close. She paused, realizing something, and thought again, I hate to admit it, but what he said earlier popped into my head. With limited mana, there's a cap to wide area. In that case, focus all the mana into a heavy-hitting blow. And just like that, she instantly defeated the monster in the dungeon. When she came out of the gate, her score popped up. Song Chunhai, 571 points, 47%. She glanced slightly toward our protagonist, her face blushing, and thought, TCH, why did it have to be revealed in front of everyone? Didn't even get a good score. But suddenly, the teacher interrupted all the students and said, that completes the placement exam. Step up and don't be late for your classes. Then he walked away and added, that's all. Dismissed. Sometime later in a quiet room, someone inside said, yes, come in. As the teacher entered, the man asked, what brings you here? Placing his hand on the table, the teacher said in a firm tone, I'd like to check the replay from Kim Ho's conquest exam in class 1 to 3. The man, surprised, said, showing interest in a student for once. The teacher responded flatly, doesn't matter. Just show me the replay file. The man panicked a little and said, why yes, sir. Let me look it up. But after checking, he turned and said, Kim Ho's replay isn't saved. It can't be viewed. The teacher asked, then does that mean there's no access record either? The man, still shocked, replied, if it's that, we can check the dungeon access log. And as the teacher looked at the files with a sharp expression, he thought, as I thought, my hunch was right, this guy. He deleted it on purpose. After that, Lee Soo-dok checked Kim Ho's record again on the academy computer. As he studied the data, he realized Kim Ho had deliberately erased something. At the pace Kim Ho was going, he would have easily surpassed 2,000 points in just 10 minutes. The computer display showed his name, the location as Mist Forest, the timestamps 13 hours, 31 minutes, and 2 seconds, and 13 hours, 24 minutes, and 28 seconds, along with 683 points and a 38% completion. Lee Soo-dok stared at the screen again, questioning why Kim Ho was hiding his abilities. He wondered if there was a deeper reason. In his thoughts, he recalled that at Dragon Slayer Academy, enemies were just as common as allies. Servants of the dragon and apostles of the evil god were known threats. And if one of them had infiltrated the academy, the only wise course would be to immediately prepare countermeasures. At that moment, his attendant asked whether they should inform the principal. Lee Soo-dok considered it, but quickly decided otherwise. He told the attendant they should observe a little longer. If any information leaked without solid evidence, Kim Ho would only hide his true power even deeper. He resolved that if Kim Ho truly posed a threat, he would eventually reveal his fangs. For now, Lee Soo-dok would keep watching him closely. Meanwhile, at the Academy's internal cafe at 3:27 p.m., Kim Ho placed his order. At the same time, Go Hyun-woo also ordered the same drink, mentioning that he had just started to get interested in coffee. Seo Yin, who was with them, excused herself to go find a seat. Kim Ho dismissed her remark, saying he and Go Hyun-woo would simply drink it themselves. After collecting their drinks, Kim Ho and Go Hyun-woo sat down together. As Kim Ho raised his glass, he told Hyun-woo to take out the catalog they had received after class earlier. Hyun-woo pulled out the thin booklet, confirming it was the one Kim Ho meant. Looking through it, Hyun-woo admitted that most of its contents were difficult to understand. Kim Ho explained that this was exactly why he had suggested they sit down over coffee, to focus only on the important parts for now. He then instructed Hyun-woo to first take out his student ID. When Hyun-woo looked at it, the card displayed his information. Go Hyun-woo, Year 1, Class 3, with a total of 3,069 points. Go Hyun-woo explained to Kim Ho that there was a new system called points. The number displayed on the student ID represented available points, which functioned as a type of currency within Dragon Slayer Academy. Kim Ho, referring to the guidebook, added that points were mainly earned through dungeon conquests like the one earlier. They could be spent on items or facilities, but there was another important function as well. He reminded Hyunwoo about the message that had appeared just before leaving the dungeon regarding a feature called replay. Hyunwoo, startled by the mention, recalled that he had accepted something without much thought. Kim Ho clarified that what had been recorded at that time could be purchased, and not only that, students could even buy another student's replay. When Hyunwoo checked the listings, he was shocked to find a replay of Han Samin's dungeon strategy. Kim Ho pointed out that since Hyunwoo was a scorer, his own replays were likely selling rapidly as well. Hyunwoo was impressed, realizing he had gained quite a lot in such a short amount of time. However, Kim Ho cautioned him that having one's replay sold widely wasn't entirely beneficial. Hyunwoo quickly understood, recognizing that others could analyze weaknesses and develop countermeasures against them. Kim Ho admitted that he had managed to secure first place in the dungeon thanks to the fixed zone rules, but in mana battles, his weak core would eventually be exposed. Still, he considered the risk worthwhile given the amount of points earned. He then explained the value of the mana training room available in the training center. It was a facility where points could be used to strengthen mana. More importantly, there is a special training room with denser mana than the standard ones, which allowed inner strength to be built much faster. Hyunwoo was stunned to learn such a place existed, but Kim Ho noted that there were strict entry conditions. Hyunwoo correctly guessed that the condition was related to points. Kim Ho confirmed, stating that access cost 500 points for 6 hours of use. Hyunwoo calculated that if he entered once a day, he would quickly run out of points. Kim Ho reminded him that spending them all there would prevent him from using them elsewhere when needed. Hyunwoo considered alternatives and asked if there was another way. Kim Ho explained that there was indeed an alternative, a season pass. This was only given at top clubs, and in order to obtain one, Hyunwoo would need to take Myeongjun's spot in the swordsmanship club. Hyunwoo, nervous about the idea, admitted that with his current skills it seemed impossible, so for now the best option was to use his points efficiently. At that point, Kim Ho told him not to worry, as he would obtain the pass for him, on one condition. In return, he asked Hyunwoo for a promise. Curious, Hyunwoo asked what he wanted. Kim Ho revealed his request. Once Hyunwoo grew stronger, the two of them would enter the deep dungeon together. Unlike the mist forest they had experienced earlier, this dungeon could be life-threatening depending on the circumstances. Kim Ho asked him directly if he would accept. Go Hyunwoo accepted Kim Ho's proposal without hesitation. As a warrior, he had always longed for strength, and if Kim Ho was willing to show him the path, he could not refuse. He declared that he was ready to stake his life on it and wholeheartedly accepted the proposal, addressing Kim Ho as his elder. Kim Ho told him to focus on training inside the special training room for now, instructing him not to hesitate. He promised to secure the season pass within 2 weeks. Hyunwoo agreed, finding 2 weeks to be a reasonable timeline, and said he would wait with that in mind. Kim Ho then raised his voice, stating that while Hyunwoo grew stronger, he himself would go make a deal. Shortly after, Kim Ho arrived at Workshop 4. He greeted the senior working there, introducing himself and expressing interest in a magical engineering club. The senior, busy with his work, asked who he was and dismissed him, telling him that Workshop 1 handled such matters. When Kim Ho explained that he had already visited Workshop 1 and was directed here, the senior reluctantly told him to just take a quick look without disturbing him, since he was busy. Kim Ho politely agreed and promised not to be a bother. Observing Kim Ho's demeanor, the senior quickly evaluated him, estimating his magical engineering skills to be around B rank. Kim Ho then activated his skill, Copy, targeting the senior. A system notification confirmed his success. His first goal was achieved, and the target skill was registered into his slot. Magical engineering at rank B was successfully copied, filling the second of his 2 available slots alongside Hummingbird at rank E. With that secured, Kim Ho turned his attention to his next goal within Workshop. Searching around, he eventually found what he was looking for, a 10 by 10 by 10 cube blueprint. Showing it to the senior, he asked if it seemed valuable. The senior dismissed it, explaining that although it had high specifications, no one was capable of making it, so it was useless. Kim Ho, feigning casual interest, asked if he could have it since it looked interesting, offering to trade instead of taking it for free. He presented a purchase notification, a heat catalyst reagent worth 1,000 points. He suggested exchanging it for the blueprint. The senior considered it. While the reagent wasn't an extraordinary item, in magical engineering, it was always useful to have more of them. Deciding it was worth it, the senior agreed, but warned Kim Ho not to tell anyone. He handed over the blueprint in exchange. Kim Ho thanked him sincerely, while the senior quietly celebrated saving 1,000 points. Kim Ho, however, smirked inwardly. To him, the reagent had been trash, and selling it for 1,000 points was practically a cause for celebration. Still, he questioned whether the blueprint was truly worthless. As he examined it further, a system notification appeared. He had triggered a subquest titled Mysterious Cube. The description explained that he had discovered a highly unusual blueprint in a magical engineering workshop. The quest objective required scoring mid-tier or above in the placement test, and the reward was the unlocking of a follow-up quest. Kim Ho scoffed at the task, thinking the quest was practically trash since no one would go through such hassle. But then he noticed the final reward, an S-rank item called the Cube of Life. For someone like him, who had raised countless S-rank heroes, the prize was more than worthwhile. Later, at the training center's mana training room, Kim Ho reflected on the blueprint. He realized that he could construct the item without even following the entire quest chain. He activated his amplification ability, temporarily boosting his magical engineering rank from B to S for a duration of 59 seconds, with a cooldown of 58 minutes and 58 seconds. With this power active, he began working on the mysterious cube. The system displayed the countdown of his boosted duration as he carefully manipulated the design. As he continued, he calculated that, at his current pace, it would take approximately 3 days to finish the construction. After another round of work on the cube, Kim Ho saw his amplification effect expire. The duration dropped to 0. His magical engineering rank decreased from S back to B, and the cooldown timer showed 58 minutes and 54 seconds remaining. He realized again how tight the 1-minute time frame was. Without the boost, his lowered rank meant he couldn't manipulate the cube at all. Acknowledging this, he decided to alternate between training and crafting. Until the cooldown ended, he would refine his core through meditation, then return to working on the cube when amplification was available again. This became his cycle, 1 hour of meditation followed by 1 minute of cube work, repeating over and over. Each time he activated amplification, his magical engineering rank temporarily rose from B to S, allowing him to continue progress. Determined, he reminded himself that he had to finish the Cube of Life before Friday, as an important event was scheduled to occur on that day. Working through the night, he eventually noticed morning had already arrived. Accepting that, he prepared for the school day. Upon arriving at class, he greeted Co Yin, noting she was there early. She explained she had simply woken up early. He asked if Go Hyunwoo had arrived yet, but before an answer came, Co Yin handed him a pack of cookies. Surprised but appreciative, he thanked her. The dinosaur-shaped cookies caught his attention, and he commented that they were cool. Shortly after, Go Hyunwoo entered the classroom, greeting both Kim Ho and Co Yin. Kim Ho turned and remarked that Hyunwoo was a bit late before asking how the special training room had been. Hyunwoo explained that it was the first time he had felt his inner strength grow so quickly. With just a little more effort, he believed he could break through a wall. Kim Ho was satisfied with this answer and assured him that he would provide the season pass as soon as possible. Hyunwoo expressed his thanks. At that moment, Lee Sudok entered the classroom and called for silence. He instructed everyone to take their seats and then made an announcement. From that day onward, battles would be held in the arena. The time limit for each battle had been increased to 10 minutes, so students would need to manage their movements carefully. Furthermore, all first years were required to complete at least 3 matches that week. Any student who failed to participate would see their score reduced. With that, he ended the announcement. Hearing this, Kim Ho thought to himself that the moment he had been waiting for had finally arrived. He was determined to win his upcoming battles without fail. As he checked the match listings, a system notification appeared before him. A subquest titled Week 1 PvP Matches was issued. The objective was to complete 3 PvP matches, with 0 of 3 currently recorded. The deadline was set until midnight on the final day of the week, and the reward would be scaled depending on the number of victories achieved. Kim Ho felt a surge of excitement as the matches approached. He was certain he would win this time. With determination, he turned to Go Hyunwoo, touched his arm, and urged him to head to the arena immediately. He reasoned that the replays from the first day of matches would sell the most, so this was the perfect time. At that moment, Seo Yin placed her hand on his, saying she had time today and would join. Her words shook Kim Ho, leaving him momentarily caught off guard. The other students nearby overheard her, and whispers spread through the classroom, many questioning if they had just heard the voice of a future champion. Nervously, Kim Ho asked if she meant the magic bullet training they had spoken about earlier, and whether she wanted to do it that day. She confirmed without hesitation. Kim Ho accepted and told her they would meet later, and she agreed. That afternoon, Kim Ho and Go Hyunwoo entered the arena. As they stepped into the stadium, voices from the crowd recognized them. Some students whispered about Kim Ho, recalling that he was the one who had forfeited against Song Chun-hai. Another added mockingly that this must be the coward they had heard of. Outraged, Go Hyunwoo shouted back, demanding to know how they could speak so carelessly in front of the person himself, calling it disgraceful. He then turned to Kim Ho with intensity, showing his support. Kim Ho, however, calmly redirected the conversation. He asked Hyunwoo about his placement test results, mentioning that he had scored 300 points himself. Hyunwoo revealed he had earned the same score. This revelation drew laughter and provocation from the same student, a girl named Yang Jihong, who taunted that having the same score as a so-called coward meant nothing. She claimed that if she hadn't faced Song Chun-hai in her second match, she would have achieved more. Kim Ho recognized the name. He remembered Song Chun-hai as the student who had been struck by lightning and carried off the field. Realizing that Jihong was the one who had suffered that defeat, he pointed it out bluntly. Jihong froze at his words, startled, but insisted that at least their scores matched. Then, stepping forward, she challenged Kim Ho directly, declaring she would show him the wall between them. A system notification appeared, displaying the score matchup: Yang Jihong versus Kim Ho. Both sides 100%. Jihong swore she would finish the battle in a single strike. Kim Ho answered confidently, telling her to end it quickly if she could. The match officially began. Kim Ho immediately taunted her, remarking on how foolish she was for falling for the same trick again. At that instant, a system notification appeared: status effect applied, paralysis. Shocked, Jihong felt her body seize and panicked, wondering what was happening to her. Kim Ho stepped closer, apologizing insincerely, explaining that unlike Song Chun-hai, he would not be able to finish things cleanly. Desperate, Jihong tried to plead, but before she could finish her words, her scream echoed through the arena. A system notification appeared, declaring the result of the match. Yang Jihong had lost, while Kim Ho had won. Yang Jihong, lying on the ground, muttered that she had only been caught off guard. She insisted that if they fought again, she would win. Kim Ho smiled faintly and suggested they try again. The system reset, showing both competitors at full strength. Yang Jihong declared that this time it would not be easy, but once more, she was defeated. The notification confirmed the result: another loss for Yang Jihong, another win for Kim Ho. Kim Ho looked at her with mild disappointment, remarking that she had not improved at all. Frustrated, Yang Jihong swore that she would win the next time, but Kim Ho cut her off, saying he was tired and suggesting they wrap it up for the day. She clicked her tongue in frustration. Internally, Kim Ho reasoned that he still had to complete 3 matches, so he would act as though he did not want to continue. He then offered to teach her if she truly wanted to learn, but only if she paid tuition. Yang Jihong reluctantly agreed, calling him cold-blooded, and handed over a spiritual pill made by her family. Kim Ho accepted it, acknowledging that it wasn't a bad form of payment, but added one more condition: she must not record or speak about their matches. She agreed quickly, reasoning that it would bring her no benefit if word got out anyway. Satisfied, Kim Ho announced that since he had been paid, he would spar with her until she was content. The system once again displayed the results after multiple rounds. Yang Jihong lost repeatedly, while Kim Ho continued to win. Eventually, Kim Ho told her that was enough and praised her for her effort. Yang Jihong stopped him, saying she wanted to apologize. She admitted she had judged him too quickly based on appearances and conceded that he was not a coward. Kim Ho, however, replied that it was better to continue pretending he was one. Yang Jihong seemed puzzled, but accepted his words, realizing there must be a reason behind them. She noted that she couldn't be the only one to suffer and chose not to press the matter further. Afterward, Kim Ho walked over to Go Hyunwoo and asked if he had finished his own match. Go Hyunwoo told Kim Ho that he had already won 2 matches and would finish his third soon, so Kim Ho should go ahead. Kim Ho wished him good luck and left for the Manhwa training room. Inside, he greeted Seo Yin, apologizing for the wait and inviting her to sit. She acknowledged, and he began what he called the first special lecture on magic bullets. Seo Yin reacted with interest, and he instructed her to start by forming a basic magic bullet. As he watched, Kim Ho noted to himself that her skill was remarkable, though he still wondered how she had lost to Song Chun-hai with such strong control over mana. Seo Yin explained that their lesson would begin with distribution, the idea that each shot should use the proper amount of mana. Kim Ho asked what the second step was, but before she could answer, the system displayed a live match result. Seo Yin versus Kwok Ji-cheol, with the scores nearly even, 99% to 98%. On the battlefield, Kwok Ji-cheol thought to himself that he could hide within the environment, believing there was no way she could monitor every hill. But Seo Yin's eyes detected the unnatural flow of mana between the hills, exposing his position. Confident in his barrier, Kwok Ji-cheol assumed she could not break through, thinking he had nothing to fear from a gunner who had once failed against Song Chun-hai's shield. Yet moments later, he was caught off guard, exclaiming in shock and frustration. The system confirmed the outcome. Seo Yin had won, and Kwok Ji-cheol had lost. That night, Lee Sudok reflected on Seo Yin's battles. He analyzed her movements, noting that they were precise and at their peak. In her second match, she had completely dominated her opponent. But what stood out most to him was the contrast between her placement exam and now. Back then, her bullet had been a crude lump of mana. Now, in just 2 days, she had shaped it into a perfectly refined magic bullet. He questioned whether such rapid improvement was truly possible. Meanwhile, after their training, Kim Ho reminded Seo Yin about the magic bullet practice they had discussed earlier. She confirmed, and he told her they would meet later for it. Unbeknownst to them, Lee Sudok watched through his magic ball, observing their conversation. His expression hardened as he focused on Kim Ho, asking himself what Kim Ho really was. At the same time, Kim Ho worked alone on an artifact. Completing it, he remarked to himself that it was finally finished. A system notification appeared. He had created the Cube of Life, an item that increased the effectiveness of stored life-type items by 1.3 times. He reflected on how he had managed to complete it in time thanks to the amplified level he had earned as a quest reward. By meditating in parallel, he had also succeeded in pushing the core up to rank D. Another notification appeared. His Amplify skill rank had increased from F to E. Its duration had doubled from 1 to 2 minutes, and the cooldown had been reduced from 60 minutes to 50. Although the mana drain from using the skill had been intense, Kim Ho now felt some relief knowing it had become more efficient. With preparations complete, he considered that it was time to begin spreading word of his work. At that moment, he noticed someone nearby, a young woman he immediately recognized as Park Nari, a druid from the Nature Guild Union and a promising talent. Seeing her as a perfect opportunity, Kim Ho thought to himself that he would need her help. Animals, being highly sensitive to life energy, would not simply pass by without reacting to the cube. Just as he expected, an animal suddenly jumped toward the cube. Startled, Nari quickly turned and called out in alarm, asking what was wrong with it. Observing her reaction, Kim Ho silently confirmed that his plan was working. Nari, flustered, apologized and tried to pull the animal away, insisting that it leave immediately. Kim Ho noted to himself that, as expected of a druid, she had sensed the life energy radiating from a cube. Teasing her slightly, he asked if she could take the animal away quickly since he was in a rush. Embarrassed, she apologized again, remarking that she didn't understand why the animal was acting so strangely today. After finally pulling it back, Nari smiled politely and asked if Kim Ho was in Class 3. He answered simply that he was. Nari apologized once more, telling Kim Ho to take care before leaving with her animal. Watching her go, Kim Ho thought to himself that this encounter would be enough to spread word of his artifact to the Nature Club, which in turn would help him secure a season pass. With that part handled, he shifted his thoughts toward the main event he had been waiting for. Later, in class, the instructor guided the students through their lesson. She spoke about combat scenarios, instructing them to study the clash between the Goblin Champion and the Swordmaster, directing them to the appropriate page in their texts. While the lecture continued, Kim Ho kept track of the time. With 1 minute left until lunch, he silently counted down the seconds. The teacher concluded the class, leaving 32 seconds. Finally, 0, time for the break. As soon as the bell rang, a brown-haired student stretched in relief, glad class was over, but quickly froze in confusion. Something strange had appeared. He stammered, unsure of what he was seeing, and then the classroom erupted in screams as students shouted in alarm. The boy, panicked, questioned what had just happened. He wondered about the orb that had appeared, asking himself if it had been a barrier. Other students quickly noticed numbers glowing on their foreheads and pointed it out to one another in disbelief. At that moment, the school announced the event. A surprise possession inspection had begun. Known as the Bandwave, it was a special magnetic field designed to detect forbidden items and list them on the official ban list. The inspection specifically targeted students carrying restricted goods. Kim Ho realized the process had already started. From a noise nearby, he recognized the voice of Jo Byok, who was being caught up in the wave. Go Hyun-woo, watching the scene unfold, remarked that it was interesting. Kim Ho, however, was already analyzing the situation. While some students were unaffected from the beginning, one particular boy, the same brown-haired student, was clearly in trouble. The student cursed loudly, panicking over the sudden inspection. Kim Ho approached him and asked if his club president hadn't already warned him about the inspection. The boy admitted he had been told, but claimed he hadn't expected anything this severe. Now frantic, he muttered that he would be in serious trouble if caught with everything he had. Kim Ho offered help, but when the boy hesitated, he told him to forget it. That only made the boy more desperate, begging Kim Ho to save him and swearing he would do anything in return. Kim Ho made him confirm the promise, then told him he owed him one. The boy nervously agreed. Kim Ho instructed him to place any banned items into a container, prioritizing smaller and more valuable ones. The boy hesitated again, asking what would happen to them once placed inside. Kim Ho cut him off, telling him they didn't have time to waste. Whether he trusted him or not was up to him, but the inspectors would arrive any moment. Convinced, the boy hurriedly placed his items inside, addressing Kim Ho respectfully as he did so. Right then, senior students entered the classroom and ordered everyone to freeze. One of them singled out Kim Ho and his companion, demanding to know what they were hiding. Kim Ho stood up and casually replied that they were just taking a break. The senior mocked the excuse, clearly unconvinced. Kim Ho's friend spoke up in his defense, insisting that it was true, he had only been resting. The senior, ignoring the protest, ordered them to hand over their banned items quietly, accusing them of somehow evading the ban wave, but warning that they couldn't hide from it. He explained that the crystal in his possession would expose any cheating. Then, turning his eyes on Kim Ho, he trailed off in disbelief, clearly stunned by what he saw. The crystal inspection showed no reaction. Kim Ho calmly addressed the senior, pointing out that it hadn't responded and asked if he could leave. The senior dismissed him, telling him to return to his seat. As he walked back, Kim Ho reflected on the situation. This was exactly why he had wanted everything finished before Friday, an item capable of bypassing the ban wave. Its true value was immeasurable, and anyone who understood what it was would stop at nothing to obtain it. For him, it was time to put it to use through trade. After the inspection ended, one of his classmates, the boy he had helped earlier, approached him in relief. He thanked Kim Ho earnestly, admitting that without his help, he would have lost all his possessions and possibly faced death or enslavement. Kim Ho reminded him that he would collect payment later and to consider it a debt. The boy promised he wouldn't try to escape the obligation. With that settled, Kim Ho suggested they head to the club room to unlock the forbidden items. His classmate agreed eagerly, adding that the president of his club had been waiting to meet Kim Ho in person. As they walked, the boy explained where they were headed. The club was infamous within Dragon Slayer Academy, dealing in illegal trades of banned items and thriving in chaos. It was the Thieves' Club. They arrived, and the boy called out to his sister with a laugh. She immediately scolded him, striking him as she reminded him that she had told him not to slack off and that this was important. He yelped and begged her to stop. Kim Ho introduced himself politely, addressing her as senior. She introduced herself as Dang Yu-young. The boy then added proudly that she was not only his sister, but also the president of the club. Yu-young got straight to the point. She had already heard about the item from her brother, something that could evade the ban wave. She asked to see it herself. Kim Ho agreed, showing her. When she confirmed it was real, she admitted she hadn't fully believed until that moment. An item that could fool the bandwave was so valuable it almost tempted her to steal it on the spot. Kim-ho warned her that she would be caught immediately if she tried, reminding her that a leader of the Thieves' Club would certainly know about the anti-theft measures built into Magitech artifacts. Surprised, she asked if it truly was Magitech. Then she shifted the conversation, recognizing that Kim-ho must have come with a request. She pointed out that the club was strapped for resources and didn't have much to offer in return. Kim-ho told her it was something she could definitely handle. When she pressed him to say it, he explained that he wanted her to take him to the temporary storage, the holding place where items confiscated by the bandwave were kept before disposal. Normally, verification was done over the weekend, and afterward the items vanished into a hidden location that no one knew. Gi-young studied him carefully, then asked bluntly if he had been sent by the disciplinary committee. Kim-ho denied it, saying he wasn't on good terms with them. He admitted simply that there was something in temporary storage that he needed. She warned him not to expect a free ride. The club had invested significant effort in planning their move. He couldn't just show up and claim part of the reward. Kim-ho countered by pointing out that the storage was guarded by the disciplinary committee. Getting in was difficult enough, but escaping afterward would be even more dangerous. Then he added his proposal, if he could handle the letter for her, that should earn him a place on the job. That made her pause. She considered aloud that if they could load the most important contraband into his cube, they could guarantee it would be smuggled out safely. Kim-ho thought to himself that she wouldn't refuse such an offer. Finally, he asked her directly whether she was in. A little later, all of them stood on a cliff, looking down toward the entrance of the storage room. The leader of the club addressed the group, confirming that everyone had arrived. One of the members asked who the unfamiliar person was, prompting the leader to introduce Kim-ho to the team. She explained that she had added one more person to assist with the operation and instructed everyone to introduce themselves. Another member expressed concern, wondering aloud if it was really wise to bring a rookie on such an important mission. Kim-ho's friends responded in a light-hearted manner, greeting him enthusiastically and telling him to ignore the doubts, encouraging teamwork. At that moment, one of the members, focused on her device, informed the leader that only 1 minute remained. The leader nodded and assigned tasks. She instructed Davin to handle support from outside, while everyone else was to prepare. Then, turning to Kim-ho, she warned him not to stand out and to be careful. She advised him that once inside, they should prioritize stealing rare and small items first. Without further discussion, she activated her power and ordered everyone to move. The team sprang into action, heading toward the storage room as the leader shouted for them to go. Watching them, Kim-ho observed the skills she used and thought to himself that it was a B-rank ability called Silent Steps. With the life cube now complete, he realized he wouldn't need Magitech items for a while. Kim-ho extended his hand toward the leader in an attempt to copy her ability. A notification appeared before him, confirming that he was using the copy function. It showed that the target skill, Silent Steps, had been successfully copied to his skill slot. The message displayed his current skills, Hummingbird and Silent Steps, along with the description that this ability made his footsteps quick and silent. The scene then shifted to the entrance of the storage room. A guard stood before the door, keeping watch. Suddenly, a butterfly fluttered toward him and perched on his shoulder. He looked at it in surprise, reacting with a shocked expression as he muttered to himself about the butterfly. Suddenly, the butterfly exploded into a burst of dark, shadowy tendrils that spread out from where it had landed. The guard, now even more terrified, stared at the sudden appearance of the tentacles and panicked, struggling to speak but only managing muffled sounds of alarm. The scene then shifted to the 3rd floor of an old building. Kim-ho's friend was running through the hallway, mentally frustrated by how many layers of security spells had been placed throughout the area. At that moment, a boy guarding the corridor noticed him and shouted, demanding to know who was there. Kim-ho's friend responded with annoyance, irritated by the poor timing of being spotted. Seeing the intruder, the guard immediately panicked and activated his powers, shouting that there was an intruder. Before he could finish, 2 other boys appeared and quickly overpowered him, binding him tightly. The guard struggled, making choking sounds, but was left helpless. Without waiting, Kim Ho and his team moved past the tied-up guard. Kim Ho's friend told him that it was better to handle the situation easily, explaining that struggling would only make things worse for everyone involved. Meanwhile, the club leader gathered the team and informed them that the temporary storage room was just around the corner. She instructed everyone to pause briefly, assess the situation, and then breach the room. Holding a mirror in her hand, she focused on the guard stationed at the storage door. Annoyed, she muttered that of all people, it had to be that goblin-looking guard on duty, adding that handling him alone would be too much for her. Kim Ho, observing the situation, looked toward the club leader and thought to himself. He realized that the guard was a third-year student wielding an A-rank axe called Hell Cleaver, and that this wouldn't be an easy challenge for Deng Young. He also noted that his attempt to sneak in quietly might not work, so he decided it would be best to assist in the operation. Suddenly, the protagonist turned toward the club leader and quietly asked if she knew how to use the skill Shadow Dream. The club leader's eyes widened in surprise as she asked how he knew about it. Without hesitation, the protagonist responded that there was no time to explain and asked if she could use it. She admitted that she had only learned the basics and that it was still a C-rank skill. The protagonist, sounding confident, replied that it was perfect and good enough for their needs. At that moment, a notification appeared in front of the protagonist, showing that he was using the Amplify skill, which increased the rank of Shadow Dream from C to A, extending its duration and slightly reducing its cooldown. Feeling something surge through her body, the club leader, sweating, asked how he had done that. The protagonist ignored the question and told her there was no time to explain, urging her to proceed. The club leader, unable to respond, glanced at him with suspicion, wondering who he really was. A second later, she activated Shadow Dream. A swarm of dark butterflies appeared, flying straight toward the axe-wielding guard in front of the storage door. The guard, startled, realized it was a suction-type attack and panicked, swinging his axe and cutting some butterflies, but an explosion suddenly erupted from where he stood. The protagonist and the club leader quickly hid behind a nearby wall. The scene showed the guard being enveloped by numerous black threads formed from Shadow Dream's power. Observing this, the club leader, sweating, thought to herself that the axe-wielding guard, capable of A-rank firepower, had been taken out in a single blow. She then turned back to the protagonist and told him that they would need to talk later. The protagonist replied that finishing the mission came first. The club leader, now composed, loudly instructed the team to grab everything they needed and move quickly. The team members responded affirmatively. Meanwhile, the protagonist took out his life cube and thought about using it to shop for items. He reminded himself that the banned item list at the academy only restricted items based on their side effects. Anything that harmed the body or mind was banned. As he searched through the storage room, he considered that what he was looking for was a banned item with an elemental penalty. A notification identified the item as Shockstone, which carried the penalty of paralysis. The protagonist reasoned that with his S-rank elemental resistance, he could nullify that penalty, making a safe choice. He concluded that this was enough for now and decided to search for skill books next, knowing that skills with elemental penalties were often powerful. The protagonist examined several books and thought to himself that there should be something useful among them. As he continued searching, he found one that seemed particularly lucky. Realizing he didn't have a combat skill yet, he decided it would be wise to learn this skill immediately. Just then, a boy wearing glasses appeared inside the storage room. Looking at the team members with a cold expression, he remarked on how they were still working late into the night. He was introduced as Guak Sung-jae, a second-year student from the Demon Slayer Academy's Discipline Committee. Before anyone could respond, another boy appeared from behind him. He looked at the club leader with disdain and commented that she was starting the semester with theft, addressing her by name. This boy was Song Chun-ki, the president of the student council at the Dragon Slayer Academy. The club leader, visibly sweating, looked at the two intruders and asked why such high-ranking students were performing menial monitoring tasks. In her mind, she realized how troubling it was that first Guak Sung-jae, and now even the student council president had come down herself. Song Chun-ki then cut off the conversation and ordered them to disarm and come quietly to the disciplinary room. Hearing this, The club leader quickly considered that the longer they lingered, the worse the situation would get. Without hesitating, she raised her hand and instructed everyone to split up and escape immediately. She activated her skill, Shadow Haven, which created a dome of shadows concealing allies inside for 5 minutes, allowing them to escape unnoticed. Meanwhile, the glass-wearing boy, noticing the intruders fleeing the storage room, pulled out a glowing orb from his hand and ordered that no one be allowed to escape. The scene shifted to the hallway where the protagonist was sprinting at high speed. Suddenly, an object flew toward him, but he narrowly dodged it in the blink of an eye. The glass-wearing boy appeared in front of the protagonist and complimented his evasive move. The protagonist, recognizing him, thought in his mind that this must be Guak Sung-jae and wondered when he had arrived. Confidently, the boy activated his power and told the protagonist that he had already identified most members of the Thieves' Club, but the protagonist was unfamiliar to him, probably a freshman. The protagonist remained silent, not responding. Noticing this, the boy suspected that the protagonist was trying to conceal his voice to avoid detection and praised the tactic as smart. Without warning, the boy attacked using his power and declared that surrender was clearly not an option. Without hesitation, the protagonist counterattacked using his own power. Seeing the force of the attack, the glass-wearing boy immediately defended himself and mocked the protagonist, calling him Hummingbird and saying it wouldn't be enough to help him. However, the protagonist's attack surged through all obstacles and struck the glass-wearing boy directly. Shocked, the boy thought to himself that he had never seen such precise control before and realized that without defensive spells, he would have been completely overwhelmed. Seizing the opportunity, the protagonist dashed toward the exit. Impressed despite himself, the glass-wearing boy acknowledged that it was impressive for a first-year student. Still, he wasn't ready to give up. He gathered his energy and surrounded the protagonist with multiple energy cannons, preparing for a final strike. Looking at the protagonist trapped by the energy, he declared that the student wouldn't have another chance and that it was time to finish him off. The glass-wearing boy released the energy from all the cannons at once, focusing on the protagonist's location. Confident in the power of his attack, he thought no one could withstand it. But as the energy hit its target, he suddenly felt an unexpected surge of heat. Out of the explosion, the protagonist reappeared, his hand blazing with fire. The glass-wearing boy, stunned, immediately recognized the technique and wondered aloud if it was the very skill he feared. Seeing the protagonist's fire-covered hand, the glass-wearing boy immediately thought to himself that it had to be a forbidden skill. Only someone reckless or insane would dare to use it. Without wasting a moment, the protagonist formed a fist using his skill and launched a powerful attack called Inferno Fist. The force of a strike sent the boy flying through the air. The protagonist, focusing on his own fist, admitted to himself that controlling it was far more difficult than expected. The power was tricky to manage and demanded careful handling. Looking toward the boy who had been knocked away, the protagonist realized that since the injuries weren't serious, the school wouldn't intervene. However, he knew that higher authorities like the Emerald Magic Tower and the disciplinary committee would definitely take notice. He scratched his head thoughtfully, concluding that they would try to uncover his identity, though he was confident they wouldn't find anything. At that moment, a loud sound came from a distance, and someone called out, pointing toward the noise, saying they had heard the crash from that direction. The protagonist quickly assessed the situation and decided it would be best to escape before he was caught. Soon, a girl and a boy appeared from that direction. The girl, alarmed, addressed the boy as senior and insisted they take him to the infirmary quickly. The scene then shifted to the disciplinary committee's room, known as the Room of Truth. Inside, the club leader sat on a sofa, visibly annoyed, and asked how long they would be kept there. She urged them to simply deduct the points and let them go. A pink-haired boy, approaching the door, responded that his business there was finished and that he was heading out. The disciplinary committee chief, seated opposite the club leader, laughed sarcastically and thanked her for the trouble. Without delay, he handed her a set of papers, telling her that if she cooperated, the matter could be wrapped up quickly. This committee chief was recognized as the disciplinary committee chief of Sihun. When the club leader glanced at the papers, she was surprised and asked what it was. Inwardly, she realized that Kim Ho must have carefully packed only the small and valuable items, avoiding anything bulky that could draw attention. The committee chief pressed further, asking if she knew about the missing items, stating that many had vanished without explanation. The club leader, with a dismissive tone, claimed it was the first time she had seen any of the items. The chief warned her that continued denial would result in the entire group being held responsible. Unfazed, the club leader brushed it off and agreed to take the blame. The chief, disappointed but unsurprised, remarked that he expected her response all along. Later, the club leader walked out of the room with a smile, while the chief warned that disciplinary action would begin the next day. The club leader casually responded, saying it was fine and bid him farewell. As she exited, one of her club members asked if she was all right, showing concern for her well-being. After hearing her club member's concern, the club leader responded calmly, complimenting everyone's effort and saying they would go over the details later in the clubroom. However, she suddenly noticed something unusual. Looking at the group, she asked why only 4 members were present and wondered where the last one was. One of the disciplinary committee members nearby, disappointed, accused her of pretending to be ignorant until the very end and scolded her for being shameless. The club leader, surprised by the accusation, asked what the problem was. The disciplinary member, growing more frustrated, shouted that one of her club's members had used the Inferno Fist technique, resulting in Senior Guac Sungjae being hospitalized. The club leader's expression changed immediately. She asked in shock if the great Guac Sungjae was really in the infirmary. Internally, she realized that anyone using such a dangerous skill must possess formidable abilities. Later, back in the clubroom, she noticed Kim Ho's hand and asked if it was all right. She pointed out that it looked perfectly fine and questioned whether he had used the Inferno Fist. Kim Ho confidently replied that he wouldn't have used it without a plan. Relieved, though still sweating from concern, she accepted his explanation and expressed trust that he had handled the situation well. Her mood shifted quickly to excitement as she asked if the items were all safe. Kim Ho confirmed that everything was intact by taking out the cube. Seeing the cube and its contents, she beamed with delight. She marveled at how pretty the items were, especially their colors. Kim Ho then placed the items on the table and stated that the deal was complete. Pleased, the club leader congratulated him, saying it was an excellent deal. Kim Ho began to leave, saying he would be on his way. Before he could exit, she called him back, offering to let him join their club. She assured him that she would take great care of him. Kim Ho, intrigued, asked if that was a recruitment offer. When Kim Ho asked if the offer was a recruitment invitation, the club leader responded playfully, saying she had been watching him. She joked that he was arrogant and greedy, calling him a thief in every possible way. Kim Ho, taken aback and sweating slightly, replied that her words sounded more like an insult than an actual offer to join the club. Either way, he declined. Annoyed by his response, the club leader grew irritated and urged him to reconsider. Kim Ho, unfazed, showed her the cube again and bluntly asked if she wanted him for the life cube, because he intended to sell it. Her eyes widened in shock as she asked what he meant. Without changing his tone, Kim Ho explained that he wanted the special practice room season pass, 4 of them. The club leader was stunned and nervously asked if he planned to acquire 4 passes just to avoid the ban wave. Kim Ho clarified that avoiding the ban wave was only a bonus, and the real advantage came from the core ability. She asked what the core ability was, confused. Kim Ho responded that he would first show her the item description, but wanted a small favor before that. Curious, she asked what kind of favor he needed. Kim Ho smiled gently and said she only needed to pass a message to the head of the Magitech Club, that a freshman had completed a 101,010 cube. The club leader was surprised, but agreed that it was simple enough. She asked to see the item description. After looking at it, she was shocked again and exclaimed at the enhancement it provided, boosting the effects of stored life-type items by 1.3 times. A notification appeared in front of the club leader, displaying the details of the life cube. It explained that the cube enhanced the effects of stored life-type items by 1.3 times. Seeing this, she was stunned and exclaimed in disbelief, questioning how such an item could even exist. She immediately recognized its value, saying it was completely worth the price. Kim Ho, handing the cube to her, calmly asked if she was satisfied and added that he would be on his way. As he began to leave, she called after him from behind, reminding him that even without the cube, her offer still stood and urging him to think it over carefully. Kim Ho smiled and replied respectfully, acknowledging her offer without committing. A few days later, on the campus of Dragon Slayer Academy, Kim Ho and his friend Seo Yin walked toward their classroom. Kim Ho casually asked if she had a good weekend. She replied shortly, confirming she did. Kim Ho, noticing how tired she looked, pressed further, asking if she was sure she was okay. She didn't deny it, but remained quiet. At the same time, Kim Ho noticed two people following them. Observing them carefully, he thought to himself that they seemed to be making a move, likely from either the Emerald Magic Tower or the Nature Club. He wasn't particularly concerned, but found it annoying and considered handling the situation right away. Turning to Seo Yin, he told her to go ahead without him, saying something urgent had come up and he would take care of it quickly. She noticed the tailing figures and agreed without hesitation. Once Seo Yin left, Kim Ho faced the two followers and asked them directly why they kept following him. He told them to speak up if they had something to say. One of them looked at him arrogantly and claimed that Kim Ho had walked right into them, saving them the trouble. He then revealed that they were from the Emerald Magic Tower and asked if that cleared things up. The other follower, a girl, awkwardly explained that their leader had asked them to bring Kim Ho in and inquired if he would mind coming with them. Kim Ho, unfazed, replied confidently that he wasn't part of their tower and told them that if they needed anything, their leader could come in person. When Kim Ho made it clear that he wasn't going to cooperate, the boy's eyes lit up with excitement. He pulled out a pair of gloves, eager for a fight, and told Kim Ho that some people only understand a lesson after receiving a solid blow. Kim Ho agreed without hesitation and immediately launched an attack. The boy was struck instantly and electrified, writhing in pain as sparks shot through him. The girl with him looked on in shock, staring at her companion lying on the ground. She exclaimed in disbelief, recognizing the attack as the hummingbird's skill and struggling to speak. Without missing a beat, Kim Ho turned toward her, preparing to attack again. He told her that if she wanted a fight, she should come at him immediately, since he was short on time. Terrified, the girl raised both hands in surrender, apologizing profusely and asking to be spared. Inside her mind, she realized that the hummingbird's movements were far from ordinary. It was obvious this was a highly skilled fighter, and it was best not to get involved. She quickly told Kim Ho that she would take her companion back and that he should go ahead without worry. Kim Ho, unimpressed, walked away, remarking that at least one of them knew when to quit. The girl lifted her companion and, half joking, wondered aloud if the rumors about Kim Ho being a coward weren't true after all. The boy, still arrogant despite his defeat, dismissed it. He claimed Kim Ho had just gotten lucky with one hit and vowed to make him pay next time. Before he could finish, a magic bullet suddenly struck him in the head out of nowhere. Shocked, the girl's eyes widened as she exclaimed, "A sniper? From where?" Before she could process it further, another bullet hit her as well, and she groaned in frustration, asking, "Why me too?" Both of them collapsed to the ground, stunned, in the middle of the crowd. Later, the scene shifted to their classroom, where the teacher was explaining to all the students that dungeons are designed to drain one's resources before reaching the core. If supplies run out before achieving the goal, the entire run is considered a failure. Kim Ho sat among the students, listening. Just then, his friend approached and sat beside him. Noticing this, Kim Ho asked why she showed up late when she had left first that morning. The teacher continued explaining to the students, emphasizing that this time's dungeon raid would be a time attack. Students could attempt surface-level dungeons multiple times in practice mode, but scoring would only be allowed once. They needed to reach the target and destroy the totem within 5 minutes to clear the challenge. The teacher advised everyone to practice and find the most efficient route before going live, and then concluded the class for the day. After the class ended, a pink-haired boy approached Go Hyun-woo, playfully calling out to him and asking if he wanted to team up for a 2-player dungeon run. Go Hyun-woo hesitated for a moment, but seemed open to the idea. Meanwhile, Kim Ho extended his hand toward his friend, reassuring him not to worry about him and telling him to go ahead with the others. His friend agreed without much thought, saying that if Kim Ho said so, he'd try syncing with another teammate. Kim Ho, sweating slightly, glanced at the other students and silently realized that his friend had already made up his mind. Just then, Seo Yin, his friend, innocently tugged at his clothes and told him to come with her. Sometime later, the boy who had been following Kim Ho was seen pinned against a wall by someone. Frustrated, he protested, complaining about the unfairness of the situation. A short-haired boy, wearing an angry and demanding expression, scolded him harshly. He explained that his older brother, who was supposedly from the disciplinary committee, had been defeated by a thief. He lashed out, saying that the two brothers were tarnishing his family's reputation. Nearby, the girl who had also been following Kim Ho was kneeling on the ground, one hand raised toward the sky. The short-haired boy, still enraged, mocked the idea that a famous coward could not be defeated even by a large group of people. After releasing the pinned boy from the wall, the short-haired boy walked away, calling him pathetic, sighing heavily in disappointment. Later, the same short-haired boy sat down on a wooden chair, admitting that he had a bad feeling from the beginning. Standing beside him was a blue-haired girl who suggested they should meet Kim Ho in person. She was introduced as Ha Soo-yeon, the leader of the Nature Club, part of the Guild Alliance. The short-haired boy, Mak Jonghwa, who led the Emerald Magic Tower, agreed with a more relaxed expression that they should meet him. He added grimly that the prestige of the Emerald Magic Tower had fallen to the ground. He believed that the mysterious box Kim Ho possessed wasn't enough to restore their status, and that Kim Ho must be made to pay for ignoring their organization. Meanwhile, the green-haired boy who had been following Kim Ho struggled to stand up from the ground. He pleaded to be given another chance, insisting he would make up for his failure. The short-haired boy dismissed him coldly, questioning his right to even ask for another chance. Still, the green-haired boy stood firm, explaining that he had simply been caught off guard and begged for one more opportunity. The short-haired boy's gaze turned intense as he warned him that if he failed again, he would be expelled from the club. He asked him if he still wanted the chance. The green-haired boy confidently answered that he was sure he could win. The short-haired boy, in a tone that was both encouraging and threatening, promised to lend him his golem. He warned that this time, he needed to defeat his opponents overwhelmingly. Grateful, the green-haired boy bowed respectfully and vowed that he would surely win. Later, the scene shifted to the training ground located in the Goblin Swamp. Kim Ho and his friend Seo Yin were running through a group of goblins. Kim Ho reassured her, saying that since it was only practice, there was no need to rush. She responded simply with agreement. As Kim Ho glanced at his system panel, he thought about how to earn the best reward for both solo and duo dungeons. The system panel displayed a sub-quest titled Second Week Strategy Battle, where the goal was to clear the dungeon within the week. Rewards would vary depending on how much time remained, with specific targets for solo and duo runs. Seeing that, Kim Ho realized he would need to complete both challenges within 1 minute. At that moment, 2 goblins appeared in front of them. Looking at the goblins, Kim Ho thought that handling the solo dungeon wouldn't be a problem, but the duo dungeon was a different challenge. He considered that if he shared the patterns with Seo Yin, it would be easier, but that wouldn't help her grow. Without noticing his thoughts, Seo Yin simply attacked the goblins with magic bullets. Kim Ho, still analyzing the situation, realized that helping her like this wouldn't allow her to develop. He decided she needed to learn through practice. Suddenly, a new goblin appeared, wielding a large sword. A system notification popped up, identifying it as a strong enemy, the submerged goblin. Both Kim Ho and Seo Yin stopped in front of the goblin. Kim Ho smiled gently and asked if she wanted to avoid the goblin like they had in their first practice or try to catch it. Seo Yin hesitated, then asked if catching it would earn points. Kim Ho confirmed that defeating a boss monster would give an additional 120 points. Motivated, she decided to try catching it. Hearing Seo Yin's determination, Kim Ho activated his power and launched an attack on the goblin. He encouraged her, telling her he would support her effort. The goblin swung its large sword to defend itself, but despite the block, the attack still landed and knocked it back, affecting its entire body. From behind Kim Ho, Seo Yin suddenly appeared, holding her gun aimed at the goblin. She gritted her teeth and exclaimed in frustration at the situation. She fired the goblin, but the bullet had no effect. Instead, it only irritated the goblin further. Angered, the goblin shifted its attention from Kim Ho to Seo Yin and charged toward her. Reacting instantly, Seo Yin tried to activate her ability, using amplification to enhance her attack. However, before she could act, Kim Ho stepped in. With a determined expression, Kim Ho activated his skills once more and cut her off, declaring that she wouldn't get the chance to be attacked. At that moment, a notification popped up announcing that Hummingbird's rank had increased from E to C. A massive electric bird materialized from Kim Ho's power and struck the goblin, overwhelming it. A short while later, a notification appeared in front of both of them. It showed that 11 or more goblins had been defeated, with only 18 seconds left on the clock. The time remaining was 2 minutes and 29 seconds, granting them 149 points, with a clear bonus of 500 points, totaling 649 points. Looking at the notification, Kim Ho commented that they had cut down the completion time significantly compared to their first practice and wondered if they could reduce it even further. Seo Yin replied softly, agreeing. Then, with a blank expression, she turned to him and asked if he could give another special lecture on magic bullets. Kim Ho smiled to himself, realizing she secretly harbored a competitive spirit and that struggling with the boss monster had hurt her pride. He then suggested that they wrap up their practice and head to the training center. Seo Yin agreed enthusiastically. Later, the scene shifted to the training center's shooting range. Kim Ho began explaining a new skill to her. He told her that although her magic bullets and gun were flawless, she was still using them as mere tools without truly mastering their potential. Holding a magic bullet in his hand, he offered to demonstrate how to better understand the skill by imagining her hand as a magic gun, making it easier for her to grasp the concept. Kim Ho demonstrated how to fire a magic bullet toward a target dummy, explaining that by concentrating mana and releasing it at the right moment, one could replicate the effect of a magic bullet. He encouraged his friend to attempt the technique using just her hand first. Later, Seo Yin tried to follow his instructions, focusing on channeling her mana to her fingertips as though drawing it upward. However, the energy unexpectedly flew backward, startling her. Kim Ho, excited by her effort, urged her to attempt the motion without using an actual magic bullet, explaining that success would mean simply being able to propel the mana outward. After giving her encouragement, he told her to continue practicing while he stepped away to gather dinner items. But she quickly stopped him, searching her pocket and pulling out a black card, offering it to him as a helpful tool. Upon seeing the card, Kim Ho was visibly surprised, recognizing that she came from a wealthy background. Later in the cafeteria, while placing his order for a mini donut, two members of the disciplinary committee nearby discussed how the limited edition treat had been worth the wait. One of the girls then spotted Kim Ho and greeted him enthusiastically, prompting the other to ask who he was. Kim Ho responded casually, but the pink-haired girl from the committee grew visibly annoyed, questioning why he was the one there. Yet she quickly reconsidered, realizing it would be useful to confirm something. She approached him and asked to see his hand, which caught him off guard. He questioned why she suddenly wanted to inspect it. Meanwhile, the girl's mind raced. She suspected that he was the thief who had used a powerful technique during the storage incident, someone with expert-level control over a rare skill. She also recalled his connection to the Thieves' Club, confirming her suspicions. Driven by curiosity, she explained that she wanted to check something on his palm, likening it to palm reading. In her mind, the pink-haired girl thought that if Inferno Fist had been used, there would surely be burn marks on his hands. The protagonist noticed her observation and internally noted how flustered she seemed. She appeared eager to see his hands for herself, as if searching for proof, while he calmly allowed her to examine them. Her expression softened as she inspected one hand and then moved to the other, clearly surprised that both were untouched. The protagonist, with a hint of exasperation, internally wondered how long this inspection would continue. Flustered by the prolonged scrutiny, the girl quickly withdrew and apologized for the intrusion. The protagonist, however, made one last request for her to reveal the result of her palm reading, particularly regarding his luck with love. She became slightly irritated at his persistence, thinking he would face many difficulties ahead. The protagonist quietly smiled to himself, realizing that she and others were still attempting to identify the culprit from the temporary storage incident. He felt reassured that by dodging her question just enough, he should be safe for now. The next day, the protagonist and his friend Seo Yin were at the training ground, running toward the forest as usual. They moved in sync, following the routine they had practiced the day before. Seo Yin immediately began targeting goblins with her magic bullets, though the shots caused little damage. The protagonist, meanwhile, unleashed his own attacks using his scales, obliterating the goblins instantly. After a short while, a notification appeared before them, detailing their progress. The remaining time, the number of goblins defeated, and the score from defeating a strong enemy. The total score reflected their efficiency and teamwork, a tangible result of their practice. The protagonist glanced at Seo Yin and felt a sense of satisfaction. The battle had gone flawlessly, a perfect demonstration of their combined efforts. He quietly acknowledged in his mind that the success was a direct outcome of their hard work the previous day. Observing her gentle smile in response, he noted the subtle acknowledgement of their achievement, feeling a quiet sense of contentment. Later, the scene shifted to the arena, where countless students filled the stadium, all gathered near the gates. The protagonist and his friend Seo Yin prepared themselves, considering the solo dungeon ahead. He reminded himself that, although the solo dungeon shouldn't be too difficult, it would be wise for her to attempt a few runs in practice mode, just in case. Confident in his own abilities after clearing the duo dungeon, he felt ready to handle the challenge on his own and finally focus on his personal quests. Stepping through the portal, he was greeted by a notification announcing their entry into the Goblin Swamp. Without hesitation, he activated his power, delivering a punch into the air that instantly defeated the monsters before him. Even in an artificial dungeon, he realized controlling his strength was trickier than expected. Another notification displayed their progress. The number of goblins defeated, the strong enemies taken down, remaining time, and the total score, including bonuses. Satisfaction washed over him as he noted the impressive results and silently decided to delete the replay before leaving. A final notification confirmed the completion of the subquest for the second week strategy, showing both solo and duo dungeon times along with enhanced rewards. Examining the details, he realized the reward had been confirmed at the highest grade, leaving no need for further thought. The system prompted the protagonist to select his reward, offering options that enhance recovery and buff-type skills, debuff and illusion-type skills, and wind-type skills. From the start, he had aimed for the trait that aligned perfectly with his chosen path. A green bowl of wind materialized in front of him, representing the versatile support role he now embodied. A notification confirmed the acquisition of the trait skill, officially marking him as a wind-type supporter. After emerging from the portal, the protagonist was met by the familiar short-haired boy, Manhwa, deputy head of the Emerald Magic Tower, accompanied by the blue-haired girl, Hasuyan of the Great Nature Club. They suggested moving to a more private location to speak. Later, in a cafeteria setting, Hasuyan began by apologizing for previous events, though the protagonist acknowledged his own haste. The conversation quickly shifted as she indicated interest in a special item he possessed. Understanding their true intention, the protagonist revealed the cube. The green-haired girl's small, dark-colored cat immediately reacted, rushing toward the cube before curling up inside it. The sight confirmed the item's authenticity, leaving the short-haired boy momentarily stunned. The green-haired girl, noticing the kitten inside the cube, urged it to come out, but the protagonist calmly told her to leave it be. The blue-haired girl observed the scene with curiosity, noting how attached the kitten seemed to the cube. She sensed the cube radiated the energy of a powerful life-type artifact and requested permission to examine its item description, assuring him the club would protect the information with their honor. The protagonist, seeing no harm, agreed. The short-haired boy's face reflected shock as he read the cube's description, realizing its effects were 1.3 times stronger than typical stored life-type items. The blue-haired girl also reacted with astonishment, marveling at the item's ridiculous power. She then inquired if he was willing to sell it, but the protagonist remained non-committal, acknowledging the cube's value. The short-haired boy became insistent, emphasizing that such an item's true worth could only be realized in the hands of someone skilled and imploring him not to waste it. The protagonist found their proactive approach amusing and felt a quiet sense of gratitude for it. Despite this, he composed himself and explained that he would need to hesitate before making a decision. The blue-haired girl, still curious, encouraged him to state his terms, promising to accommodate his requests. With confidence, the protagonist laid out his conditions. For special engineering room season passes, a princess's single season pass along with items equivalent to 3 others, and a blank skill book. The short-haired boy reacted with visible frustration, slamming his hand on the table, convinced the demands were excessively greedy. As the negotiation continued, the blue-haired girl considered the protagonist's demands. She felt the season pass request was reasonable, but a blank skill book seemed excessive. The protagonist, sensing the hesitation, decided to back off and suggested letting the deal be forgotten. Just as he was preparing to leave, the green-haired girl spoke up from the back, revealing that she actually possessed one of those blank skill books. She admitted she hadn't used it yet, having no suitable skills to imprint, and would likely keep it in her inventory indefinitely. Glancing at her beloved kitten, she smiled, noting how much it enjoyed the cube. The blue-haired girl allowed her to go ahead, and the green-haired girl gratefully offered the blank skill book. Without delay, they handed the item over, swiftly completing the trade. The protagonist appreciated the efficiency of the transaction, took the item, and reflected on the success of the deal. The calm was broken when a green-haired boy suddenly stood up, expressing anger and demanding a duel. The protagonist, maintaining composure, declined, dismissing the idea as unnecessary. The boy was shocked, insisting that duels were honorable, but the protagonist pointed out the irony of someone who valued honor ganging up on him with another person. Frustrated, the boy struggled to respond, but the protagonist simply walked away, stating that he had no intention of wasting time on frivolous challenges and suggested the boy could boast however he wished. Seeing an opportunity to escalate, the short-haired boy produced a card, announcing a prize for the match, signaling that the confrontation was far from over. The card turned out to be a production VIP ticket, which immediately raised the stakes. The short-haired boy questioned whether the duel was truly worth the protagonist's time, and the protagonist, smiling, accepted the challenge. The green-haired boy deferred the choice of date to him, and the protagonist decided that 2 days later would be suitable, explaining that he needed that time to master something first. The short-haired boy, confident in his judgment, remarked on the limited time to design and learn a skill, challenging the protagonist to do his best. The protagonist, filled with excitement, assured them they could look forward to the outcome. 2 days later, the arena was filled with spectators. The protagonist's friend sat among the audience, while the Thief Club leader appeared, concerned about the duel. She questioned why the protagonist had accepted, noting that Manhwa was likely full of tricks. Her brother replied, reasoning that the protagonist must have believed he could win and had his own strategy. Despite this, a sense of unease lingered, prompting the Thief Club leader to watch carefully for any unexpected tactics. Meanwhile, in the arena, the green-haired boy prepared for the duel, putting on his gloves and acknowledging the protagonist's courage for not backing down. The stage was set, tension building as the duel was about to commence. The protagonist acknowledged the stakes with a simple thought, noting that a VIP ticket was on the line and there was no reason to refuse. From the audience, the short-haired boy reminded both sides that the duel would be recorded as a replay, visible to anyone, and both the protagonist and the green-haired boy agreed. The announcement to begin came, directing both duelists to enter the arena. Immediately, a system notification appeared. The map was set to the Dark Zone. The rule was deathmatch, with a 10-minute limit, and the score was displayed at 100% for both Kim Ho and Kwak Ji-cheol. In an instant, they were transported to a different location, and the battle officially began. The green-haired boy, fueled with excitement and determination, reminded himself of the difference in their levels, confident that he would prove himself this time. The protagonist, however, did not respond verbally, his focus entirely on activating his power. A faint light appeared at his fingertips, catching the green-haired boy off guard. The sudden appearance of the attack shocked him, and before he could react, the protagonist's assault landed, sending him sprawling to the ground. When the green-haired boy struggled to stand, the protagonist remarked on the dirt floor, noting it shouldn't be difficult to endure, though the boy's dramatics suggested otherwise. Frustrated, the boy gathered rocks with his skill, readying a new attack called Earth Cluster, hurling them toward the protagonist. With calculated precision, the protagonist dodged the rocks and redirected one back toward the boy, eliciting a shocked reaction as he realized the same trick was being used against him again. An explosion followed, and when the dust cleared, the green-haired boy lay on the ground, frustrated and determined not to let the match slip away. Struggling to rise, he acknowledged the protagonist's strength and prepared a more serious attack, thinking that this duel must end with him as the winner. In a sudden display, he summoned a massive entity behind him, a wood golem, a creation imbued with the forest's power, granting life to an ancient tree. The golem towered behind him, signaling that the next phase of the duel would be far more dangerous and intense. From the audience, the Thief Club leader watched the duel with mounting frustration. Her anger boiled over at the sight of the golem, shouting in outrage. Her brother tried to calm her, but it only seemed to escalate her irritation. She then turned her glare toward a third-year student observing from a distance, furious at his presence, blaming him for allowing the situation. Nearby, the short-haired boy, watching the arena without shifting his attention to the chaos, quietly noted that while he had hoped the golem wouldn't be used, its destruction would pose no real challenge. Meanwhile, the Thief Club leader's thoughts raced. With so many eyes on the match, the protagonist could not risk using his most dangerous attack, and perhaps someone should intervene. The protagonist, however, remained calm, his expression blank as he assessed the massive golem before him. His opponent, fueled by excitement, expected to intimidate him with threats, but the protagonist's mind was elsewhere, reflecting on 2 days prior in the Mana training room. He reviewed his silent training sessions, contemplating the most effective type of supporter. He understood that the answer varied depending on the situation, which was why supporters came in different forms: healers, buffers, and debuffers. But for an all-rounder, he knew there was no skill more optimal than the one he had chosen from the blank spellbook. Back in the present, the green-haired boy, determined to finish the duel decisively, unleashed the golem toward the protagonist. Calmly, the protagonist dodged the massive assault, utilizing his skill to climb onto the golem. As he prepared his counter, he reflected on his approach. For someone aiming to be a wind-type support, replicating this skill from a blank spellbook was the most efficient and strategic choice. With a single, precise attack, the protagonist struck the golem, instantly neutralizing it. At the same time, a notification appeared before him, detailing the skill he had just used. Wind Force, imbuing physical force into wind, enhanced by the blessing of the west wind and further boosted by Amplify. The scoreboard updated simultaneously, clearly marking his victory over Kwok Ji-cheol. From the audience, his friend erupted in excitement, cheering energetically at the display of skill and efficiency. Witnessing the powerful duel and seeing the golem defeated brought immense satisfaction, making the victory feel even more impressive. Meanwhile, the short-haired boy, frustrated by the outcome, was left unable to respond. Shortly after, the short-haired boy entered the arena and handed the protagonist the promised VIP production ticket. Accepting it politely, the protagonist suggested keeping the duel's replay footage private, reasoning that the Emerald Magic Tower would likely prefer it not be publicized. Members of the club, including the green-haired boy and the short-haired boy, expressed their irritation at the protagonist's proposal, questioning what he wanted in return. Calmly, the protagonist replied that he only expected a small favor later. Without even looking at him, the short-haired boy agreed, sealing the deal. As the two left the arena, the protagonist reflected internally. While he had framed the arrangement as generous, his true intention was simply to maintain control over the replay, keeping it private for his own purposes. The protagonist activated his skill once more, observing the faint energy swirling around his hand with a satisfied smile. He reflected internally on the impact of his new ability, Wind Force, considering that the slower news of it spread, the better it would serve his strategy. Shortly after, his friend approached, expressing admiration for his recent victory. The protagonist responded by presenting the promised VIP pass, catching his friend completely off guard. A brief, playful exchange followed, with the protagonist reminding his friend that he had predicted achieving it within 2 weeks. Before the moment could settle, the Thief Club leader approached, her excitement barely contained, pressing him about the deal he had struck with Mak Younghwa and commending his skill at negotiation. The protagonist responded with an awkward laugh, brushing off the comment until she had calmed down. With the conversation turning more serious, the protagonist reminded her of the favor he had requested earlier. The club leader acknowledged it, referring to the Magic Engineering Club, and indicated that they had expressed interest in meeting him soon. Internally, the protagonist recognized the timing as perfect, feeling a surge of anticipation and preparing to go meet them without delay. The scene shifted to Magic Engineering Workshop number 1. Upon entering, the protagonist couldn't help but admire the workshop's grandeur. The atmosphere was completely different from the 4th workshop where he had obtained the cube. This place carried a distinctly refined and impressive vibe. A boy approached him, immediately confirming his identity. The protagonist recognized him as Bong Jae-suk, a 3rd-year student and the head of the Magic Engineering Club. The boy mentioned that he had already received the details from Dang Gi-young and motioned for the protagonist to follow him to the clubroom, moving with a noticeable sense of urgency. The protagonist noted the haste, but followed without complaint. Inside the office, the two faced each other across the desk. Bong Jae-suk brought up the cube, acknowledging its technical ownership by the club, but clarifying that he wasn't interested in unnecessary conflict. Extending his hand, he requested a look at the completed cube, emphasizing that no one else could have built it. The protagonist calmly revealed that he no longer had the cube, leaving Bong Jae-suk momentarily stunned. He explained that he had entrusted it to nature for safekeeping, which frustrated the senior, prompting him to stand and declare the meeting a waste of time. Before leaving, the protagonist produced some papers, catching Bong Jae-suk off guard. The gesture made it clear that he had not come empty-handed, leaving the senior momentarily speechless and intrigued. The boy's shock was immediate when he saw the papers. His eyes widened as he realized that the documents contained the 10 by 10 by 10 cube blueprint. Sweating and staring intensely at the sheets, he noted the painstaking detail captured in every configuration, though he quickly noticed that the blueprint was incomplete. Excitement overtook him as he demanded confirmation that the protagonist possessed the rest of the blueprint. Calmly, the protagonist assured him that it had been kept safe. The boy, eager and slightly breathless, pressed him to state his demands. The protagonist simply indicated a single request: access to Workshop number 1's equipment. The senior considered it briefly before agreeing to allow use during the day, with exclusive access from midnight to early morning. The protagonist presented additional papers in exchange, and the deal was sealed. Once he received the remaining sheets from the protagonist, the boy's tone shifted as he inquired if the protagonist had considered joining the Magic Engineering Club. The protagonist laughed softly, declining politely, and the senior acknowledged it with understanding. He encouraged the protagonist to continue producing blueprints of such caliber and offered access to leftover materials from the workshop, if needed. With a final nod, he departed, leaving the protagonist alone. The protagonist watched him leave with a gentle smile, silently appreciating the straightforwardness of the interaction. In his mind, he reflected that the groundwork was now complete, marking the true beginning of his preparations for crafting a terminal-grade weapon. In the infirmary, the disciplinary committee was hard at work. A glass-wearing member leaned toward the short-haired boy, urging him to reconsider his decision. The short-haired boy, however, remained firm, questioning why he should. The glass-wearing member pressed on, noting how few first years could even face a golem, let alone a 3rd year. The short-haired boy countered, pointing out that despite the difficulty, the act had tarnished Emerald's reputation. The other boy admitted that his own sibling had acted out of line, but he questioned whether the protagonist had acted alone. Frustration flashed across the short-haired boy's face. He demanded to know if the disciplinary committee was interfering in Emerald's affairs, to which the glass-wearing member calmly responded that he was merely requesting a fair judgment. After a tense pause, the short-haired boy finally asked what was being sought. The other boy replied simply, "Give the protagonist a chance." He proposed a 2-month trial, during which the protagonist's ranking, specifically Kwok Jicheol's, would determine the outcome. The glass-wearing boy agreed, acknowledging that 2 months was more than sufficient. As the short-haired boy walked away, he muttered a sharp humph and glanced back, calling out the name Song Chun-hai. Hiding behind a wall, the pink-haired girl of the disciplinary committee had overheard the exchange. Sheepishly, she stepped out and asked if he had known she was there. The glass-wearing boy smirked, revealing that he had noticed her sneaking into the arena bleachers. He questioned her on the fight's outcome, asking if she believed she could defeat the protagonist herself. She admitted she couldn't say for certain. He pressed further, asking if she had checked the protagonist's hands. Flustered, she confirmed that she had inspected both hands thoroughly and found no scratches. The glass-wearing boy paused, thinking to himself, if the protagonist had used Inferno Fist, there was no way he could have healed that quickly. Had he misjudged him? Doubt lingered, but he knew there was still more to uncover. Suddenly, he remembered the protagonist he had faced, and frustration surged through him. In his mind, he thought again, that arrogant gaze like everything's beneath him. It's hard to believe that's not the same person. Turning his attention back to the girl, the glass-wearing boy said, "I'm sorry. I'll have to ask you to keep working on this." She clenched her fist tightly and replied, "No need to apologize. I'm doing this because I want to. I'll definitely catch him slipping." It was Monday of the 3rd week. The protagonist's homeroom teacher addressed all the students, explaining that cooperation would be just as important as it had been in the previous week. However, the objective this time was different, and through the match, they might discover weaknesses in their teamwork that had gone unnoticed before. To address these issues, a mentoring program had been organized within the academy, and the students were encouraged to carefully consider the opportunity throughout the week. The teacher concluded the announcement without further elaboration. Go Hyun-woo then turned to the protagonist and asked if he had already signed up for the mentoring program. The protagonist glanced at his system notification, which confirmed that his application had been completed under his name. He replied that there was no reason to hesitate. With a serious expression, he explained to Go Hyun-woo that participants would be paired with a top-ranking 3rd-year student or a graduate, depending on individual tendencies. He added that chances like this to learn from such people would be rare. Excited, Go Hyun-woo agreed at once and said he would sign up as well. Looking at his own system notification, he thanked the protagonist in advance. The protagonist then turned to Seo Yin and asked about her decision. Still asleep, she responded that it was annoying and that she was too sleepy. The protagonist simply looked at her and thought to himself that she knew how to form aura grenades to some extent, but still had much to learn, so mentoring would be important for her. He wondered if there might be a way to persuade her. Suddenly, Go Hyun-woo's eyes lit up with excitement as he asked the protagonist if he would partner up with him for this week's match. The protagonist laughed softly and agreed without hesitation, saying that teaming up this time would be fine. At that moment, Seo Yin woke up, rubbing her face with her hand, and asked if she couldn't team up with him as well. Go Hyun-woo laughed awkwardly and suggested that, since there were 2 matches this week, they could each partner with him for 1 match. The protagonist, half to himself, wondered if his opinion even mattered. Seo Yin, still groggy but agreeable, replied that the arrangement sounded good. Go Hyun-woo, still excited, then told the protagonist that he needed to train and that the 2 of them should go ahead first. The protagonist responded with a nod and a simple, "Okay, see you tomorrow." The next day, Go Hyun-woo approached the protagonist and apologized for making him wait. The protagonist simply replied that he had arrived just a minute ago. Inside his mind, the protagonist noted how different Go Hyun-woo seemed. His aura felt sharper than the previous day. He wondered what was going on with him. Go Hyun-woo, noticing the protagonist's gaze, smiled gently and said he was looking forward to the match. The protagonist, observing him carefully, thought that Go Hyunwoo's core had reached C rank much faster than expected. Still keeping things light, Go Hyunwoo jokingly asked if the protagonist's match with Seo Yin had gone well the day before. The protagonist rubbed his head awkwardly and admitted they had won, but left it at that. The scene then shifted to the arena, where the protagonist stood facing two opponents, a red-haired girl and a boy holding a shield in his hand. The protagonist looked at the red-haired girl and thought about their previous match. He recalled that the opponent they faced the day before had been Hong Yunhua, a rising star from the Ruby Magic Tower. He realized that he had expected Seo Yin wouldn't be a match for someone of that level yet, but the outcome had been even more one-sided than he had feared. At the same time, a notification appeared in front of him, showing Seo Yin's performance percentages dropping from 81% to 78%, and then to 74%. Seeing this, he thought to himself that, in the end, his worst fears had come true. Meanwhile, Seo Yin was aiming her gun at them from a distance, carefully positioning herself. Observing this, the protagonist understood that she had no defensive abilities whatsoever. Without hesitation, the protagonist launched himself toward them, gripping his staff tightly. As he got close, he activated his skill, causing a surge of blue energy to gather in his hand. He struck the boy with the staff, sending him flying backward. The red-haired girl, seeing this, became visibly nervous and frightened. The protagonist stood firmly in front of her, staff aimed directly at her, ready to confront her. Later, while checking his system panel, the protagonist reflected on how he had managed to pull everything together somehow, even suggesting that Seo Yin join the mentoring program. But, despite his efforts, she hadn't shown any interest. Turning to Go Hyunwoo, he mentioned that fact, prompting Go Hyunwoo to laugh awkwardly. He admitted that a lot had happened, and that the kid probably needed to be beaten by someone at least once. However, when Go Hyunwoo's words came out a bit harshly, the protagonist was taken aback. Just then, the protagonist's system flashed with a new notification. A match had been found, and seeing it, Go Hyunwoo's eyes lit up with excitement as he eagerly announced that he would show off the results of his training. Without warning, both of them were transported to a new location. Looking around with a shocked expression, Go Hyunwoo asked what was happening and who their opponents were this time. The protagonist's eyes locked on the group standing across from them. It was Seo Yin and her team. At that exact moment, another notification appeared, displaying the team lineup. Jang Sam with 572 points, and Seo Yin with 741 points. Stunned, Go Hyunwoo whispered in disbelief that they were once again facing Seo Yin. Seeing the situation, the protagonist smiled and thought to himself that this was the perfect opportunity to make Seo Yin realize her own weaknesses in defense. Go Hyunwoo, looking at him with concern, asked if they would win. The protagonist smiled confidently and assured him that they would. Without wasting any time, Seo Yin launched an attack at the protagonist, determined to take him down herself. Go Hyunwoo, following behind, responded with determination that he would support him. As the two moved toward their opponents, Seo Yin immediately used a smoke bomb to obscure the area. The protagonist, seeing it, thought it was exactly what he expected her to do. He dismissed the attack as useless and pressed forward without slowing down. Seo Yin, not saying a word but sweating from the pressure, fired bullets at the protagonist. He calmly dodged each one without any trouble. When he finally reached her, she quickly prepared to fire again. However, before the shot could be taken, the protagonist struck her gun aside, readied his punch infused with skill, and threw it toward her. Yet, before the punch could land, he stopped it mid-air and flicked her forehead with his finger. Looking at her, he asked whether they should continue the fight. Unable to meet his gaze, Seo Yin quietly admitted defeat. The protagonist observed that her pride had clearly taken a blow. Turning his attention to Go Hyunwoo, he recalled what Shin Byung-chul had mentioned earlier, that there was one more hidden talent among their opponents. As he watched their battle, he focused on the unnatural movement of one opponent's right hand. He thought it strange from the beginning, but hadn't figured out why until now. Suddenly, the protagonist called out and told both teams to stop. They paused, confused, and turned toward him. Calmly, The protagonist accused them of hiding their true abilities and challenged them to fight for real. He stated that he was already fighting seriously and suggested that if they were concerned about the replay being public, they could make it private. To motivate them further, he offered them the reward of information about Yuryong-Yang, Ghostly Shadow, if they won. The name startled Yuryong-Yang, who turned to face the protagonist in shock. The protagonist thought to himself that he had struck a nerve. Still shaken, Yuryong-Yang declared that anyone valuing secrecy so much wouldn't want to miss this hidden detail. The protagonist, smiling confidently, responded that he had only promised to share the information if they won and asked how he could know that. Yuryong-Yang gripped his sword, preparing for another battle. He told Go Hyunwoo that if he was willing to go that far, then he would fight as desired. At the same time, Go Hyunwoo noticed how suddenly Yuryong's gaze had changed and vowed to give it his all. Without hesitation, both engaged in battle, fiercer than ever before. Notifications began flashing one after another as Go Hyunwoo attacked aggressively. Go HYONWO 87%. Go HYONWO 73%. Go HYONWO 68%. Despite the growing exhaustion, the protagonist, watching the fight, thought to himself that he would end it with a decisive strike. As the final attack neared Go Hyunwoo, he remained calm, steadying himself before the confrontation escalated further. In an instant, Go Hyunwoo expertly dodged his opponent's attack and immediately countered using a skill called Rapid Current. The sudden strike left his opponent stunned. Before either could recover, the force of their clashing swords caused both weapons to break apart. The protagonist then stepped forward and told them it was enough, signaling the end of the match. He activated his skill, causing a small energy to gather at his fingertips, and instructed both to rest. At that moment, the announcement board displayed the match results, showing that the protagonist and Go Hyunwoo had won, while Seo Yeon and Jang Sam had lost. The protagonist glanced at his friend, silently reflecting that although staying within the system technically counted as a win, in reality, it felt like a loss. The match had been decided the moment Jang Sam, unable to block the attack, revealed his true level. He admitted that his opponent was still just shy of reaching a promising rank, at least for now. Shortly after, Jang Sam regained consciousness and, upon seeing the result, quietly acknowledged his defeat. The protagonist confirmed it without elaboration. Jang Sam, without looking at the protagonist, remarked that although the outcome was unfortunate, it had still been a good match. The protagonist assured him that Go Hyunwoo would feel the same way. Before departing, Jang Sam adjusted his shoulder and asked the protagonist if his techniques had been too obvious. The protagonist smiled and explained that they had been a little noticeable, mentioning that his sword grip appeared awkward and overly ordinary, which made his moves easier to read. Surprised, Jang Sam asked if being too ordinary made it obvious. The protagonist clarified by asking him to consider the nature of the Dragon Slayer Academy, where the strongest individuals from around the world gathered. In such a competitive environment, anything ordinary stood out more than usual. Jang Sam reflected on this thoughtfully, agreeing that being ordinary would indeed attract attention in such a setting. He then respectfully bowed to the protagonist, expressing gratitude for the advice and asking about another skill, Ghost Shadow Step. The protagonist reminded him that he should only ask about it after a victory. Meanwhile, Go Hyunwoo remained unconscious on the ground, while Jang Sam, gathering himself, promised to challenge the protagonist again next time. The protagonist, without hesitation, agreed to face him whenever he was ready. Later, the protagonist and Go Hyunwoo were transported back to the arena. Go Hyunwoo, still embarrassed by his performance, confessed his shame and asked the protagonist for his opinion on the match. The protagonist gently reassured him, explaining that Go Hyunwoo had cleverly created openings through probing attacks and ended the fight smoothly with a clean finishing move. Go Hyunwoo glanced at his broken sword with worry, expressing concern that he couldn't keep avoiding the issue forever. The protagonist, sensing his anxiety, jokingly suggested that the solution was simple, he just needed a better sword. Go Hyunwoo, embarrassed, thought to himself that his financial situation wasn't great enough to afford such a luxury. Without hesitation, The protagonist pulled out a book from his inventory and handed it to Go Hyun-woo, explaining that weapons didn't necessarily have to be bought with money alone, and asked how many points he had saved. Go Hyun-woo quickly checked his points and revealed that he had about 5,000 saved. The protagonist assured him that this was more than enough and recommended purchasing both an E-rank and a D-rank longsword. Go Hyun-woo followed the suggestion and bought the items. The system notification confirmed the purchases, listing both swords and additional crafting materials called thermal catalyst reagents, which he also bought with his remaining points. The protagonist instructed him to first hand over the reagents, and when Go Hyun-woo asked what they were used for, the protagonist explained they were crafting materials and promised to help him create a useful item. He encouraged Go Hyun-woo to focus on recovering and assured him that they would work on it together. Grateful, Go Hyun-woo smiled gently and thanked the protagonist. That evening, the protagonist made his way to the fourth workshop, thinking about how the week's duels had already concluded and that he should prepare materials for an item to assist Go Hyun-woo. Upon entering, he greeted the room and was met by a boy working on something. The boy looked back briefly but quickly returned to his task, clearly uninterested in the protagonist's presence. The protagonist recalled how this boy had been scolded by Bong Jae-suk previously for meddling and assumed he wasn't fond of interruptions. Still, the protagonist approached him again, apologizing silently as he tried to replicate a skill he observed. His system registered the action, confirming that he successfully copied another skill, now filling his slots. Thinking ahead, the protagonist realized that with his new skill, he would no longer need another one and decided it was time to let it go. He smiled while surveying the abandoned equipment scattered around the room, considering it an ideal place to gather decent materials. These items were failed projects, discarded for some reason, but their crafted parts remained intact. He reasoned that dismantling such items was usually harder than acquiring new materials, but this time, it might work in his favor. He began working on dismantling the equipment, and the boy eventually noticed and asked what he was doing. Without looking up, the protagonist explained that he was trying to extract materials from it. Sweating nervously, the boy asked if he could watch, and the protagonist, smiling, agreed without hesitation. He handed the boy a glass tube filled with materials, which astonished him. The boy marveled at how clean the materials looked, almost brand new despite being dismantled. The protagonist, thinking a good opportunity, asked if the boy would be interested in trading some materials. The boy's eyes lit up with excitement, and he eagerly asked what the protagonist needed. The protagonist listed a few essential components. The boy then hesitated, worrying that Bong Jae-suk might scold him again for such dealings. The protagonist reassured him that trading a few materials shouldn't be a problem, and that if necessary, direct permission could be obtained. Relieved but anxious, the boy offered to send a message to seek approval. Although the message was seen but not replied to, he interpreted the lack of response as consent. However, before he could finish his thought, Bong Jae-suk suddenly appeared at the door, soaked in sweat. The boy was stunned, unable to comprehend the situation. Bong Jae-suk ignored the commotion and approached the protagonist directly. Without asking for explanations, he inquired whether the protagonist had dismantled the equipment himself. Waiting for a response, he promptly presented another set of items, explaining that although it was a failed project, it had consumed a significant amount of materials. Pointing at the tough-looking equipment, Bong Jae-suk challenged the protagonist, asking if he could dismantle it. The scene ended with the protagonist facing the challenge. The protagonist examined the equipment and noted that the task would take some time. Bong Jae-suk responded by acknowledging that and assured the protagonist he would be compensated fairly for the effort. The protagonist smiled and mentioned that since he also needed materials, he would accept payment in the form of goods rather than currency. Bong Jae-suk agreed and offered to prepare whatever the protagonist required as soon as he sent the list. He then reassured him that it wasn't urgent, encouraged him to take his time, and told him to send the requirements by message. The protagonist responded respectfully. Meanwhile, the boy who had been working nearby pointed at himself and asked for a favor. The protagonist inquired what the favor was, and the boy explained that there was something he needed dismantled in another location. The protagonist didn't mind and agreed to help. The boy expressed his gratitude and promised to assist in procuring whatever materials the protagonist might need. The next morning, the protagonist entered his classroom, surprised at how quickly the morning had come. He thought about finishing his tasks after class since there was still plenty of time, and considered taking a quick nap before lessons began. Noticing his friend early in the room, he wondered why she was there so soon, recalling how she had vanished without a word the previous day. He calmly approached her and asked why she was there so early, whether she had skipped breakfast, and if she wanted something to eat. She didn't respond, but instead expressed her annoyance. The protagonist, observing her reaction, realized that she was still holding onto some resentment. Trying to ease the tension, he explained that the match the day before had been one-sided and that his intention had only been to point out her weaknesses. He mentioned that her fighting style became drastically weaker when her position was exposed, and since her magic bullets had solidified, he suggested she consider investing in a support skill this time. This caught her attention, and she asked if he would personally give her special training. The protagonist gently placed bread on the table and explained that although he wanted to help, this was something she would benefit more from learning with another expert in the field. Even if it was troublesome, he advised that she sign up for mentoring. After a brief pause, she accepted and agreed to do it. Just then, Go Hyun-woo appeared unexpectedly and remarked on her decision to sign up. The protagonist encouraged the move and asked if Go Hyun-woo was feeling all right. Go Hyun-woo expressed gratitude, saying that thanks to the protagonist, he was in perfect physical condition. However, he admitted that although his body was fine, he was still concerned about the weapon he had purchased the day before. He planned to test it during the upcoming duels. The protagonist smiled, noticing what Go Hyun-woo was holding, and encouraged him to use that weapon as well. Go Hyun-woo, surprised by the item the protagonist handed him, questioned it, unsure if it was just a simple clip. The protagonist calmly explained that while it looked ordinary, it was actually a protective item that helped maintain weapon durability by automatically restoring it when needed. The item's details appeared on the screen, confirming that it was a sturdy clip capable of shielding the weapon's condition and repairing it as necessary. The protagonist then attached the clip to Go Hyun-woo's clothing and suggested he try it along with a new weapon he had obtained from a previous duel. Go Hyun-woo, feeling reassured, expressed his gratitude and promised to make good use of the item. Later, during training matches, a white-haired girl appeared alongside Go Hyun-woo's team. A notification displayed the match details, showing Go Hyun-woo's team facing Young Suji, Park Nari, and others, with their stamina levels at full capacity. As the teams prepared to face off, Go Hyun-woo recognized Park Nari as a promising member of the Nature Club. He recalled warnings from Senior about the spirit beast associated with her and stayed cautious. The match began when the green-haired girl, petting her creature, signaled it to get ready. The small kitty on her shoulder leapt down and instantly transformed into a massive tiger enveloped in green energy. The beast charged fiercely toward Go Hyun-woo's team. Reacting quickly, Go Hyun-woo defended against the tiger's assault with his sword and signaled his teammate to attack. The white-haired girl joined the fight, striking the tiger with her powerful technique. However, she was shocked to see that the attack barely damaged the beast, with only a fraction of its health affected. Panic set in as she realized how resilient the tiger was. The tiger retaliated by striking the white-haired girl, sending her flying, while Go Hyun-woo called out to her in concern. The beast then turned its attack on Go Hyun-woo, breaking his sword and knocking him back. As he struggled to control himself before hitting the ground, he thought about the limitations of using an E-rank weapon against such a powerful foe. Determined not to give up, he summoned another sword and, still observing the tiger, admitted that this battle would be difficult to win. His teammate agreed and proposed trying a different approach. Meanwhile, the tiger fully recovered its health, as confirmed by the system notification, which displayed its status returning to maximum. Go Hyun-woo quickly realized that the opposing team's strategy relied on placing the spirit beast at the front to continuously regenerate its health. He also noted that the two girls supporting the beast were leaving the caster defenseless, depending entirely on the beast's power. Recognizing the pattern, Go Hyun-woo pointed to his teammate and urged her to aim directly at the tiger's core, understanding that this was their best chance to turn the fight in their favor. Both Go Hyun-woo and Bukung instantly launched themselves toward the two girls standing opposite them, ready to attack. The blue-haired girl, holding a crystal in her hand, had anticipated this kind of assault and immediately activated a defensive skill. A barrier of trees appeared around her and her companion, shielding them from the incoming attacks. Seeing the sudden appearance of the tree barrier, both Go Hyun-woo and Bukung were momentarily shocked. Without hesitation, Bukung activated her skill, releasing a powerful ice-infused strike, while Go Hyun-woo used his own skill to launch a concentrated stream of force. Go Hyun-woo, thinking through the situation, realized that their attacks wouldn't break the barrier so easily. He resolved that his next strike would need to surpass the protective spell's limits and finish the fight in one decisive blow. However, before he could act, the tiger, which had been lurking behind him, appeared and attacked, swiftly defeating Bukung. Go Hyun-woo, startled by the tiger's sudden presence, froze for a moment. The scene shifted to later in the arena, where the scoreboard confirmed the outcome. Go Hyun-woo and Bukung's team lost, while Park Nari's team emerged victorious. The next day, Go Hyun-woo expressed regret over the humiliating scene from the previous day. The protagonist reassured him that his efforts were commendable given the opponent's exceptional talent. Go Hyun-woo then asked what the protagonist would have done in such a situation. The protagonist explained that beyond strategy or technique, the vast gap in equipment was the decisive factor. He elaborated that Park Nari, supported by the Nature Club, had access to a wide range of skills and recently acquired a powerful artifact through trade, equipping her with superior items from head to toe. Upon hearing this, Go Hyun-woo, sweating in disbelief, recognized that losing had been inevitable. The opponent's strength wasn't just based on skill, but also thorough preparation. The protagonist suggested that it might be time to consider other options. He explained that matching Park Nari's level of equipment was impossible, but countermeasures could still be pursued. This gave Go Hyun-woo hope, and he asked if there was indeed a way. The protagonist confidently spoke about a rare debuff-type item, the Demon's Sword, which was essential for top-tier swordsmen. Hearing about it for the first time, Go Hyun-woo reacted with surprise and admitted that this was something new he had learned from the protagonist. The protagonist then pointed to the clip attached to Go Hyun-woo's clothing and emphasized that the priority should be ensuring the durability of his weapon. He advised focusing on acquiring artifacts that enhance weapon durability, especially for B-rank weapons and higher. Go Hyun-woo doubted the feasibility of obtaining such items, as they wouldn't be easy to acquire. The protagonist, however, smiled and explained that while it might be early, there was a way, obtaining the items as drops from underground dungeons associated with the Dungeon Association. Go Hyun-woo immediately raised concerns, pointing out that it was dual season, making such excursions impossible. The protagonist calmly explained that it wouldn't matter because they wouldn't be able to access the underground dungeon next week either. When Go Hyun-woo asked why, the protagonist explained that the underground dungeon involved real combat, unlike the surface. Freshmen who had just enrolled wouldn't be sent into life or death battles. Still worried, Go Hyun-woo asked if that meant there was no way at all. The protagonist reassured him that while it wasn't possible officially, there was another option. Go Hyun-woo questioned the meaning behind officially, and the protagonist confidently proposed that they could sneak in, using the errand service to gain access covertly. Upon hearing this, Go Hyun-woo realized that the protagonist was referring to Shin Byung-chul, confirming the plan without hesitation. The protagonist confidently assured Go Hyun-woo that Shin Byung-chul would arrive soon. Not long after, Shin Byung-chul appeared before them with excitement, eager to assist. The protagonist explained that he was planning to enter a dungeon, and that Monday evening would be the perfect time. Shin Byung-chul immediately asked for the dungeon number. Without hesitation, the protagonist revealed it as number 388. Taking out his notebook, Shin Byung-chul confirmed that it was a D-rank dungeon called Feathered Serpent Altar, meant for 4 people, and questioned who would be entering. The protagonist pointed to Go Hyun-woo, indicating that it would be just the two of them. Though concerned that things could go wrong and that he might be held responsible, Shin Byung-chul hesitated. The protagonist, however, assured him that in the worst case, they could simply bail out of the dungeon. Go Hyun-woo supported this decision, expressing his commitment to accompany the protagonist. Reluctantly, Shin Byung-chul agreed and began preparing for their entry on Monday evening. The protagonist then asked what the payment for this request would be. Shin Byung-chul smiled and jokingly said that between them, payment wasn't necessary since he still owed the protagonist from a past event. He considered it settled and promised to assist wholeheartedly, despite admitting with some humor that he had only ventured underground once before. The protagonist, recognizing that Shin Byung-chul wasn't all that familiar with dungeon explorations, reassured him not to half-heartedly approach the task. Shin Byung-chul, though slightly embarrassed, vowed to give his utmost dedication. Taking things a step further, the protagonist proposed adding another dungeon to their mission for experience's sake, Dungeon number 104, a B-rank dungeon known as Black Serpent Fong, which delved into deep levels. Shin Byung-chul immediately objected, stating that it was beyond his ability to handle, but the protagonist encouraged him to at least ask the chief about it. After some thought, Shin Byung-chul agreed it wasn't entirely impossible and promised to inquire about it. He then confirmed their plan and left them with a promise to meet Monday evening. Once he left, the protagonist turned to Go Hyun-woo and suggested that they should finalize their plan. Go Hyun-woo eagerly agreed and asked what needed to be done. The protagonist explained that they would first enter the scheduled D-rank dungeon, Feathered Serpent Altar, where Go Hyun-woo would obtain his weapon while the protagonist would achieve his own goals. He further elaborated that the following days would be used for preparation, including negotiating with the Thieves' Club about accessing the deeper dungeon and securing necessary items. He warned that even the smallest mistake in such a dungeon could be fatal. Go Hyun-woo assured the protagonist that he was ready. The protagonist emphasized that Go Hyun-woo's role was crucial, not only in terms of skill but also in coordination, and that he needed to be as knowledgeable about the dungeon as the protagonist himself. When Go Hyun-woo saw the walkthrough books laid out before him, he was shocked, barely able to speak. The protagonist smiled and explained that these were detailed guides for both of them, instructing Go Hyun-woo to memorize every word without leaving anything out. The scene shifted to workshop number 1, where the protagonist was working on something when Bong Jae-sok arrived. He inquired about the materials the protagonist had been gathering, specifically the floating stone extract, mana engine, and weather chip, and asked if they had been obtained. The protagonist gratefully explained that thanks to Bong Jae-sok's help, he was able to acquire those rare materials without difficulty and expressed his appreciation. Bong Jae-sok then glanced at the gathered materials and noticed the protagonist wrapping things up. He asked if he could take a closer look, and the protagonist gave permission, asking him to wait a moment while he finished. The protagonist completed his work with visible excitement and announced that it was done. Bong Jae-sok, observing the staff, expressed curiosity about what the protagonist had been crafting. He mentioned that, judging by the shape, it appeared to be the head of a staff or scepter, and asked if the main body had been acquired. The protagonist smiled and explained that he hadn't found anything suitable yet and intended to take his time finding the right piece. Inwardly, he wondered if he should search in the lower levels of the dungeon district. Bong Jae-sok then mentioned that with the rainy season over, the protagonist might not be coming to the workshop as often. The protagonist acknowledged this and expressed his gratitude, saying he would still visit from time to time. The scene then shifted to Class 1-3's classroom, where the teacher explained the theme of the week's strategy mission, Sweep. A map labeled Rocky Zone appeared on the board along with rules outlining that the dungeon was a two-person instance with random matchmaking. The teacher further explained that anyone could achieve a high score if they cleared all the monsters. There was no time limit, so students should be on the lookout for hidden enemies. He emphasized that the terrain and teammates would be randomized, and students would be tested in a new environment with unfamiliar partners. Closing his book, the teacher encouraged the students to work together and take their time before dismissing the class. Afterward, Go Hyun-woo turned to the protagonist and observed that it seemed they wouldn't be able to pair up for this week's mission. The protagonist replied with a gentle smile, agreeing that everyone would be going solo. At that moment, Co Yin, who had been asleep, woke up and recommended pausing the Mana Bullet lectures for the week, noting that mentoring week was approaching and new skills could be learned then. She suggested focusing on strengthening fundamentals in the meantime. Go Hyunwoo agreed, saying that sounded good, while Seo Yin simply nodded. The protagonist, with a joking expression, advised them to try the practice mode before jumping into the actual mission. Internally, he thought that practice mode was pointless for him and just a waste of time. As the protagonist looked ahead, he thought to himself that he was going straight for the actual mission without hesitation. His attention then shifted to the system notification, and he silently hoped that he would be paired with a decent partner. Regardless of who he got, he was aiming to achieve a perfect score of 100%. He considered what the ideal teammate would be and realized that someone whose skills he could copy would be best suited. The system displayed the protagonist's current skill slots, showing that he already had 2 skills, Magi Tech and Silent Step. The protagonist realized that he wouldn't be using Magi Tech anytime soon, so he thought about overriding that slot with a more combat-oriented skill. At that moment, he noticed his partner arriving just in time. Then, as he focused on the portal, he became puzzled and wondered what was happening. A red-haired girl appeared from the portal, and upon recognizing her, he was surprised but also a little amused, realizing it was someone he had encountered before, Hong Yunhwa. The red-haired girl, equally shocked, reacted strongly, recognizing the protagonist immediately and feeling distressed that she had run into him again. The protagonist wondered why she was reacting so intensely. Meanwhile, the red-haired girl's mind recalled past matches they had fought in, from placement exams to PvP battles, where she had always crushed him. She figured it was only natural for him to be intimidated. The protagonist, smiling to himself, thought that his main goal was to efficiently clear the quest. He considered that creating a slightly tense atmosphere would make things easier for him, so he decided to keep that tension going. He then looked at her with confidence, impatient that she wasn't moving, and urged her to get going without further delay. The red-haired girl, with tears in her eyes and nervousness on her face, reluctantly agreed to follow him. As they ran together later on, the red-haired girl began to regret her decision. She sat silently, thinking that she should have taken the day off and tried again the next day, instead of insisting on clearing the mission early just to save face. After running for some time, she looked at the protagonist ahead of her and silently cried out in frustration. She never wanted to partner with him and wondered how she ended up stuck with him. She also questioned where they were headed, as the area around them appeared strangely empty. Not realizing that the protagonist was effortlessly killing every monster without attracting attention, she simply looked at the system notification and wondered why it seemed too easy. She thought it strange that there should be monsters around every corner, but the area remained empty. Spotting a fallen goblin nearby, she panicked, believing there was still one monster left, and called out to the protagonist for help. The protagonist, however, ignored her pleas, which frustrated her even more. She clenched her teeth in irritation, wondering why he wouldn't even respond to her calls for help. She felt like she was stuck cleaning up the mess alone. In her frustration, she activated her own skill, Combustion, and attacked a monster, all the while thinking to herself how impressive the protagonist's combat was, even though she was annoyed. Internally, she wished they would stick together and grow frustrated that he wouldn't cooperate. Though she didn't say it aloud, the thought lingered in her mind. Meanwhile, the protagonist, running ahead of her, impatiently scolded her in his mind, wondering if she thought she could solo the entire mission by herself. He urged her not to fall behind and to keep up with his pace. The red-haired girl, Hong Yunhwa, hesitated for a moment but then agreed to follow the protagonist's orders, responding awkwardly as if unsure but willing to cooperate. As she looked at the protagonist, she grew suspicious. She thought to herself that something fell off during the entire mission. He hadn't once hesitated or paused. He was charging forward without giving it a second thought, as if he had completed this exact mission hundreds of times before. Without warning, the protagonist suddenly stopped and told her to hold up. He pointed toward a tunnel in the distance and questioned whether it was a burrow. Curious, he suggested that they should take a closer look. Examining the entrance, Hong Yunhwa concluded that it was likely a goblin burrow because of its small size, too tiny for a person to crawl through. The protagonist, confident in his approach, told her to check it out anyway. Startled, She hesitated and asked if she really had to go. The protagonist gave her a threatening look, implying that she could handle it and pushing her further. Feeling pressured, she nervously agreed and decided to crawl into the hole, though reluctant. Watching her enter the burrow, the protagonist was confused. He hadn't expected her to physically go inside. He had only meant for her to cast a fire spell inside from outside. As she crawled in, a yellow light suddenly burst from the tunnel. The protagonist noticed it and wondered aloud what that glow was. Before anyone could react, the tunnel exploded. The protagonist, unfazed, commented that such fiery explosions were typical in a dungeon like Ruby Tower. After the dust settled, Hong Yunhua crawled out of the burrow, rubbing her face in frustration. She complained about the ordeal, wondering why she was putting herself through this, yet resignedly admitted that dungeon crawling often led to such chaotic moments. Standing up, she expressed relief that they had found the goblin burrow in time and that they managed to eliminate the goblins before they could escape. Just then, the system notification informed them that only one monster remained. The protagonist noted this and said that they only needed to defeat the final boss to complete the mission. However, before they could react, a dangerous monster suddenly appeared from behind them. The protagonist quickly grabbed Hong Yunhua and warned her not to lose focus in a dungeon. Feeling awkward, she apologized, blaming the explosion for possibly alerting nearby monsters. The large boss monster now stood before them. The protagonist explained that this must be the dungeon's boss and reassured her that since they had to fight him anyway, it was a good opportunity. He encouraged her to stay sharp, promising that the battle would be manageable if they attacked together. Observing her, he thought to himself that she still seemed shaken and partially blamed himself for that. He resolved to help boost her confidence. With that in mind, he surprised her by telling her to take the boss on solo. The girl was shocked by this sudden challenge, unsure how she could face such a powerful opponent alone. The protagonist, however, confidently urged her on, insisting she could handle it and encouraging her not to back down. Motivated by his words, she bravely stepped forward and accepted the challenge, saying she'd give it a try. Inside, the protagonist smiled to himself, eager to see her true potential and silently cheering her on to prove her worth. The girl then positioned herself for an attack, gathering magical energy at the tip of her wand. The protagonist, watching closely, thought to himself that this was her moment to show her real strength. She activated her skill, Overheat, and launched the attack. The monster, instantly irritated by the sudden strike, charged toward her in anger. Seeing the monster's reaction, Hong Yunhua panicked, thinking about how fast it had retaliated. She questioned when it could have moved so quickly. As the monster raised its weapon to strike, she felt desperate not to lose. Fueled by determination, she jumped into the air, activating her next skill, Flame Orb, and launched an attack directly at the monster. Seeing the attack hit the monster perfectly, she felt a rush of excitement and satisfaction, believing that she had struck it dead on. But to her dismay, the monster barely flinched. It reappeared from the explosion, seemingly unharmed and ready to attack again. Hong Yun's attack barely affected the dungeon boss. As she watched the result, tension and frustration showed clearly on her face. She quickly realized that the boss had taken almost no damage, leading her to suspect that the dungeon was designed with a damage reduction trait. The thought only deepened her irritation at whoever had structured the dungeon this way. Before she could reassess her approach, the dungeon boss hurled its axe at her with immense force. She narrowly avoided the attack, knowing she was running out of time before the overheating effect wore off. Almost immediately, the boss followed up by throwing a second axe. The unexpected combination left her little room to maneuver. Lowering her stance instinctively, she realized it was already too late to dodge cleanly. With her options shrinking, she prepared to raise a barrier to protect herself. However, before she could act, the protagonist intervened, using magic to deflect both axes away from her. The sudden rescue left her momentarily stunned, but relieved to realize she had survived. The protagonist urged her to stop hesitating and use her remaining power. She understood what he meant and recalled the fire pillar technique she had been avoiding. Memories tied to that skill briefly surfaced, one she clearly wished to forget. Still, she acknowledged that while the ability was powerful, its effective range was limited. The protagonist made it clear that he would restrain the boss, allowing her to concentrate fully on unleashing its power. As he charged forward, she tried to stop him out of concern, but he moved too fast. With a simple motion, he used his magic to slam the dungeon boss into the ground, forcing it into a vulnerable position. Fighting back her hesitation, Hong Yun focused entirely on her role. The boss began to struggle violently, reacting to the magic circle forming beneath it. She noticed immediately that it had sensed the spell, but the protagonist insisted she continue without distraction. He maintained pressure on the boss, deliberately keeping it occupied and unable to escape. Using his magic, the protagonist repeatedly drove the dungeon boss into the ground, preventing it from breaking free. Once the magic circle was complete, Hong Yun moved closer and warned him to leave the area immediately. Despite the boss rising again in anger and attempting another attack, the protagonist calmly avoided the strike and repositioned himself just outside the range. After confirming the distance was sufficient, Hong Yun steadied herself. She concentrated all of her remaining strength, knowing this single strike would determine the outcome. When she released the fire pillar, it engulfed the dungeon boss completely, leaving no chance for recovery. As the flames consumed the boss, the protagonist observed the result with quiet confidence. Once the fire faded, the dungeon was cleared entirely, and the system registered a perfect completion with a full score and bonus rewards. Exhausted, Hong Yun acknowledged that the fight was finally over. The protagonist reflected briefly on how efficiently the battle had ended, even against the boss, though he recognized that he had pushed himself harder than usual. After a moment of hesitation, Hong Yun approached him with a personal request. She asked for the replay of the battle to be made private, clearly uncomfortable with it being publicly viewed. To compensate for the loss of points, she offered a ruby, insisting it was more than enough for such a request. The protagonist was surprised by the value of the ruby and questioned internally why she would go so far over a replay. From her perspective, his reaction made her worry that the offer might not be sufficient. In response, she attempted to raise the offer further, only for him to stop her and agree to settle with what she had already given. He acknowledged her effort in the battle and addressed her by name, which caught her off guard. The realization that he had carried much of the fight from the beginning left her conflicted and embarrassed. As she prepared to leave, she created a portal and awkwardly returned the compliment before exiting, bringing the encounter to a quiet close. Watching her leave, the protagonist allowed himself a small smile, finding her embarrassment unnecessary. Once she was gone, his expression turned serious as he began evaluating her performance. Hong Yanhua had moved far better than he had expected, and the rumors about her being on par with rising talents now felt justified. What stood out the most to him was her close combat ability, which exceeded his initial assumptions. Through the copied skill system, he confirmed that he had successfully acquired 2 abilities from her: Overheat, rank D, and Thief Step, rank B. This confirmed that her skill set had given him the freedom to choose what to copy. While he wasn't entirely sure what Overheat had absorbed from her, he could tell that it had granted him access to a powerful flame-based technique known as Inferno Fist. With a skill of that nature, he knew his physical stats would rise significantly. His attention then shifted to the ruby she had given him. He considered how to handle it, knowing that he needed to head to the underground floor of the dungeon building that night. He decided that stopping by Ruby Tower later would be the most practical way to deal with it. The scene shifted to the ground floor of the dungeon building, with a protagonist teleported inside. After taking a quick look around, he noticed that Go Hyun-woo and Shin Byung-chul hadn't arrived yet. With time to spare, he chose to check his quest rewards while waiting. Opening his panel, he confirmed that the Week 4 Strategy Battle subquest had been fully completed. The objective had been cleared with a perfect completion rate, and the reward granted him an additional copy trait slot. Seeing this, he felt relieved, as it finally allowed him to copy a new trait. He hoped to find something useful before entering the underground dungeon. At that moment, someone appeared behind him, complaining that he had gone ahead without saying anything. Turning around, the protagonist found 2 familiar faces. One of them urged the group to leave soon since it was already getting late, while Hyunwoo confidently expressed that he wouldn't disappoint. Before they moved out, the brown-haired boy mentioned that he had something to distribute. He handed both of them second-year tie pins and anonymous badges, instructing them to put the items on. After equipping them himself, He explained that the accessories blurred facial features and made their appearances seem ordinary. With these on, even encounters with senior students wouldn't raise suspicion. The effect was immediate and noticeable, leaving the protagonist momentarily surprised at how indistinct the boy's face had become. Hyunwoo pointed out that simply walking past others would prevent anyone from recognizing them. Internally, the brown-haired boy found the sensation strange but amusing. Satisfied, the protagonist signaled for them to proceed downward together. As they descended the stairs, Hyunwoo expressed confusion at how long the path seemed to be. The brown-haired boy reassured him that they were almost there. Hyunwoo then admitted that while he knew the dungeon building was large, he hadn't expected it to be this vast, especially considering how long it took just to reach the D-rank floors. He began imagining how deep the lower levels must go. Before he could dwell on it further, the protagonist explained that teleportation devices were normally used for travel, but since they had entered discreetly, those options weren't available. He added lightly that a skilled guide could still bypass those systems if necessary. The brown-haired boy agreed, laughing it off as they neared their destination. Upon arrival, the brown-haired boy formally guided them forward and announced the location. They had reached dungeon number 388, known as the Feathered Serpent Altar. The protagonist, Hyunwoo, and their guide stood quietly in front of the magical teleportation door, preparing for what lay ahead. Hyunwoo noted that they had arrived safely without being discovered. The protagonist acknowledged this with a relaxed smile, reminding the group that everyone had already memorized the strategy guide and that they should begin immediately. At that moment, loud voices echoed from behind them. A separate group emerged through a teleportation door, clearly frustrated and blaming a failed dungeon attempt on someone else's actions. Despite the commotion, the protagonist and his companions did not react or engage with them in any way. The irritated group soon realized that the protagonist team had also arrived to clear the dungeon. Observing them quietly, the protagonist confirmed inwardly that the anonymous badge was functioning exactly as intended, successfully concealing their identities. Hyunwoo suggested that they enter the dungeon quickly before attracting more attention. The brown-haired boy agreed, but paused to handle the surrounding security system first. He produced a magical device, placed it on the ground, and disabled all nearby security mechanisms. With the area temporarily secured, he decided to remain outside and keep watch while the others proceeded. The protagonist agreed, stating that they would clear the dungeon quickly and return without delay. With no time to waste, the group entered the teleportation door. Inside the dungeon, the protagonist pointed out a large monument ahead. He identified it as the Feathered Serpent Altar, the core of the dungeon that Hyunwoo would be responsible for handling. He warned that numerous barbarians guarded the area and advised caution. His companion recognized the information, recalling it from the strategy guide he had been given earlier. Before they could move further, a hidden barbarian suddenly launched a spear from behind. The protagonist and his companion narrowly avoided the attack. Turning back, the protagonist noted how the enemies appeared the moment they were mentioned. 3 barbarians quickly revealed themselves, one of them identifying the intruders as sacrifices and ordering that they be captured alive. Within moments, even more barbarians emerged, surrounding the protagonist and his companion from all sides. Their chants echoed through the area as they repeated the same command to capture them. Observing their behavior, the protagonist questioned the contradiction between their intent to capture and their use of lethal weapons. Before he could reflect further, the barbarians charged forward, rushing toward them in an aggressive attempt to overwhelm them. Hyunwoo asked whether they should proceed according to the original plan. The protagonist confirmed without hesitation, signaling the start of their operation. With a simple hand gesture, the protagonist used magic to knock away the attacking barbarians. At the same time, Hyunwoo drew his sword and moved swiftly, cutting down multiple enemies with precise strikes. After exchanging brief words of encouragement, the two prepared to separate. One of the barbarians, shocked by their strength, shouted in alarm and ordered the others to capture them at all costs. Hyunwoo stepped forward to face the remaining enemies, deliberately drawing their attention to himself. He made it clear that he would be their opponent and intended to end the fight quickly. As Hyunwoo engaged the barbarians, the protagonist sprinted ahead alone. Internally, he reaffirmed their plan. From that point onward, they would operate separately. Hyunwoo would advance along the main route toward the altar, while the protagonist would take a different path, moving through the rainforest instead of following the standard route. Recalling his past experience with the game, The protagonist reviewed the general clear conditions of this dungeon. Normally, clearing it required breaking through the barbarian forces while simultaneously stopping the ritual. Both objectives had to be handled together for a successful completion. Pulling himself back to the present, he reflected further. Clearing the dungeon through the standard route was possible without much difficulty, but doing so would prevent access to the hidden piece concealed within this dungeon. To obtain it, one had to explore areas most players ignored and search more deeply than usual. That was exactly why he had chosen his current path. Noticing that the village contained very few barbarians, he concluded that most of them had gathered near the altar. Regardless of their numbers, he was confident they wouldn't pose a serious threat to Go Hyunwoo. As he reached the outskirts of the barbarian huts, he moved forward to engage. The barbarians immediately identified him as a sacrifice and attempted to capture him alive. Two of them hurled spears in his direction, but he remained calm, deflecting the incoming weapons effortlessly with a simple use of magic. Uninterested in dealing with minor enemies, he redirected the spears back at them, eliminating the attackers instantly. As he advanced deeper into the village, he observed a tent far larger than the others. Its size and placement made it obvious that it belonged exclusively to the chief. Just as he approached the entrance, a powerful laser beam suddenly shot out from inside the tent. He avoided it without difficulty. Moments later, the barbarian chief emerged, removing his mask as he assessed the protagonist's energy and identified him as a rare and valuable sacrifice. The chief made it clear that capture was inevitable. In response, the protagonist activated Inferno Fist and pushed the skill into an overheated state. As he clenched his fist, he dismissed the chief's fixation on sacrifices, finding it repetitive and uninspired. As he closed the distance to attack, he reminded himself of his objective. To secure the hidden piece, he needed to keep the chief occupied in this location. That was the reason he had deliberately searched through the forest to locate the village instead of taking a direct route. Everything had proceeded exactly as planned so far. His role was to stall and control the fight until Go Hyunwoo succeeded elsewhere. He also recognized the danger of the chief's attacks. The golden beam was not elemental in nature, meaning even a single direct hit could be fatal. However, by absorbing the flames of Inferno Fist through overheat and pushing his physical abilities to their limit, evading attacks of this level posed little difficulty. Using Inferno Fist, he struck the chief squarely in the chest. The impact sent the chief flying backward through the air before crashing down at a distance. Observing the result, the protagonist assessed the power of the technique. Overheat combined with Inferno Fist was far more effective than expected, easily breaking through D-rank barriers. Still, he acknowledged that a boss-level opponent wouldn't fall so easily. The chief quickly regained his composure, and the protagonist noted that the damage dealt so far was not significant. Lightly mocking the chief's lack of defensive awareness, he continued to provoke him. Enraged, the chief fired another laser attack. The protagonist dodged again with minimal effort, continuing to speak casually. Before he could finish, the chief vowed that the protagonist would not be allowed a peaceful death. Finding the reaction amusing, the protagonist observed how furious the chief had become. The chief continued firing beams relentlessly. As he avoided each attack, the protagonist reflected on a key detail. The priest's top priority was completing the ritual, and enemies like this often disengaged if not pressured properly. To prevent that, provoking them into a rage was the most effective method. Of course, the angrier the opponent became, the harder it was to dodge their attacks, but that risk was already accounted for. The protagonist briefly turned his thoughts toward his companion, hoping that Go Hyunwoo would perform well. From here on, the outcome depended entirely on what he could accomplish on his side. Meanwhile, Hyunwoo pressed forward with urgency. Knowing that Kim was likely engaged in a life-or-death battle, he felt a strong sense of responsibility to complete the mission entrusted to him without a single mistake and reunite as quickly as possible. As soon as Hyunwoo entered deeper into the dungeon, a massive presence appeared in front of him. A giant suddenly emerged and launched an attack. Hyunwoo attempted to block it with his sword, but the impact shattered the blade. Barely avoiding the follow-up, he slipped between the giant's legs and rolled away, narrowly escaping serious injury. Seated on the ground, Hyunwoo quickly assessed the situation. The creature matched the description from the strategy guide, a sub-priest serving as the dungeon's mid-boss, commonly referred to as Fatty. As expected, it had appeared immediately. While dealing with it, he also needed to secure the hidden piece known as the Feathered Serpent Shaman Sword. As he sensed another presence nearby, Hyunwoo recalled another warning from the guide. In addition to Fatty, there was a second mid-boss. Almost instantly, a shadowy figure attacked him with a concealed weapon. He blocked the strike with the remains of his broken sword and recognized the attack as a poison needle. Just as predicted, the second sub-priest, known as Skinny, had appeared. Hyunwoo knew that fighting both at the same time would be far more difficult and time-consuming. Discarding his broken weapon, Hyunwoo summoned a new sword using magic. With no intention of dragging the battle out, he prepared to end it quickly. Skinny launched multiple poison needles, but Hyunwoo avoided them with careful movements. At the same time, Fatty attacked from behind with a massive wooden log, which Hyunwoo narrowly dodged once again. Assessing the situation, Hyunwoo realized that continuing at this pace would only waste valuable time. With no other choice, he decided to push himself further. When both enemies attacked simultaneously, he gathered his strength and struck decisively. Skinny was cut down instantly, while Fatty suffered a devastating blow to the chest. Hyunwoo then moved toward a nearby table, believing the immediate threat had been handled. However, he remained cautious, knowing that Fatty's vitality was unusually high and that the fight might not be over yet. As expected, the giant rose again, groaning as it regained its footing. Hyunwoo wasn't surprised. Still, his priority remained clear. Securing the hidden piece came first, and finishing the enemy would follow. Before he could reposition himself, Fatty hurled its wooden log toward him. Just before impact, Hyunwoo grasped the Feathered Serpent Shaman Sword. With a single swing, he sliced the log cleanly in half, shocking the giant. Now holding the sword firmly, Hyunwoo acknowledged how close the attack had been. Without hesitation, he advanced once more, fully committing to the final exchange. The giant let out a roar, but it was futile. With a single decisive strike, Hyunwoo brought Fatty down for good. The scene then shifted back to the Feathered Serpent Altar Village. The protagonist continued evading the barbarian chief's relentless magical beam attacks. While doing so, he reflected that simply running around was becoming tedious. By now, Go Hyunwoo should have already secured the shaman sword. At that moment, the chief sensed a sudden change. A powerful aura surged from the altar, causing visible panic. He immediately realized what had happened. The shaman sword placed on the altar had been taken. Shortly after, the system confirmed the discovery. The hidden piece tied to the Feathered Serpent dungeon had been successfully obtained. After receiving the confirmation message, the protagonist felt satisfied. Inwardly, he acknowledged that Go Hyunwoo had passed his test and proven himself reliable enough to be trusted with future dungeons as well. Before finishing off the barbarian chief, the protagonist focused on copying the enemy's trait. Activating his copy ability, he successfully registered the Feathered Serpent Priest's primary trait. With this, his available trait slots were filled, now consisting of elemental resistance and the newly acquired priest trait. Although the priest trait was made up of several complex effects, the increase in mana sensitivity stood out as particularly valuable. Realizing what had happened, the chief panicked and attempted to flee toward the altar. The protagonist blocked his escape, making it clear that there was no reason to rush there anymore. With the situation already decided, he prepared to end the fight. Activating Inferno Fist once more, he struck the chief directly in the chest. At that moment, the system confirmed that the Feathered Serpent Altar dungeon had been fully cleared. Shortly afterward, Go Hyunwoo arrived at the scene, clearly energized. The protagonist noted that his timing was perfect. As they observed the aftermath, the sword in Hyunwoo's hand began to glow, drawing energy from the defeated chief. The protagonist calmly explained that the weapon's performance had improved by absorbing the priest's soul. The system then displayed the results. The hidden piece, the Feathered Serpent Shaman Sword, had evolved from D rank to C rank. Its properties now included enhanced durability protection, automatic durability recovery, and newly acquired elemental resistance. In addition, several reward boxes appeared nearby. The protagonist pointed out that these were the dungeon's standard clear rewards, known as Feathered Serpent Altar Random Boxes. Examining his upgraded weapon, Hyunwoo expressed satisfaction. The sword alone was more than enough for him, and he felt confident he could rely on it for a long time. As a result, he insisted that the protagonist take the remaining rewards. The protagonist accepted without hesitation and suggested that they leave the dungeon immediately. Since the core had been destroyed, the dungeon would collapse after a short period. The two exited through the teleportation door and regrouped outside. Their guide, the brown-haired boy, commented that the clear had taken far less time than expected. The protagonist simply reaffirmed that he had said it would be quick. As they watched, the teleportation entrance began to disappear. The protagonist explained that once a dungeon's core was destroyed, its entrance would be sealed for a while. After enough time passed and the core regenerated, the dungeon would become accessible again and eventually be cleared by someone else. The brown-haired boy added that this process always left behind evidence of a dungeon clear, something that even the most skilled guides were unable to erase. Because of that, the protagonist suggested leaving the area before investigators arrived to assess the situation. As they descended the stairs, the guide expressed his exhaustion, commenting on how long the path felt. Hyunwoo laughed it off, pointing out that climbing upward was naturally more tiring than going down. Even so, the distance still felt excessive. Despite that, the guide admitted relief that they hadn't encountered anyone on the way back. He asked for the return of the anonymous badge and tie pin. Hyunwoo handed his back first, thanking him sincerely for ensuring their safe passage. The protagonist followed, returning his items as well and mentioning that he would be relying on him again in the future. The brown-haired boy brushed it off casually, treating it as part of his job. Just then, two girls approached the group. One of them, with blue hair, greeted them in a familiar manner, remarking that they seemed to run into each other quite often. At that moment, the brown-haired boy stiffened slightly, tension rising as he recognized the situation unfolding. The brown-haired boy confronted the group with visible irritation, questioning why they were in the dungeon district so late at night. In response, he casually brushed it off, stating that raiding dungeons was the only reason anyone would be there. The brown-haired girl remained skeptical, pointing out how hard it was to believe someone could start raiding from the very first day. The brown-haired boy answered lightly, mocking her distrust. He then nudged the protagonist to speak as well. The protagonist immediately realized that the responsibility of handling the situation had been pushed onto him. Wanting to resolve things quickly, he decided to go along with it. He casually asked whether they had also just returned from a raid. When she confirmed it, he followed up by asking about their completion percentage. She refused to share it. The brown-haired boy joked that people usually avoided sharing their scores when they were low. In response, the girl confidently claimed that her completion rate was higher than theirs. Taking advantage of her confidence, the protagonist suggested turning it into a bet to compare completion results. She agreed immediately and proposed the stakes herself, suggesting that the loser would owe a favor or have to answer a question. With both sides agreeing, they decided to reveal their results at the same time. When the countdown ended and the results appeared, the girl was visibly stunned. The protagonist's rage showed a full 100% completion. Observing her reaction, the protagonist noted inwardly that her confidence likely came from a 97% clear rate, and that the result had probably shocked her more than intended. Without lingering, he chose to use the moment to leave, stating that he would keep the favor for later. The scene shifted to the following day. The protagonist was now seated inside a cafe with his companions, relaxing with cold drinks. Hyunwoo commented that it had been a long time since they skipped training during lunch. The protagonist responded calmly, explaining that rest was also part of training, especially after pushing themselves hard the previous day. Hyunwoo then asked why he had been called there. The protagonist explained that he wanted to show them another benefit of clearing dungeons, the experience of opening random reward boxes. Soon after, the Feathered Serpent Dungeon's random boxes appeared on the table. With everything prepared, the protagonist initiated the unboxing. His companions reacted with excitement as the first box was opened, revealing a rank-up item. It wasn't a bad start. The second box contained a priest-tagged accessory, which immediately pleased the protagonist. Inwardly, he acknowledged that pulling both a rank-up item and a priest-type accessory already made the rewards worthwhile. He then offered Hyunwoo a chance to open a box himself. After some hesitation, Hyunwoo accepted. When he opened it, however, the result left him awkwardly disappointed, a wooden cup belonging to the serpent tribe. The protagonist teased him lightly about his poor luck. Hyunwoo apologized, but the protagonist reassured him, pointing out that he was the one who had dragged him into the dungeon in the first place. Still feeling embarrassed, Hyunwoo admitted that he had never been particularly lucky with these things. Shortly after, Seo Yin opened another box and froze in shock. Inside was a feather cushion ranked at B class. Both Hyunwoo and the protagonist were stunned. A B-rank item appearing from a D-rank random box was almost unheard of. As the protagonist examined it more closely, he realized that despite its name, it was essentially a combat-oriented item. That only made the result more surprising, especially considering who had pulled it. A system window appeared, displaying the details of the feather cushion. It was an item made from the feathers of an unknown divine beast, capable of accelerating fatigue recovery, curing mental-type status ailments, and gradually improving resistance to such effects with long-term use. After reviewing the item, the protagonist felt a slight sense of regret. As a sleeping-related lifestyle item, it wasn't particularly useful to him. Still, items like this had their own demand. There were plenty of buyers in the market, making it easy to sell or exchange for something else. He briefly considered sending it to the errand center or listing it for auction. The group fell into an awkward silence, all eyes fixed on the cushion. Noticing Seo Yin's reaction, the protagonist paused and realized she might want it. Rethinking the situation, he concluded that giving it to her made more sense. With improved fatigue recovery, her sleep time would shorten, giving her more waking hours and better training efficiency. Considering its long-term impact, handing it over was the more practical choice. When Seo Yin hesitated, unable to respond, the protagonist made the decision for her and gave her the item. She reacted with clear excitement and hugged the cushion tightly, expressing her gratitude. Just then, the protagonist's thoughts shifted as his phone began to ring. Hyunwoo noticed and asked what was going on. Checking the caller ID, the protagonist saw it was Shin Byung-chul and wondered what he wanted. He answered the call and learned that Shin Byung-chul wanted him to come to the club room immediately. When the protagonist asked what was happening, he was reminded of the deep dungeon request they had discussed earlier. Apparently, the situation had become complicated, and Shin Byung-chul's sister wanted to meet him personally. The scene shifted to the thieves' clubroom. As the protagonist entered, Shin Byung-chul's sister greeted him, noting that they had been waiting. Inside the room were several others. A long-haired boy casually observed him, while a green-haired boy sitting on the table commented that this was the person he had been working with recently. Another remark followed, mentioning that the protagonist had even clashed with a magic engineering club. The green-haired boy continued teasing, mentioning how he had warned others to stay away from their junior and how Bong Jae-suk had been scolded publicly. He found it amusing and commented on how unusual it was to see his sister react that way. Before the conversation could continue, Shin Byung-chul's sister abruptly intervened. Using magic, she summoned ropes, silenced the boys, tied them together, and forcibly threw them out of the room. Once the interruption was dealt with, she dismissed their comments and told the protagonist not to mind them. The protagonist responded respectfully, which caught her off guard. She reacted in surprise, remarking that he answered too quickly and should at least think things over. The protagonist replied lightly, saying he would consider it. Stretching slightly, she decided to drop the small talk and get straight to the issue. She explained that there was a problem with the Black Serpent dungeon request he had taken. A bid had been placed on it. When the protagonist asked whether it was a regular bid or a priority bid, she clarified that it was the latter. Hearing that, the protagonist immediately understood the complication. He recalled how dungeon access worked. Once a dungeon core was destroyed, the dungeon sealed itself until regeneration. Within each cycle, only a limited number of parties could challenge a dungeon, and those with valuable rewards naturally attracted competition. To manage this, Young Slayer Academy had introduced a bidding system. Normally, access was decided through regular bids, ranking parties based on raid success rates. However, priority bids overrode all such conditions. Each club was given a limited number of priority bid tickets, and using one granted immediate access rights regardless of rank. At present, the Black Serpent dungeon was under a priority bid. Shin Byung-chul's sister continued, explaining that since they planned to enter unofficially, access itself wasn't the issue. The problem was what came afterward. Once the dungeon was cleared, it would close, and the club that placed the priority bid wouldn't simply let it go. With a sharp expression, she revealed the final detail. The club that had placed the priority bid was the Swordsmanship Club, one of the Academy's top 2 clubs. She asked whether he still intended to proceed. The protagonist answered without hesitation. He wanted to push through. Surprised by his decisiveness, she questioned whether he was serious. The protagonist responded calmly, stating that he would handle the consequences and asking her to move forward with the plan. She stood up from her chair, clearly amused. If their junior was that confident, then he must have something in mind. Clenching her fist with a confident smile, she agreed to proceed and committed fully to the decision. Tension briefly filled the room as the brown-haired boy questioned his sister about whether she intended to go personally. She answered without hesitation, stating that she would join Davin herself. Turning her attention to the protagonist, she added that extra payment would be required if she were involved, treating it as a straightforward deal. The protagonist agreed calmly, making it clear that if they were going to proceed, it would be done properly. The sister then asked who else he planned to bring along, mentioning the gray-haired companion she had seen before. The protagonist corrected her, explaining that he would be going with Go Hyunwoo instead, reminding her that she had likely seen him during the duel with Emerald. This jogged her memory, and she recognized him as the handsome fighter from that incident. Even so, she expressed doubt, pointing out that a B-rank dungeon seemed manageable with just the two of them. Davin, however, questioned how a freshman could handle something at that level. Hearing this, the sister realized why Davin was unaware. She recalled that during the infiltration of the temporary storage facility, the protagonist had been wearing a mask enchanted with perception-disturbing magic, which had concealed his identity at the time. Leaning closer, she quietly asked if she was allowed to mention his true identity. The protagonist responded evenly, giving his permission as long as she did not spread it around carelessly. She then warned Davin to listen carefully and not be shocked. As Davin looked at the protagonist, realization dawned on her, as she internally identified him as Inferno Fist. With introductions effectively concluded, the protagonist placed a stack of documents on the table and asked everyone to review them. The sister picked them up and reacted with visible surprise upon realizing they were a strategy guide for the Black Snake Dungeon. Questioning how he had obtained something so detailed, she shared the contents with the others, pointing out that the plan focused on entering quietly, taking only the valuable targets, and leaving without unnecessary confrontation. The group immediately noticed how closely the approach resembled a thief's operation, which left the protagonist momentarily confused by their synchronized reaction. Laughing, the sister remarked that this only proved he was perfectly suited for their club. Davin, still uncertain, admitted that now that it was mentioned, the protagonist did seem somewhat underhanded in his methods. The protagonist quickly clarified that he had no intention of joining the club. The sister sighed, acknowledging that his sharp refusal was exactly what she expected. Refocusing on the task, the protagonist asked whether the guide was usable. After reviewing it more carefully, the sister confirmed that the plan would significantly reduce combat encounters, noting that Byung-chul's role would simply involve disabling traps. At this point, the brown-haired boy reacted in shock, realizing he was expected to participate as well. His sister immediately reminded him of how confidently he had boasted about becoming a rising star in mechanisms. His confidence faltered, and he admitted that while he had said that before, a B-rank dungeon was a different matter entirely and put his life at risk. After a brief pause, he firmly refused to take part. The protagonist responded evenly, warning him that he would regret backing out. The brown-haired boy replied irritably, stating that no reward was worth dying for. Without raising his voice, the protagonist then mentioned a specific hidden item. The room fell silent as everyone stared at him in disbelief. He calmly explained that it was a hidden piece so valuable that no stealth-type class could resist it, even noting that the assassin Jang Sam had once exposed himself trying to obtain it. He made it clear that this was an offer the Thieves' Club could not reasonably refuse. The sister reacted with shock, admitting she had believed the item was only a rumor. The protagonist confirmed its existence without hesitation. At that, her attitude shifted completely. Trusting that he was not lying, she declared that they could not pass up the opportunity. She noted that since Byung-chul had already backed out, the remaining group would proceed. Suddenly, the brown-haired boy's hesitation vanished. With renewed confidence, he proclaimed that a true man faced danger to achieve his goals and asserted that no one was better suited for handling mechanisms than Shin Byung-chul himself. Watching this turnaround, the protagonist reflected inwardly that if Dang Gyang was this motivated, then Shin Byung-chul was likely dependable after all. He found himself genuinely glad to have him along, even noting to himself that he had expected the boy to run away. As they parted ways, the protagonist told them that he would see them again on Friday night. A few days passed, and Friday evening arrived. Inside the mana training room, the protagonist sat in meditation, quietly organizing his preparations. He knew that before entering a deep-level dungeon, proper groundwork was essential. Although his skills had improved steadily, his D-rank core was starting to fall behind. With the priest trait he had recently obtained, combined with the synergy provided by the priest's black bracelet, he focused on accelerating his mana growth. His goal was to raise his core's rank efficiently. Beyond that, he planned to use the E-rank rank-up item he had acquired from the random box. Since amplification was a core skill that was difficult to level through normal means, he decided to rely on the rank-up item to strengthen it directly. When he finished his meditation and opened his eyes, he confirmed inwardly that all preparations were complete. Leaving the mana training room, he walked through the training center while reviewing everything in his mind. From his perspective, he had prepared everything he could. Given his current state, it should be enough to handle a deep-level dungeon. As he moved forward, Hyunwoo emerged from behind him, surprised to see him there. The protagonist turned toward him, noting that he seemed to be heading out and remarking on the dedication it took to train right before entering a dungeon. Hyunwoo explained that he had been testing a new weapon and felt confident that he had adjusted to it well enough for real combat. Hearing this, the protagonist concluded that they were both ready and suggested that they leave together. The scene shifted to the dungeon district. The protagonist and Hyunwoo arrived together, where the sister was already waiting for them. She confirmed their arrival and told them to move in once they were ready. Hyunwoo hesitated slightly, questioning whether it was truly fine to enter so openly, especially considering the item Shin Byung-chul had provided earlier. The protagonist reassured him calmly, explaining that the item would not be necessary. At that moment, the sister activated her shadow butterfly flight skill. Numerous butterflies formed from her magic and spread out ahead of them. She told them to watch closely, confident that they would soon understand. As the butterflies flew toward the dungeon gates, Hyunwoo realized their purpose and noted that they were being used for scouting. The protagonist confirmed this, explaining that all they needed to do was follow them. He then gave the signal to move, and the group began running forward, keeping pace with the butterflies. While advancing, Davin deployed his equipment, releasing 2 spherical devices into the air. These devices moved rapidly alongside the group, following the butterflies as well. After entering a room deeper inside, the sister stopped everyone and instructed them a halt. After a brief pause, she explained that she and Davin would remain behind to cover the entrance. From that point onward, everything ahead would be left to the others. Standing before the teleportation door leading to the Black Snake Chamber, she issued a final warning. What awaited them inside would be unlike anything they had faced before. She wished them luck and told them to return alive. The protagonist, Hyunwoo, and the brown-haired boy then stepped through the teleportation door and entered the chamber. As soon as they were inside, the protagonist observed the brown-haired boy closely. He had been visibly restless since they arrived. The protagonist wondered if this nervousness stemmed from the pressure of entering such a dangerous dungeon. He knew that if he allowed this unease to continue, even the most solid plan could fall apart. Something had to be done to steady him. Calling his name, the protagonist drew his attention and directly asked whether he was scared. Internally, he noted that challenging someone's pride was often the most effective way to provoke a reaction. The brown-haired boy immediately denied it, insisting he was not afraid. However, the protagonist noticed his legs trembling and pointed it out. The boy awkwardly brushed it off, claiming it was merely a habit and continuing to deny any fear. At that moment, the brown-haired boy looked around the chamber more closely. Realization struck him as he finally took in their surroundings, and he reacted in shock upon recognizing the dungeon as the B-rank Black Snake Chamber. Hyunwoo looked around the area and pointed out that something felt off. Given the number of people usually present, the surroundings should have been filled with activity and residual energy. Instead, the place felt unusually quiet. After observing the environment more carefully, he noted again how unnatural the silence was. The protagonist responded calmly, explaining that incidents have been occurring continuously in this area. While it was unfortunate, those disturbances created an opportunity they could make use of. As long as they followed the guide and focused on collecting the valuable targets, their objective would be met. With that decided, he led them toward their first destination. They entered a restaurant and took their seats. A staff member greeted them and took their order, which the protagonist placed without hesitation. The service was quick, and the food was brought out soon after. When Hyunwoo casually remarked on the speed, the waiter explained that preparations began before dawn and then excused himself. At that moment, the The brown-haired boy quietly questioned whether the people they were waiting for would really come. The protagonist confirmed that they would, explaining that young men were taken from this place on a regular basis. He subtly indicated that the waiter was their next target. Not long after, several warriors entered the restaurant. One of them casually spoke to the waiter, asking about business. The waiter, clearly frightened, explained that all required payments had already been made. The warrior clarified that they were there for a different reason and soon revealed their intent. Hyunwoo recognized them immediately, and the protagonist confirmed that they were low-ranking warriors from the Black Snake Chamber. The warriors demanded that the waiter come with them. Overcome with fear, the waiter froze. His father rushed forward, desperately trying to stop them, but was struck down and thrown aside without hesitation. The warriors threatened the waiter, making it clear that resistance would only make things worse. In tears, the waiter was taken away as his father remained on the ground, devastated. The protagonist approached the old man and spoke calmly, assuring him that they would bring his son back. Overwhelmed, the father grasped his hand and promised anything in return. The protagonist accepted the request with a simple condition and then left the restaurant with his companions. Outside, the protagonist observed that the warriors had not gone far and decided to follow closely. Hyunwoo noted that they had turned toward a less traveled area. The protagonist concluded that they had likely already been noticed, but that worked in their favor. As expected, the warriors turned to face them. One wondered aloud whether the group from the restaurant had followed them, while the other dismissed it as foolish heroics. Hyunwoo expressed frustration at standing by while an innocent person was dragged away. The protagonist agreed, noting that witnessing injustice firsthand left no room for hesitation. The warriors charged forward to attack. One mocked their courage, calling it reckless, while the other warned that misguided chivalry would only lead to death. Remaining calm, the protagonist instructed his companions to avoid damaging their clothes. As one warrior attempted to strike him, the protagonist tried to restrain him with magic, but it proved ineffective. He adapted instantly, dodging the attack and forcefully slamming the warrior to the ground. Observing the other fight still unfolding, he noted internally that one side was finished while the other was not yet resolved. The brown-haired boy rushed in to assist but was kicked away and sent flying. Watching the situation unfold, the protagonist acknowledged that without certain abilities in play, the fight had become messier than expected. Eventually, both warriors were subdued, restrained, and stripped of their equipment. The brown-haired boy remarked that they were surprisingly weak for their position. The protagonist confirmed that they were the weakest members present, noting internally that while they might be considered mid-bosses in a lower-level dungeon, it was not worth focusing on that detail. With the situation stabilized, the protagonist suggested returning. Back at the restaurant, the waiter reunited with his father, tears welling in both their eyes. Overcome with relief and gratitude, the father thanked the protagonist repeatedly for saving his son. The protagonist briefly apologized for interrupting the emotional reunion, reminding the old man that there was still the matter of settling the bill. The old man quickly composed himself and asked what they needed. The protagonist pointed toward a nearby statue and indicated that they would take that instead. The old man looked confused at first, noting that it was just a Daruma statue, but then immediately insisted that they take it, even offering as many as they wanted. The protagonist accepted politely and added that they would finish their meal before leaving. The old man smiled and offered to reheat the food right away. As they ate, Hyunwoo examined the statue closely and remarked that it did not seem ordinary. The brown-haired boy, speaking while eating, guessed that it might be related to information techniques. Hyunwoo was confused by that idea, struggling to connect such a simple object to formations. The protagonist clarified that the statue was indeed used in formations, specifically as a key designed to break certain types of formation structures. Hyunwoo continued observing it carefully and pointed out that calling it merely a formation key was an understatement. The protagonist explained that the sculptor's will was embedded inside it. The brown-haired boy suggested keeping it for now, reasoning that there would likely be a place where it could be used. Once they finished eating, the protagonist noted that they were full and said it was time to move on to their real objective. Standing in front of the building, the protagonist reminded his companions that although they had already memorized the strategy guide, he would go over it once more. He explained that, in broad terms, the Black Snake Chamber strategy resembled the Feathered Snake Altar. While he would occupy the main forces, including the Black Snake Lord, the others would secure the target items using a diversion tactic. However, He pointed out a crucial difference. Unlike before, the Black Snake Lord was too powerful to defeat directly. After a brief pause, he explained that they would resolve the situation using alternative means instead. He confirmed that they had brought all the items listed in the guide. The brown-haired boy and Hyunwoo both confirmed that they had prepared everything. The protagonist then distributed emergency escape scrolls and in-ear communicators, instructing them to equip the communicators immediately and keep the scrolls stored safely. Once the communicators were in place, he explained that he would split off from the group at this point. He told them to contact him if anything went wrong, adding that as long as they followed the plan, there should not be any major issues, but caution was still necessary. Hyunwoo wished him luck as they separated. As the protagonist moved ahead alone, a nearby warrior was startled by his sudden appearance and questioned who he was. The protagonist activated his Inferno Fist skill and continued walking forward without responding. The warrior repeated the question more forcefully and drew his sword, threatening violence. As he noticed the protagonist's hand, his expression changed in shock. Before the warrior could react further, the protagonist clenched his fist and struck him squarely in the chest. The blow sent the warrior flying backward, crashing through the glass of a nearby shop and disappearing inside as debris scattered across the floor. The impact of the Inferno wrist punch caused the wooden shop to catch fire almost instantly. Watching the flames spread, the protagonist noted inwardly that would burn easily. Although he was the one who had started the fire, he found himself briefly absorbed in the sight, acknowledging that there was something oddly fascinating about watching it burn. Nearby soldiers quickly noticed the fire and began shouting in confusion, calling out directions and urging each other to extinguish it. Hearing their frantic reactions, the protagonist reflected on how slow their situational awareness was. Even after causing such a disturbance, they still had not located him. Deciding that waiting any longer was pointless, he deliberately fanned the flames, intensifying the fire. As the blaze grew larger, he openly announced the presence of an enemy attack. Moments later, numerous warriors rushed in and surrounded him. Observing their numbers, he considered that they were likely attempting to overwhelm him through sheer force, though he showed no concern over it. One of the warriors demanded to know who he was. The protagonist responded casually, implying that his actions made the answer obvious. Another warrior dismissed him as unstable and ordered the attack. All at once, the warriors lunged toward him. Watching them close in, the protagonist accepted their assessment without resistance and calmly prepared himself. He then leapt high into the air, far above their reach, shocking the warriors below. While airborne, he activated Inferno Fist and, with deliberate force, struck downward. The resulting impact caused a massive fiery explosion that engulfed the warriors instantly. The blast shattered the ground beneath them, leaving destruction in its wake. Afterward, the protagonist landed quietly, his posture steady. He reasoned that after causing this much destruction, the true authority of the area would have noticed by now. To speed things up, he decided that creating even more chaos would draw the individual out faster. As expected, a mysterious figure soon appeared, emitting a green glow. The newcomer assessed the protagonist's techniques and questioned whether he was connected to the flame tyrant, remarking on the damage done to his domain. The protagonist was briefly surprised by how quickly the figure appeared, realizing that his provocation had worked sooner than planned. The man declared that the destruction would be paid for with the protagonist's life. Internally, the protagonist identified him as the Black Serpent House Master. He noted the misunderstanding regarding the Flame Tyrant and Inferno Fist, but decided that allowing the confusion to persist would actually benefit him by keeping the man's attention fully focused. The protagonist dismissed the House Master with open contempt, provoking immediate anger. The House Master charged forward, demanding proof through combat. The protagonist avoided the attack with ease, remarking on the lack of courtesy in striking without warning. The House Master acknowledged the dodge and pressed the attack again. As he continued evading, the protagonist analyzed the man's martial style, recognizing a lethal mix of claw techniques and poison arts. Even a minor injury from such techniques would be fatal. The House Master mocked his evasiveness, comparing him to something slippery, and demanded that he stop retreating. The protagonist calmly responded, noting his own speed, and continued avoiding every strike. He taunted the House Master by commenting on the filth coating his hands, deliberately provoking him further. Enraged, the House Master reacted violently, promising a painful death. The protagonist responded coolly, pointing out that the man seemed too slow to make such threats credible. As the exchange continued, the house master questioned how long the protagonist intended to keep evading. Internally, the protagonist clarified his objective. He only needed to maintain the house master's attention until receiving confirmation from Go Hyunwoo's side. Once that happened, he could withdraw. However, stalling too obviously might expose the diversion, and it was clear the house master was beginning to suspect something. That meant it was time to strike back. Refocusing, the protagonist prepared himself and activated Inferno Fist again, pushing the skill beyond its normal limits. As heat surged through his clenched fist, he declared that he would finally respond properly. The house master, watching the energy build, became convinced that the protagonist truly was a disciple of the Flame Tyrant. The protagonist neither confirmed nor denied it, allowing the misunderstanding to remain. He then leapt high into the air once more. The house master, alarmed, assumed the protagonist intended to destroy the area again and followed him upward, warning that aerial combat would nullify his agility. As the house master attacked midair, the protagonist avoided the strike by flipping smoothly through the air. Reappearing behind him, he calmly questioned whether that assumption was truly correct. The protagonist combined wind force with Inferno Fist and released a powerful punch toward the house master. The impact struck directly, sending the man flying backward and crashing through multiple shops, tearing through walls as burning debris scattered around him. Observing the result, the protagonist assessed the outcome inwardly. Although the strike had landed cleanly, it was far from enough to defeat the house master. He compared the strength involved, recalling that the Feathered Serpent Priest had only been a D-rank boss. The reason the leader of an underworld group was ranked B was not because he was ordinary, but because the Black Serpent House itself was no simple criminal organization. Its master was a survivor of the ancient war between the righteous and demonic factions. Moments later, the house master emerged from the wreckage, stepping out from between burning wooden fragments. He acknowledged the protagonist's movement techniques and expressed surprise at seeing Void steps, admitting that he had underestimated him. Internally, the protagonist sensed a shift. The man was no longer holding back. This was not merely the Black Serpent House Master. This was the Black Serpent Pavilion Lord of the Heavenly Demon Cult. As the man prepared to escalate the fight further, the scene shifted away. Inside the dungeon, Go Hyunwoo and the brown-haired boy ran through the interior corridors while warriors rushed toward the main gate in response to the fire. Hearing the commotion, Hyunwoo noted that they had slipped through without being detected. The brown-haired boy observed that, at this rate, they might avoid combat entirely. Spotting a heavily guarded door ahead, they both recognized it as the entrance to the treasury. The brown-haired boy attempted to mislead the guards by loudly redirecting their attention toward the main gate and the reported intruder. Hyunwoo, watching closely, acknowledged inwardly that his acting was far better than expected. However, the guard stationed at the door paused, evaluated them, and quickly saw through the deception. Drawing his weapon, he confronted them, making it clear that their infiltration had been noticed. The brown-haired boy realized that despite their disguise, they had been exposed. The guard's reasoning, absurd as it was, boiled down to recognizing a face he could not forget. Both Hyunwoo and the brown-haired boy processed the situation in their own way. Without hesitation, Hyunwoo removed his mask, acknowledged the guard's attention, and immediately charged forward. Before the guard could react, Hyunwoo struck decisively, cutting him down in a single, clean motion. He accepted the necessity of the action without hesitation. Turning back, Hyunwoo noticed that the brown-haired boy was already at the door, working on the locking mechanism. Surprised by how quickly he had moved, Hyunwoo watched as the man focused on his task despite his irritation. He made it clear through his actions that he had not come to fight, but to do exactly what he was best at. Hyunwoo expressed confidence in his abilities, having heard of his reputation as a skilled technician. Encouraged, the brown-haired boy responded by preparing to demonstrate his expertise. He retrieved 3 specialized tools, positioning them carefully as he began unlocking the treasury door with practiced precision. The brown-haired boy moved his hands quickly over the lock, working through the mechanism with practiced ease. Within only a few seconds, the sealed door was fully opened. Hyunwoo froze for a moment in disbelief, clearly not expecting the lock to be cleared so fast. The brown-haired boy, confident in his work, indicated that the path ahead was now open. As they stepped forward, Hyunwoo carefully examined the passage in front of them. It was a key route leading toward Vigo, yet there were no visible security devices. The absence of obvious defenses immediately felt unnatural. The brown-haired boy quickly pointed out the flaw in that assumption, recognizing that a place this important would rely on concealed traps rather than exposed mechanisms. His concern proved correct almost instantly. A hidden device activated without warning, launching an arrow through the air. Hyunwoo narrowly avoided it, watching as it embedded itself deep into the opposite wall. The precision of the trap confirmed just how carefully it had been hidden. Hyunwoo acknowledged that without the brown-haired boy's awareness, the situation could have ended badly. The brown-haired boy reinforced the point through his actions, making it clear that even a moment of carelessness in a place like this would result in immediate death. Hyunwoo, recognizing his own limitations in this environment, placed his trust entirely in him. Taking the lead, the brown-haired boy instructed Hyunwoo through a series of precise movements. He guided him step by step, directing where to stand, where to apply pressure, and when to pull. At his signal, Hyunwoo pulled the rope exactly as instructed. The mechanism responded correctly, allowing the brown-haired boy to sprint forward and disable the remaining trap. Once finished, he signaled that the path was now safe to cross. Hyunwoo could not hide his admiration. He had heard stories about the man's skill with mechanisms, but seeing it firsthand made the reputation feel entirely justified. The brown-haired boy, clearly pleased, reinforced his belief that understanding and properly using technology was essential for survival. However, Hyunwoo soon noticed that the path ahead appeared to end abruptly at a solid wall. The brown-haired boy explained that the storeroom entrance had been deliberately concealed behind a false wall. His plan was simple. Hyunwoo would break through the outer stone layer, and he would handle the rest. Hyunwoo drew his sword and stepped forward, asking the brown-haired boy to move aside. With a series of forceful strikes, he carved a large opening into the wall. After inspecting the opening, the brown-haired boy confirmed that it was sufficient and took over once again. Before proceeding, he requested the Daruma statue Hyunwoo had obtained earlier. Hyunwoo handed it over without hesitation. As he examined the lock, the brown-haired boy reasoned that if the statue was a key component of the formation, it would also serve a purpose here. He dismantled several internal parts, then carefully inserted the statue into a specific slot within the mechanism. The moment it was placed, the internal system activated. Gears shifted, the structure responded, and a hidden door to the treasure vault slowly opened. Inside the vault, the brown-haired boy opened a chest filled with gold, momentarily calculating its immense value. Hyunwoo, after only a brief glance around, understood that everything stored here was priceless. Despite the temptation, the brown-haired boy remained cautious. He noted that dying in the vault would benefit no one. His attention shifted to a black talisman attached to a nearby box, recognizing it from the guide as a special device linked to the Black Lord Serpent. Even the slightest contact would trigger a deadly poison. He forced himself to suppress any greedy impulses, repeatedly reminding himself to stay focused. Watching this, Hyunwoo quietly observed that the boy was muttering to himself, finding the habit oddly reassuring rather than concerning. Refocusing on their objective, Hyunwoo recalled the guide's information that only one item in the vault lacked a talisman. His attention was drawn to a small black box faintly glowing on the floor. He picked it up carefully, examining it closely. It matched the description perfectly. With the objective finally secured, Hyunwoo turned to the brown-haired boy with a relaxed expression, indicating that it was time to leave. The brown-haired boy agreed without hesitation, acknowledging that remaining any longer would only increase the risk. They immediately began moving toward the exit at full speed. As they ran, the brown-haired boy appeared confident, explaining that following the guide made everything straightforward. The traps along their route had already been disarmed earlier, so reaching the safe zone should have been uncomplicated. After a brief pause, he casually admitted that part of him almost wished something unexpected would happen, simply to make things more interesting. Hyunwoo reacted sharply to that comment, clearly uncomfortable with tempting bad luck. The brown-haired boy quickly realized his mistake and brushed it off, admitting that he spoke too freely. Moments later, Hyunwoo suddenly froze at the sight ahead. Something at the exit gate caught his attention, stopping him mid-stride. The brown-haired boy questioned him and turned toward the gate himself. The moment he did, his expression drained of color as sweat formed on his face. Standing calmly at the exit was an old man dressed entirely in white. The warning from the guide immediately came to mind. The old man examined the surroundings with interest, acknowledging the precision and cleanliness of the work done inside. Hyunwoo responded respectfully, his fear evident. Gathering his courage, he asked whether the man before them was an elder of the heavenly demon cult, Baek Hyakuseo, known as the White Serpent. As Hyunwoo studied him more closely, his thoughts raced. The White Serpent was the vice lord of the Black Snake Chamber, once an elder master of the demonic cult, infamous as one half of the Black and White Twin Serpents. Even the Lord of Black Serpents struggled to fully control him. He wandered the chamber without pattern, appearing only when misfortune was at its peak. Realizing this meant they had encountered the worst possible individual, Hyunwoo understood that measuring the man's true mastery was impossible. Direct combat would guarantee defeat. Breaking free from his thoughts, Hyunwoo immediately drew his sword and ordered the brown-haired boy to run if escape was still possible. The brown-haired boy hesitated, questioning what Hyunwoo planned to do. Hyunwoo, gripping his sword tightly, assessed the situation internally. The gap in martial ability was overwhelming, making escape unrealistic. With that in mind, only one path remained if survival was to be achieved. He shouted for the brown-haired boy to flee, promising to find a way. The White Serpent observed him calmly, remarking on how impressive it was for someone not yet 20 to reach such a level. Hyunwoo responded with honesty, crediting his master and companions. The old man acknowledged those words, but expressed regret that such a promising martial artist would have to die by his hand. Raising his sword, the White Serpent declared that fate itself had placed them together. As a final act of mercy, he allowed Hyunwoo to strike first. Without hesitation, Hyunwoo rushed forward, activating his flow of the bird technique as he closed the distance. He prepared himself mentally, treating the exchange as a lesson he would endure heeding. The old man watched carefully, recognizing that Hyunwoo was not merely controlling wind, but the flow of ki itself, an advanced art far beyond the ordinary. Just as Hyunwoo's attack was about to land, the old man's sword moved unnaturally, bending and whipping through the air like a rope. Hyunwoo barely had time to register the realization that it was a flexible sword before the strike landed squarely against his chest. The White Serpent's poisonous snake guard technique sent him flying backward. Pain tore through Hyunwoo as he was launched through the air. Watching him, the old man judged the technique calmly, strong, but reckless, a movement that disregarded what came after, meant for mutual destruction. Mercy, in such a fight, was never an option. Hyunwoo crashed to the ground some distance away. Struggling to rise, blood spilled from his mouth as he forced himself upright. Internally, he acknowledged the reality of the gap between them. A single exchange had sent him flying. This was not an opponent that could be faced half-heartedly. If there was any chance left, he would have to commit everything he had. Steadying his breathing, Hyunwoo regained his stance and prepared to fight once more. The White Serpent advanced, swinging his sword again with calm confidence, expressing approval of Hyunwoo's effort while making it clear that endurance alone would not be enough. He closed the distance, attacking once more. Standing firm, Hyunwoo focused his thoughts. This was precisely why he could not fail. In that moment, he recognized something familiar. The movement of the sword mirrored the patterns carved into the Daruma statue. One of the engraved lines overlapped perfectly with the sword's path. Understanding finally clicked. Hyunwoo surged forward, narrowly dodging the attack. The White Serpent acknowledged the feat, impressed that someone so young could move with such refinement, encouraging him to take pride in it. As Hyunwoo recovered his balance, he assessed himself honestly. His clear stream technique had been close to flawless, yet it still fell short. The gap remained. The old man concluded that offering mercy now would only be disrespectful. With that, he prepared to reveal even more of his martial art. Hyunwoo faced the old man, feeling an intense presence pressing down on him. His mind raced with the realization that the man before him moved like a massive serpent ready to strike. The techniques the old man wielded belonged to the seasonal arts, and at his current level, Hyunwoo had no chance of outright blocking them. Still, he could not give up, not with the long-cherished wishes of his sect, the will of his master, and the faith of his friends resting on him. Drawing on all his resolve, he shouted and prepared to attack, refusing to collapse. The old man responded immediately, swinging his sword with a declaration that the next strike would be his last. Hyunwoo reacted by blocking the attack and forming a magical shield around himself using his sword, creating a protective barrier. The old man studied him, noting the technique's extreme softness and flexibility used to deflect attacks. He knew it would not be enough to stop the full force of his strike, and warned internally that pity would not save Hyunwoo. He struck again, activating his skill. White silk ascends to heaven. The power of the attack forced Hyunwoo back a significant distance, despite his defensive efforts. Both assessed each other carefully, then charged simultaneously. The old man observed Hyunwoo struggling to stand, realizing that the boy had not even attempted to attack, but had solely defended. The moment their blades interacted, it felt as if something unseen had intervened between them. The sword Hyunwoo wielded was extraordinary, unlike any ordinary weapon. The old man's mind raced. Even as Hyunwoo bled and fought to regain his stance, the elder wondered about the boy and the long sword he carried. Though the duel had been short, it had raised many questions he knew were ultimately meaningless to ask. He withdrew, commanding Hyunwoo that he could leave and would pursue no further. Hyunwoo, recalling the events, understood the old man's intentions. He acknowledged the situation to the brown-haired boy, who was instructed by the elder to take him and leave. The brown-haired boy expressed relief and gratitude, though he whispered to Hyunwoo to remain cautious. Before departing, Hyunwoo promised to return, and the old man confirmed he would be waiting. Once safely outside, the brown-haired boy remarked that they had been fortunate. No one was in pursuit, giving them a chance to recover. He offered Hyunwoo a magical potion from his inventory. Hyunwoo, initially surprised, accepted it and felt his strength quickly restored. He thanked the brown-haired boy, who acknowledged the effect with a smile. Hyunwoo then remarked on the cost of giving up such a rare item, and the brown-haired boy admitted it had been a significant expense, but necessary under the circumstances. Hyunwoo concluded with admiration, noting the boldness and skill of his companion in crucial moments, recognizing that he had learned well from the experience. The brown-haired boy smiled awkwardly, laughing and crying at the same time. He insisted he could step up when it mattered. Then, confused, he asked about Hyunwoo's promise to visit again. Hyunwoo confirmed he would, and the boy explained that the old man would not remember him next time. The dungeon had already been claimed by the Swordsmanship Club, and once it reset, all memories would be wiped. Hyunwoo, gripping his sword, said it didn't matter whether the old man remembered him. What mattered was that their duel was not finished. Looking at his sword, he realized the reason the elder had spared them was pride, a desire to face him again when he had grown stronger. In other words, the duel had been postponed, not ended. Someday, he would return to settle it properly as true warriors. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the ongoing battle with the Black Serpent. Observing the protagonist's movements, the Black Serpent commented aggressively on his footwork and accused him of dishonoring the Flame Tyrant's name. The protagonist dodged and clarified that he was not the Flame Tyrant's disciple. A message arrived through the brown-haired boy's earbud. The mission was complete, and it was time to reach the safe zone. Hyunwoo acknowledged it and prepared to wrap things up. Smiling, he told the Black Serpent he was leaving. The Black Serpent attempted to intercept, but the protagonist dodged easily, teasing that he couldn't be caught. The Black Serpent, growing furious, activated the Celestial Net to trap him. The protagonist stopped, combined his Inferno Fist with Wind Force, and struck the Black Serpent with a powerful punch. The blow sent him crashing into a building, shattering it and setting ablaze. Observing his burnt hands, the protagonist noted the expected damage from amplifying his Inferno Fist, recognizing that while it had bought time, it would not defeat the Black Serpent entirely. The Black Serpent groaned from within the wreckage, signaling he was recovering. Understanding the situation, the protagonist began fleeing, planning to leave the dungeon before the situation escalated. He identified a nearby abandoned house as the likely safe zone, wondering if Hyunwoo and Shin Byung-chul had arrived ahead of him. Opening the door slowly, he found his friends inside. He greeted them, noting Hyunwoo's pale appearance and asking if he had struggled against the guards. Hyunwoo admitted he had, smiling at the recollection. The protagonist then took out the escape scroll and commended them for their efforts. He combined the two pieces of the scroll, acknowledging that they had spent longer in the dungeon than expected and that those waiting outside must have been worried. Once the pieces joined, the escape scroll created a teleportation door. Looking at the glowing doorway, the protagonist told everyone it was time to leave. After teleporting to the dungeon district building, the brown-haired boy waved to his sister to indicate they had returned. Hyunwoo reminded everyone to be careful and move quickly to avoid being caught. In front of them, a black curtain appeared. Hyunwoo, confused, asked about it. The brown-haired boy explained that it was his sister's skill, which could hide people in a shadow space, and reassured him to relax and trust it. Hyunwoo acknowledged the explanation. The sister then guided everyone toward the ground floor, noting the presence of many people above and instructing them to proceed carefully. Hyunwoo asked if the black sand room had been cleared safely, and the protagonist confirmed there were no major issues. The sister praised the first year for clearing the dungeon efficiently, but then realized that her familiar had detected someone nearby, Gwaak Sung-jae. She explained quietly that they had only come down to the basement to observe and had not entered the dungeon. Sung-jae appeared through a teleportation door, greeting the sister. He explained that he had come across the group on another floor and requested that they accompany him to the disciplinary committee room. The sister agreed. At the disciplinary committee head's office, a brown-haired girl welcomed them inside. Sung-jae reported that he had found the group near the basement entrance and brought them there. The committee head asked if they were on their way down, and Sung-jae clarified that they were on their way up. The committee head expressed surprise. Sung-jae then inspected the protagonist's hand and created a portal to check the dungeon. Observing the group, the committee head considered that they had likely completed their activities in the basement and wanted to verify. He offered drinks, which Davin and the sister accepted according to their preferences, while the brown-haired boy declined. The protagonist had brought honey water for everyone. The committee head speculated that the protagonist might have joined the sisters' club, and she confirmed something had occurred. The protagonist stated he was remaining independent. The committee head advised careful consideration about switching clubs. The committee head then asked why the sister brought a first-year student to the basement. She explained that she only wanted to show him the area and had not entered the dungeon. The committee head reminded the protagonist that first years were not allowed in the basement without permission, and he acknowledged this rule. When asked why he went down despite the rules, the protagonist admitted curiosity. The committee head noted that curiosity was natural, but emphasized the importance of following rules. He then began to recall that Sung-jae had previously inspected the basement and wanted to confirm the situation. The committee head informed the group that Sung-jae had called to confirm that no unauthorized dungeon clears had been recorded that night. The protagonist realized that because they had used an emergency escape scroll without actually clearing the dungeon, the disciplinary committee could not prove anything and could only rely on suspicion, which meant they were no longer at risk. The committee head noted that the first years had gone to the basement and the others had accompanied them. He decided to issue 1 demerit point each as a warning and allowed them to leave. The sister expressed relief at avoiding further trouble, and Sung-jae asked the brown-haired girl for her assessment of the situation. She explained that the combination of people involved suggested a dungeon was the objective and noted Go Hyunwoo's condition, indicating possible internal injuries. Sung-jae agreed, estimating the dungeon's difficulty based on the evidence and observing a burn mark on the protagonist's right hand, which suggested a recent encounter. He concluded that any future attempt to enter that dungeon would be closely monitored. The sister then dismissed everyone for rest, while the brown-haired boy waved goodbye. She asked to speak privately with the protagonist. During their walk, she apologized for boasting and being caught, acknowledging Sung-jae's strategic intervention. The protagonist reassured her that a single demerit point was not a problem. She examined his hand and noticed signs of heavy use of Inferno Fist, noting that it might be a concern if the Black Sand Room replay remained visible. The protagonist requested her help in keeping the replay private, and she agreed, mentioning that their service had been lacking and emphasizing the importance of avoiding exposure. She also questioned why he consistently took reckless actions. Internally, the protagonist reflected that in just a month he had repeatedly broken rules and confronted various factions, understanding her concern. He explained that his repeated experience at the Dragon-Slaying Academy had exposed him to both successes and failures, including serious dangers. He reaffirmed his decision to protect what was his, whether objects or people, and acknowledged that achieving this required becoming stronger until such challenges were manageable. The sister appreciated his resolve, encouraged him to rest, and told him she would see him on Monday. When he questioned why Monday, she replied playfully that she wouldn't say. A few days later, Hyunwoo greeted the protagonist energetically, noting that he had spent the weekend recovering and felt much better. The protagonist acknowledged his improvement and asked how he had managed to survive the encounter with a white snake. Hyunwoo admitted that he had used his sex sacred treasure because he could not have blocked the attack with his own abilities. The protagonist reflected internally on the power of the treasure and the pride Hyunwoo must have sacrificed to use it. They discussed the importance of regaining the prestige of his sect, and the protagonist encouraged him, confident in his potential. They then headed to class, noting that Co Yin was already there. The familiar smell in the classroom suggested she had been baking, and both Hyunwoo and the protagonist reacted to the cookies she had prepared. There was a brief, awkward moment as they clarified the type of cookies and enjoyed them, appreciating her effort. Before anyone else arrived, the protagonist suggested opening the rewards from a dungeon. They opened Ark's black chest, finding the fixed items as well as 2 B-rank random boxes, which contained materials useful for crafting high-grade weapons. The protagonist noticed the potential of Yin's luck when she drew a rare item, the 10,000-year-cold iron ingot, from the ingot box. They also received a decent elixir, which they divided between them. Internally, the protagonist considered the implications of Yin's luck and realized he needed to process the ingot quickly. He planned to stop by the blacksmith's workshop immediately after class to handle it. The scene shifted to the blacksmith's workshop during lunchtime. The protagonist arrived to request the production of a custom item, but the blacksmith explained that the queue for the semester was already full. The protagonist insisted, asking to see the club president, and presented a VIP production ticket. The blacksmith, surprised to see a first year with such a ticket, still tried to refuse, but another craftsman arrived to see what the request was. The protagonist showed the blueprint he had prepared in advance, revealing it was for a piece of magic equipment. The craftsman noted the uniqueness and complexity of the design and agreed to make an exception, asking about the materials. The protagonist provided a 10,000-year-cold iron ingot as the main material and a black mithril bracelet as a submaterial. The craftsman considered the combination and, despite never working with these materials together before, confirmed it would be possible and estimated about a week to complete. The protagonist internally anticipated that, in practice, the craftsman would likely contact him sooner. The scene then shifted to the arena entrance. The protagonist walked there, relieved that he wouldn't be late. Inside the classroom, the teacher reminded the students that mentoring sessions would begin this week and instructed those participating in the first session to move to the arena. The protagonist reflected on how quickly time had passed. As he moved, he noticed familiar faces. Han Somi and Song Chunhai were also participating, and a blue-haired student recognized him as a caster-type all-rounder. The students discussed potential pairings for the mentoring session. The brown-haired girl acted impatiently, prompting a brief exchange, after which the blue-haired student excused herself to join the opposite group. The protagonist then realized he would be placed in the same group as the brown-haired girl. He also noticed Kwok Ji-cheol, another all-rounder caster, and Hong Yunhua from the Ruby Magic Tower among the participants. The presence of familiar faces made him wonder who their mentor would be. Finally, the sister appeared, revealing herself confidently as their mentor, Dang Gyung, the vice president of the thieving club. The protagonist connected this with her earlier comment about seeing him on Monday, understanding the timing of the mentoring session. The sister addresses everyone, reminding them that they all joined under her guidance to become all-rounder type mages. She explains that being an all-rounder means they cannot rely on magic alone and that she does not yet know where each of them is lacking. Today's session, she says, will be used to assess their actual level of skill. She gestures toward the circular arena and explains that this week's PvP match will be used for that purpose. As a result, the match will also count as mentoring. She then instructs everyone to focus as she begins explaining the rules. Pointing to herself, she introduces the first rule, called Strong Opponent, clarifying that the strong opponent refers to her. After a short pause, she acknowledges that it would be unfair for first-year students to fight a third year under normal conditions, so she has prepared special restrictions. She presents a bracelet and explains that once worn, it will limit all of her skills to rank C, functioning similarly to a fixed rank zone. Under that restriction, if the pair facing her manages to remove all 3 stickers attached to her body, they will be declared the winners. As she places the stickers on herself, she explains the final rule, 2-man, which simply means that the challengers must fight together as a pair. After finishing the explanation, she gives everyone the opportunity to ask questions or voice complaints. The group responds only with awkward silence. Seeing no reaction, she concludes the briefing and tells them to enter the arena in pairs when ready. With that, she teleports into the arena. Left behind, the group processes the instruction about fighting in pairs. The brown-haired girl thinks carefully and concludes that no matter what happens, she must avoid being paired with the protagonist. Breaking out of her thoughts, she quickly asks the green-haired boy to partner with her. He agrees without hesitation. Hong Yun, watching this unfold, becomes visibly anxious, realizing she has not been chosen. The protagonist turns to her and suggests that they form a team again and simply do their best. Hong Yun reacts awkwardly, clearly flustered, while the protagonist notes internally that her behavior has not changed. While waiting, the protagonist opens his pop-up window and scrolls through it. He wonders how long Hong Yun will keep reacting this way and decides to pass the time by checking his quests. He chooses to review the PvP rewards first, planning to look at the mentoring event later. After examining the rewards, he notices that they vary depending on completion time. From this, he concludes that dragging the match out would be disadvantageous, making it better to finish things as quickly as possible. As he is lost in thought, the brown-haired girl and the green-haired boy teleport back from the arena. The protagonist is surprised by how quickly the match ended. Both of them are visibly exhausted and struggling to stand, their injuries clearly taking a toll. The brown-haired girl informs him that the next pair is being called. Observing their condition, the protagonist reflects that the gap between first years and third years is exactly as expected. Soon after, Hong Yun and the protagonist teleport into the arena. The sister tells them to enter whenever they are ready. Internally, she notes that despite the previous matches, the arena remains completely undamaged. Even with her rank restricted, the difference in skill between her and the previous challengers was overwhelming. Hong Yun quietly asks the protagonist if he has a plan. After brief consideration, he suggests that she try fighting alone first. Hong Yun is clearly shocked by this suggestion. The protagonist observes her reaction and internally reasons that she is expecting support like last time. However, since this is mentoring, she needs to experience things firsthand. He believes that true teamwork can only be built after individual clashes and failures. Hong Yun steps forward and summons her weapon. The sister recognizes the approach as a one-by-one tag tactic and allows it without objection. The sister immediately launches an attack using her magic. Hong Yun barely manages to dodge, clearly struggling. Regaining herself, she forms a bow made of magic and creates a flame arrow, firing it toward the sister. Watching closely, the protagonist recognizes the intent behind the move. Hong Yun is attempting to probe from a distance before closing in. While the idea itself is not bad, he knows the skill gap between them is far too large for it to succeed easily. The sister evades the flame arrow and instantly closes the distance between them. Hong Yun is caught off guard by the sudden approach and reacts in shock. The sister acknowledges her intent, but makes it clear that it is insufficient. Before Hong Yun can respond, the sister strikes her with a powerful punch, follows with a heavy kick to the stomach, and then uses magic to send her flying far across the arena. The sister approaches Hong Yun with a relaxed smile, acknowledging that her reaction speed from that distance was impressive. She notes that it finally feels worthwhile to move seriously. At that moment, the protagonist steps in and grabs the sister's hand, catching her by surprise. He reassures her that he does not intend to fight both opponents at the same time. Turning to Hong Yun, he instructs her to stop relying on range pressure and move into close-quarters combat instead. Hong Yun reacts with disbelief, questioning the idea after her repeated failed ranged attacks. The protagonist remains firm, telling her that even if she loses, she needs to try. After a brief hesitation, she agrees. Holding her magical staff, Hong Yun steels herself. She realizes that stalling will not lead to victory and decides to commit fully, activating her maximum output overheat. She manifests a lava whip and charges forward, launching her attack at the sister. The sister avoids the strike with ease and evaluates the sudden shift to close combat as a bold but reasonable decision. She continues evading, pointing out that the strategy only works if the attacks actually connect. As she watches more closely, the sister internally acknowledges Hong Yun's growth. She recognizes that Hong Yun is reading her movements and aiming directly for the sticker, seeing clear potential and signs of a rising talent. Despite this, the sister launches a counterattack, making it clear she has no intention of yielding easily. Hong Yun narrowly escapes, barely keeping up. She realizes that the sister used an explosion to boost her speed, catching her off guard. The sister immediately points out Hong Yun's lapse in focus. In the next moment, Hong Yun discovers her legs bound by magic. Before she can react further, the sister lifts her with magic and throws her a considerable distance across the arena. Hong Yun crashes down, groaning in pain. standing over her. The sister explains that focusing only on what is directly in front of you prevents you from seeing the bigger picture. She adds that if something isn't understood, it can be learned through experience, and since this is Han Yun's first lesson, she should take as much from it as possible. The protagonist suddenly steps between them and calls for the match to stop. Han Yun, still seated on the ground and struggling to recover, insists that she can continue fighting. Calmly, the protagonist points out that the opponent is a third year and the club president, and pushing further would not change the outcome. After assessing her condition, he tells Han Yun that she handled herself well and did a good job, instructing her to rest. She quietly agrees and withdraws. Facing the protagonist, the sister notes that they are now the only ones left. He confirms this. Curious, he asks why she chose to take on mentoring in the first place. Laughing, the sister explains that Oh Si-hoon personally approached her and begged, offering to erase all her disciplinary points in exchange for handling the mentoring. The protagonist admits that while it's hard to imagine Si-hoon begging, it is a fair deal, and he acknowledges that the head of the disciplinary committee is bolder than expected. With a smile, the protagonist asks for one favor before they begin. The sister listens, intrigued. He requests that this week's match begin with replays turn off. The sister agrees, understanding that he intends to go all out. She disables the replay function, explaining that mentoring sessions are usually recorded, but she will allow an exception this time. The protagonist thanks her. Activating her magic, the sister signals the start of their match, inviting him to show what he can do. The protagonist responds respectfully, asking her to teach him properly. He activates Inferno Fist. Internally, he notes that amplification causes overheat to grow exponentially stronger at higher ranks, and that the Absorb skill is a top-tier fire spell. As he prepares himself, he recognizes that the power exceeds what his body can comfortably handle, meaning he will need to end the fight quickly. As the protagonist moved toward the sister, he assessed the situation internally. Her current abilities and traits were restricted to C rank, while the movement skill he had copied from her, Silent Steps, was already at B rank. On top of that, his overheat enhancement had also reached B rank. From her perspective, his sudden acceleration would feel overwhelming. She was caught off guard by his instant approach and barely reacted before he snatched a sticker from her. As he stored away, he confirmed internally that the power gap created by overheat, combined with superior movement speed, gave him a decisive advantage. Without pausing, he immediately closed in again, giving her no time to recover or prepare. She attempted to dodge, but his pace left no room for adjustment. When she tried to retaliate, he activated Wind Force and struck the ground, sending a shockwave through the arena. The impact knocked her back and threw her through the air before she crashed down at a distance. Before she could fully recover, he rushed in again and removed another sticker. At that point, she realized two had already been taken. Despite attempting to regain composure, she understood that allowing him any breathing room would only worsen the situation. He made it clear through his actions that he had no intention of holding back. As he moved in for the final sticker, she reacted decisively, flipping into the air to evade him. While repositioning, she reassessed him properly for the first time, recalling how he had left the Black Serpent room with only minor injuries. She concluded that she had underestimated his true ability. She activated Shadow Garden, expanding her territory around herself. The protagonist immediately analyzed the situation. Shadow Garden could not inflict damage unless its territory was invaded. Escaping its range would neutralize it, but once overheat expired, their movement speeds would equalize. However, maintaining a domain-type spell with a C-rank core would heavily strain her, preventing her from using additional skills simultaneously. Instead of retreating, he advanced straight into the territory. She attempted a kick, but he avoided it cleanly, stepped in close, and removed another sticker while forcing her off balance. She fell to the ground, unable to stop him as he reached out and took the final sticker. The match ended immediately, and the scoreboard confirmed his victory. Both of them were teleported out of the arena. Upon returning, the sister immediately addressed the group, who had been resting. Her sharp tone startled them into standing at attention. Some of them quietly noticed that the placement of her stickers and her overall condition had changed compared to the start of the session. She gathered everyone together and abandoned her original plan of giving individual feedback. Instead, she pointed out a fundamental flaw shared by all of them. Despite being mages and all-rounders, their close combat capability was far too weak. Without basic countermeasures for close-range fights, they would be dangerously vulnerable. She announced that the remainder of the mentoring session would focus entirely on close combat. Given their existing foundations, she judged that they would be able to handle it. To motivate them, she offered 3 attempts. If they managed to remove all of her stickers within those chances, they would earn points. With that, she dismissed the group. As the others left, the protagonist checked his quest interface. He noted that the reward increased growth bonuses during the mentoring event, which would significantly ease the acquisition of skills and traits going forward. The sister noticed him lingering and questioned why he remained behind when someone of his level did not truly need mentoring. He responded calmly, explaining that he still wanted to learn as much as possible, especially under her guidance. This surprised her, as she believed his growth rate was already exceptional. He clarified that what he wanted to learn was a specific evasion-type trait. The protagonist reflected inwardly that, to receive the subquest reward, he needed to obtain direct help from his mentor. The specific training itself was less important than the condition attached to it. As long as the mentor accompanied him during training, any activity would grant him a bonus. As the sister loosened up and stretched, she acknowledged that an evasion-type trait would indeed require her involvement. She prepared to observe him properly. Before they began, the protagonist suggested that she remove her bracelet, explaining that lifting the rank restrictions would significantly improve his chances of acquiring the trait. She reacted with surprise, realizing he was asking her to fight without limitations. She questioned what kind of trait would demand such extreme conditions. When he named the trait distortion, she found it unfamiliar and unusual, asking about its effects. He chose not to explain further, stating that he would demonstrate once he acquired it. After removing the bracelet and setting it aside, she warned him to make sure he could actually dodge. He answered calmly, implying confidence without exaggeration. With her restrictions lifted, she released her full power and challenged him to prove himself. She attacked immediately. The protagonist avoided the strike and analyzed the situation internally. He recognized the Dang clan's throwing techniques, using projectiles to draw attention before disappearing into shadows. He identified the movement as Shadow Leap, a high-consumption skill that concealed the user and disrupted the opponent's perception. Someone with a low-rank core would not even attempt it. Compared to their earlier exchange during the sticker match, this was on a completely different level. Even the density of spirit energy in her movement clearly exceeded before. She followed up with a strike using a magically formed sword. The protagonist narrowly avoided it and acknowledged internally that the attack had been genuinely dangerous. Activating a B-rank skill like Shadow Leap without hesitation implied an enormous mana reserve. If she could sustain that drain, her core had to be A rank or higher. However, that only worked in his favor. To acquire distortion, he needed to evade attacks repeatedly and accumulate stacks. A large rank gap accelerated this process, granting multiple stacks per successful dodge. Once he reached the minimum requirement of 1,000 stacks, he would finally gain a chance to learn the trait. This was precisely why he had forced himself into repeated boss battles across numerous dungeons. Based on his current progress, he estimated he already had several thousand stacks, meaning the trait would be obtained during this mentoring session. She continued attacking, and he continued dodging without interruption. Eventually, the sister stopped and sat down from exhaustion. The protagonist questioned the sudden halt, but she made it clear that she was finished and needed a rest. He observed internally that she had repeatedly used high-cost skills without landing a single hit, making the fatigue unavoidable. Although mentoring clearly frustrated her, the evasion stacks had no time limit, so there was no issue on his end. She lay back and told him to rest as well. He agreed, joining her for a brief break. While resting, she commented that his evasion was exceptionally solid. Despite attacking seriously, she had not landed a single blow. He replied casually that this ability was the result of experience accumulated over hundreds of repeated graduations. She acknowledged the dedication and asked whether he intended to maintain that approach long-term. He confirmed that for now he did. As they sat nearby, she remarked that the more she thought about it, the more it felt like she was getting the short end of the deal. When he asked why, she suddenly pointed out that hiding information did not count as proper mentoring and questioned whether she could upload the entire session as a replay. The protagonist realized she had seen through his attempt to gloss over the truth. The existence of the distortion trait, and especially its acquisition requirements, was extremely rare knowledge. Keeping it secret would inevitably come at a cost. He asked what she wanted in return. She replied lightly that she would take a single wish ticket for now. He joked suspiciously, wondering whether she would later demand something unreasonable, such as forcing him to join her club. She reacted strongly, rejecting the idea that joining a club was strange at all. After calming down, she clarified that she would make the request later, and that he could reject it if he disliked it. Satisfied with that condition, he agreed. As he reflected on her insistence on a wish ticket, he concluded that whatever she planned likely would not matter much in the end. Around the same time, in another circular arena, Yi stood alone inside the space. From a distance, an unknown observer quietly noted her location. Moments later, a woman wearing glasses appeared behind her and greeted her, marking the beginning of a separate encounter. The woman wearing glasses revealed herself as On Jung-mi, the Team 2 leader of the Future Strategy Department of Haesung Group. She informed Yi that, during the mentoring period, Yi would participate in PvP matches and strategy-based battles directly under her guidance. Yi reacted with visible confusion as Jung-mi calmly clarified the situation. The formidable opponent referenced in the weekly PvP rules was none other than Jung-mi herself. Before explaining the detailed rules of the matches, she intended to personally assess how much Yi had grown. For the first lesson, Jung-mi decided to use a barrier bangle. Activating it, she generated a reinforced magical shield and explained that she had strengthened it deliberately, trusting that Yi had improved. She made it clear that if Yi approached the shield with the same level of ability as before, breaking through would be impossible. With that, she invited Yi to begin. 2 weeks earlier, Jung-mi had reacted with disbelief after receiving a report that Yi had voluntarily applied for mentoring. From her perspective, Yi had always been unmotivated despite possessing exceptional talent and potential. Watching someone so gifted remain idle had been deeply frustrating for her. The fact that Yi had applied on her own raised questions. Jung-mi wondered whether the Future Strategy Department's last resort project involving Dragon Slayer Academy admission had finally produced results. Even consistent class attendance would have been enough to satisfy her. But the possibility that interaction with peers had sparked real change could not be ignored. Regardless of the reason, Yi's application presented a rare opportunity to teach her properly. At the time, Jung-mi resolved to pour everything she knew into guiding her. Returning to the present, Jung-mi steadied herself, deciding to maintain composure. She formally initiated the session. Yi, however, remained silent and simply stared at her. Jung-mi recognized that expression immediately. It was the look Yi wore when something displeased her. She briefly questioned whether she had misjudged the situation and whether the difficulty needed adjustment. Yi then equipped her firearm. Observing closely, Jung-mi realized how much Yi had changed. Just a month ago, Yi's magic had been crude and unfocused. Now, the magic bullet she formed was refined to near perfection. Still, Jung-mi reasoned that precision alone would not be enough. Without supporting skills, the shield should remain intact. While maintaining the barrier, Jung-mi planned her lesson internally. She intended to acknowledge Yi's improvement with restraint before introducing the concept of projection. Yi fired. The magic bullet shattered Jung-mi's shield instantly. Jung-mi smiled in disbelief, internally acknowledging how remarkable Yi's growth was. In only 1 month, the improvement was beyond expectations. Before she could fully process what had happened, the bullet struck her directly, knocking her to the ground. After regaining her composure, Jung-mi adjusted her glasses and approached Yi. She questioned how Yi had managed to master both magic bullet and projection within such a short time, and not only learn them, but raise them to C rank. When she realized that someone named Kim Ho had guided her and encouraged her to participate in mentoring, her curiosity deepened. Seeing Yi actively learning filled her with both pride and confusion. She wanted to understand what had caused such a drastic change. Yi briefly recalled the past, then returned to the present and responded with a simple smile, giving no explanation beyond that. Jung-mi was genuinely stunned. Seeing Yi smile was something she had rarely witnessed. She expressed her desire to meet Kim Ho, and Yi quietly agreed. The next day at lunchtime, inside the cafeteria, the protagonist asked Hyun-woo about his mentoring experience. Hyun-woo described it as extremely satisfying, praising both the mentor and the quality of those training alongside him. When asked who else was present, Hyun-woo mentioned that Han Seo was part of the same group. As the protagonist drank his cold beverage, he reflected that this explained the heavy presence of Sword Club members in that area. He had suspected it, and now it was confirmed that Han Seo had ended up grouped with Han Saman. He then encouraged Hyun-woo to try sparring with her. Hyun-woo responded shyly with a faint smile, explaining that he had already asked Han Saman for a sparring match, but she had refused. The protagonist reacted with mild confusion and suggested that if Hyun-woo tried again more politely, she might reconsider. He also mentioned that he was coincidentally in the same group as Song Chun-hai and intended to find out what Han Saman was interested in. Hearing this, Hyun-woo looked relieved and thanked him. Internally, the protagonist acknowledged that Song Chun-hai would not give up such information willingly, but he already had a plan to deal with that. Soon after, Seo Yi arrived with her mentor. Hyun-woo politely greeted Seo Yi upon seeing her. The protagonist noted that she was later than usual and casually wondered whether her mentoring session had gone well. Both he and Hyun-woo then noticed the unfamiliar woman accompanying her and were visibly taken aback. The woman introduced herself as On Young-mi, explaining that she had been appointed as Seo Ye's mentor. Hyun-woo introduced himself respectfully, followed by the protagonist giving his name. Young-mi immediately recognized the protagonist, mentioning that she had heard quite a bit about him, and asked if he could spare a moment to speak privately. Though confused, he agreed. Hyun-woo tactfully excused himself, leaving the two alone, and Young-mi thanked him before suggesting they continue the conversation indoors. Once inside, Young-mi formally reintroduced herself while presenting her card. She explained that she was the Team 2 leader of the Future Strategy Department at Haesung Group, a major defense industry company known for competing for top positions at Dragon Slayer Academy and for producing high-grade Magi tech equipment, including mana layers. This also clarified why Seo Yi possessed such advanced gear. As the protagonist examined the card, he reasoned internally that if someone of Young-mi's rank referred to Seo Yi as young lady, then Seo Yi must belong to a family of very high standing, possibly at the executive level. Seo Yi casually interjected, pointing out that Young-mi was essentially her butler. Young-mi calmly confirmed this, adding that she also fulfilled those duties, though she considered herself unworthy of the title. Young-mi then explained the true purpose of seeking him out. She wished to consult him regarding Seo Ye's future development path. The protagonist expressed doubt, stating that he was only a student and surely not the most appropriate person for such guidance. Young-mi firmly disagreed, explaining that she had learned he was the one who taught Seo Yi both magic bullet and projection in just 1 month, something neither she nor Seo Ye's private tutors had managed to accomplish. In her view, that made him an exceptional teacher. The protagonist reacted with surprise, questioning whether Seo Yi had truly never been properly taught before. He even wondered aloud whether she listened at home. Young-mi answered that Seo Yi tended to invest her time only in things that personally interested her. The protagonist internally dismissed this explanation as dishonest. Despite that, he agreed to help, stating that Seo Yi was his friend and that he would support her as much as possible. Young-mi thanked him sincerely. She then shared her assessment from the previous day, explaining that Seo Yi had successfully raised both magic bullet and projection to C rank. The protagonist acknowledged this as surprising news. After considering it briefly, he explained that while the destructive power was now sufficient, Seo Yi still lacked mobility and defensive options needed for prolonged combat. He suggested that learning a movement skill should come first. Young-mi agreed with his assessment and asked for a specific recommendation. The protagonist proposed Feather Walk and calmly explained its function. Like silent steps, it lightened the caster's body and increased movement speed, but it also generated weak turbulence around the user, subtly deflecting incoming attacks and providing a defensive benefit. The only drawback was the high cost of the skill book, something he noted would not be an issue for Haesung Group. Young-mi accepted the recommendation immediately and stated that she would procure the skill book without delay. She then opened her inventory and offered him an item as a token of gratitude for helping Seo Yi with her training up to this point. The protagonist was momentarily stunned as she handed him a pair of shoes identified as Cloud Stepper. She emphasized that it was meant as thanks and asked him to accept it without feeling burdened. Holding the shoes, the protagonist internally noted that Cloud Stepper must be extremely valuable and that only a company like Haesung could casually give such an item as a reward. Coming back to himself, he accepted the gift, explaining that he had many things he needed and would not refuse. Young-mi smiled, and asked that he continue to take good care of Co Yi from now on as well. A few hours later, in the Dragon Slayer Academy corridor, as he walked down the corridor, the protagonist reflected calmly. For now, Co Yin's training could be left to Zhongmi, and Hyunwoo seemed genuinely satisfied with how the mentoring had turned out. All that remained was arranging a spar with Han Somi, which wasn't urgent. With that in mind, he decided to head toward the blacksmith's workshop until something unusual caught his attention. Ahead of him, a sluggish figure moved down the corridor. At first glance, the posture looked strangely limp, and from the direction she was coming from, it seemed likely she had just finished a PvP match. As she drew closer, it became clear that this was Song Chun-hai. However, her condition was noticeably worse than usual, so much so that he briefly wondered if she had taken a heavy loss against Dang Gyung. This was nothing like her normal, composed self. When he called out to her, she immediately straightened her posture and responded in her usual disciplined manner. Watching her, he couldn't help but think, amused, that this was probably her way of maintaining the dignity of the discipline committee. He commented that she looked like she had just finished mentoring and that it must have been rough. She brushed it off, insisting she was fine, but he pointed out that the exhaustion was obvious on her face. That was the final straw. Her irritation burst out, and after venting, she finally admitted, reluctantly, that she was indeed tired. She accused him of calling her over just to tease her and started to leave. He clarified that it wasn't teasing, she just happened to be there, and he had something he wanted to ask. She dismissed him, saying she wasn't obligated to answer, and attempted to walk away again. At that point, he calmly brought up the wish ticket from their past bet. The mention immediately made her recall the situation, and with clear annoyance, she gave in and told him to ask his question. He straightforwardly asked what Han Somi liked. The question caught her completely off guard. For a moment, she misunderstood and suspected he might be interested in Somi himself. He quickly denied that assumption, explaining it wasn't like that. Once she realized the misunderstanding, her attitude softened. She said that if it was something that would help Somi, she was willing to assist, though she noted that Somi wasn't someone who could be persuaded easily. Instead, she offered to try convincing her personally. He accepted the help without fuss and thanked her. She reacted awkwardly, clearly embarrassed by the exchange. With the matter settled, he said he would be leaving first. Just as he turned away, she stopped him and proposed another bet. She suggested wagering on that week's PvP matches, specifically on who would remove more stickers. Internally, he noted that he had already removed all of his, but saw no reason to mention it. When he asked what the stake would be, she proposed another wish ticket, the same as last time. He briefly considered what she likely wanted, probably information about the burn marks he had received from the underground level, but dismissed any concern. The injury had healed cleanly, and he was confident he wouldn't lose anyway. With nothing to lose, he agreed to the bet, placing a wish ticket on the line. The scene then shifted to the blacksmith's workshop. Upon arriving, he immediately sensed trouble. He had been called here. After all, it rarely meant good news. As soon as he entered, the blacksmith explained that there had been an issue during the processing. Hearing this, the protagonist simply acknowledged it inwardly, exactly as he had expected. The blacksmith explained that combining the two items themselves had not been the issue. The real problem appeared afterward. The cold energy contained within the material was not ordinary cold. No matter how many times it was processed, it refused to respond properly, and most of the furnace's heat simply leaked away instead of being absorbed. Hearing this, the protagonist acknowledged it calmly. His reaction made the blacksmith realize that this outcome had likely been anticipated. The blacksmith pointed out that it seemed as though the protagonist had already expected failure and had probably prepared an alternative solution in advance. The protagonist admitted that he did have something in mind, though he wasn't fully confident it would work. He added that if the method succeeded, the blacksmith should tell him what compensation he wanted. Internally, the protagonist noted how quickly the blacksmith had caught on. With a light smile, the protagonist made a request. Once the staff was completed, there should be some material left over, and he asked that the remaining material be used to make one small item for him. The blacksmith, still unsure of what the method involved, agreed that if it worked, he would make an additional item. Satisfied, the protagonist said he would contact him once everything was ready. As he observed the blacksmith, he reflected that someone in a department head position would not simply give up due to difficulty. If processing was possible at the right price, the blacksmith would want to see it through. to melt the 10,000-year-cold iron alloy. However, he would need the assistance of a powerful fire mage. That was why he had prepared this particular method, seeking help from the head of the Ruby Magic Tower, Hong Yua, who was also Hong Yunhua's older sister. Given their past connection, she would at least receive him as a guest. Elsewhere, Hong Yunhua was exhausted. Ever since mentoring began, she had been beaten repeatedly every day, and it was only Wednesday. While she could tell her skills were improving rapidly, she hadn't managed to remove a single sticker yet. Entering her room, she wondered how long her body could hold out if things continued like this, but decided that for now, training was over and she should rest. As she was about to speak to her sister, she froze at the unexpected sight in front of her. Inside the room, her sister was sitting calmly with the protagonist, who greeted her casually upon noticing her return. Her sister explained that there was no need to return the ruby, as Yunhua had likely given it willingly. The protagonist thanked her respectfully, and her sister asked him to continue taking good care of Yunhua. He reassured her with a smile, and then excused himself, preparing to leave. Hong Yunhua watched him go with an awkward expression. Once he was gone, she demanded to know why he had been there. Her sister responded matter-of-factly, praising his manners and mentioning that she had heard the two of them were training together. She pointed out that Hong Yunhua had been struggling with close combat and reminded her that she had been told to practice but never did. Irritated, Hong Yunhua snapped back that everyone else was the same. Her sister countered that it must be nice having peers at a similar level, then brought up the upcoming PvP match, stating that Hong Yunhua would be removing all the stickers. Hong Yunhua reacted with shock, protesting that it was unreasonable, especially if he was on the same team. Her sister shut down the complaint immediately, firmly stating that she would be doing all of them. Intimidated, Hong Yunhua reluctantly agreed. Before ending the conversation, her sister added one more instruction. Song Chunhai and Kwok Jicheol were also on her team, and while she didn't care about Kim Ho, she made it clear that Hong Yunhua must not lose to those two. Hong Yunhua responded confidently. The next day, the scene shifted to the circular arena. Hong Yunhua and the protagonist stood facing the sister of the brown-haired boy. As they waited, the protagonist recalled their earlier conversation. At that time, she had asked him to assign the role of removing stickers to Yunhua for that week's PvP matches. Given Yunhua's current level, failure was likely, but there was value in letting her take on a difficult role herself. Returning to the present, the protagonist reflected on his own request to melt the 10,000-year-cold iron alloy, with assistance from a fire mage possessing a special trait, namely Hong Yunhua. As he watched Yunhua spar with the sister, he reasoned that even if things didn't work out, Hong Yunhua had already said she would handle it herself. In that sense, it was closer to a favor than a deal. Still, since he had ended up taking ownership of the ruby he originally intended to return, he felt it was only right to contribute work equal to its value. At that moment, he suggested to the sister that they change the training method slightly. When she asked how, he explained that she seemed focused solely on dodging and blocking. Incorporating offense as well would better suit the purpose of mentoring. Tired, she accepted the suggestion easily and tossed a sticker toward him, telling him to try it. He attached the sticker to his arm and turned to Hong Yunhua, signaling the start of the second period and inviting her to come at him. Confused, she reacted instinctively, while he stood confidently and clarified that he would only dodge, encouraging her to try removing it herself. Hong Yunhua hesitated, unsure whether he truly intended to only evade her attacks. The protagonist reassured her calmly, reminding her through his tone and attitude that he had never deceived her before and encouraged her to approach without tension. Still cautious, she pressed once more, wanting to be certain he would not suddenly change his approach mid-fight. As this exchange ended, her sister stepped away, stating that she would observe from the side and that training would begin once they were done. The protagonist acknowledged her and, as things settled, reflected inwardly. He recalled receiving a sticker from Dang Giyang earlier and reasoned that she would not have handed it over casually. More likely, she intended to evaluate his performance and decide the future direction of mentoring based on what she observed. Hong Yunhua initiated the bout, launching an attack using her combustion skill. The protagonist narrowly avoided it, maintaining his promise to only dodge. She followed up immediately, pressing forward with another attack. As he continued evading, he analyzed her movements. The explosive effect of combustion appeared to serve partly as a smokescreen. Compared to the first day, Her movements were no longer simple or instinctive. They were more deliberate, showing clear improvement. The hardship she had endured during training had not been wasted, though it was equally clear that she still had significant room to grow. From a distance, her sister watched the exchange closely, visibly invested in how the training unfolded. Meanwhile, the protagonist continued dodging, thinking about the broader purpose of this exercise. Training focused entirely on dodging would not only benefit Hong Yunhua, but Deng Guiyang as well. After witnessing this, her sister would likely design a new method that blended offense and defense. Managing both at once would make things more difficult, but that challenge was unavoidable. Eventually, exhaustion caught up with Hong Yunhua. She collapsed onto the ground, unable to continue. As she looked up at him, frustration mixed with disbelief. He had avoided countless attacks without being hit even once. Internally, she acknowledged how overwhelming his ability was and briefly considered leaving before being assigned even more training. As she stood and prepared to leave, the protagonist stopped her and brought up her unusual trait. He identified it as Aqua Flame, catching her off guard. She was startled that he knew, and he explained that he had learned about it from her sister. Aqua Flame was an exceptionally rare trait among fire mages, capable of burning even in deep-sea conditions, granting overwhelming advantage against water and ice attributes. After a brief pause, he mentioned that he had also heard the trait's growth had stalled before reaching E rank. Her irritation made it clear this was a sensitive topic. Internally, she reflected on the reality of powerful traits like Aqua Flame, rare and potent, yet notoriously difficult to develop under normal conditions. The protagonist then proposed an alternative possibility. What if there were a way to push Aqua Flame beyond its current limit? This immediately shook her. She questioned how such a breakthrough would even be possible. In response, he calmly explained the underlying principle. Skills and traits advanced by overcoming system-imposed barriers, and the nature of those barriers depended on the skill itself. For Aqua Flame, which excelled at penetrating water and ice, the key lay in relentlessly burning something that embodied extreme cold. She pointed out that she had already attempted that countless times, fighting ice golems, ice spirits, and similar enemies. He acknowledged this and noted that such targets melted almost instantly. Then he introduced a crucial difference. What if the target possessed intense cold, but did not melt easily? The scene shifted back to the blacksmith's workshop. The blacksmith looked between the protagonist and Hong Yunhua, asking whether this had been the solution he had prepared from the start. The protagonist confirmed it. The blacksmith then addressed Hong Yunhua, remarking that what she was attempting was reckless and noting that he had already tried seeking help from another fire mage. Turning back to the protagonist, he expressed doubt that the result would be any different, given that she was still only a first-year student. The protagonist pressed on regardless, asking for one more chance. After a moment of consideration, the blacksmith agreed to let them try. Hong Yunhua stared at the protagonist in confusion before shifting her focus to the cold iron ore. As she sensed it, her thoughts aligned with his earlier explanation. The cold radiating from the material was intense, unmistakably different from anything she had faced before, and she realized this must be what he meant by a target that did not melt easily. She poured her fire power into the cold iron ore, carefully concentrating all of her output onto a single point. Rather than dispersing the flames, she maintained a steady fire pillar, forcing it to pierce through the intense cold little by little. Watching closely, the blacksmith remarked on how unusual the sight was. It was the first time he had seen a fire mage sustain her output while pushing through such extreme cold. Even so, he judged that fully processing the material would still require time. The protagonist responded calmly, asking for a few more days. After observing the results, the blacksmith acknowledged that there was at least some hope now and agreed to wait. A few days later, the scene shifted to the circular arena. As the protagonist walked inside, he wondered if this was the final day of the first mentoring session. Hong Yunhua soon arrived and greeted him, noting that he seemed to be alone. He explained that the other two had already gone ahead of them. As he looked at her more closely, he pointed out that her rank appeared to have increased. She reacted in surprise, unable to understand how he noticed so easily. He brushed it off lightly, saying it showed clearly, which only made her more self-conscious. He reminded her not to get distracted and to focus on sparring instead. At that moment, the other team returned from the battleground through teleportation. Seeing their condition, the protagonist remarked that the fight must have been intense. Hong Yunhua assessed the situation and reasoned that at this level, even peeling off a single sticker would be difficult. The protagonist then called Song Chunhai aside for a brief conversation. While watching them, Hong Yunhua found herself distracted by unnecessary thoughts, wondering about their relationship before scolding herself internally for even caring. When the protagonist called her name and she failed to respond, he approached and snapped her out of it. He then asked how many stickers she had managed to remove. Curious, she asked about the others and learned that they had failed to remove even one. Realizing this meant she had a chance to move ahead. If she could manage even a single sticker, she began to see the situation as achievable. The protagonist told her to proceed however she wanted, assuring her that he would support her accordingly. She hesitated, surprised that they would be working together this time, but he reassured her with confidence. He reminded her that she had already done well and encouraged her to simply rely on what she had practiced. As he supported her, Hong Yunhua noticed something unusual within herself. Normally, being around him made her feel overwhelmed, but today felt different. Soon after, the two of them teleported to the battleground. Facing the sister, they were reminded that the previous pair had failed to remove even a single sticker and were warned not to disappoint. Hong Yunhua steadied herself and activated her power, convincing herself that she could do this. She immediately pushed her fire pillar to its limit, overheating it as much as possible. Observing this, the sister questioned whether changing strategies and going all out from the start was too reckless. In response, Hong Yunhua followed up by activating her flame orb and lava warp, standing firm as she signaled that this time would not be the same as before. Hong Yunhua charged forward to attack, pouring her momentum straight into the clash. The sister calmly equipped a magical sword, observing her movements while trying to grasp the intent behind this approach. When Hong Yunhua struck with full force, the attack was met head-on and cleanly countered. As the exchanges continued, the sister began to understand the plan. The flames were not meant to overwhelm her directly, but to spread across the area and interfere with the shadows around her. Hong Yunhua kept pressing forward, repeatedly attacking, each strike met by the sword. At one point, the sister realized the true target was not her body, but her weapon. The next impact knocked the sword from her hand. Hong Yunhua immediately recognized the opening. With the weapon gone, she closed the distance and attempted a follow-up kick. For a brief moment, the sister did not move, which caused Hong Yunhua to hesitate in confusion. That hesitation proved costly. Shadow butterflies suddenly bound her leg, disrupting her balance. The sister seized the opportunity to counterattack, and Hong Yunhua narrowly avoided taking a direct hit. The protagonist reminded her not to lose focus simply because things were going according to plan. She acknowledged this and steadied herself. Watching closely, the sister noted that with continued support, she would need to raise the difficulty. She advanced again, warning against careless behavior during combat. Hong Yunhua barely evaded the strike and responded with renewed aggression. From the sister's perspective, Hong Yunhua's judgment had improved, and her movements were now functional in a real fight. However, her attack patterns were still too easy to read. The protagonist decided to intervene slightly, activating his magic to assist. Even so, the sister warned him that this balance would not last forever. Then, an opening appeared. Seeing the sister momentarily exposed, Hong Yunhua reacted without hesitation. She reached out and successfully removed the sticker from the sister's arm. The result surprised even herself. From the protagonist's point of view, the most important part was not the success itself, but how she acted immediately when the chance appeared, without panicking. He reminded her that the duel was not finished and that she needed to stay alert. The sister acknowledged the achievement and challenged her to try removing the remaining stickers. Hong Yunhua assessed the situation internally, unsure if she could manage the rest, but resolved to try anyway. She charged again, only to be countered before landing another clean attempt. The system declared the battle lost. Exhausted, Hong Yunhua sat on the ground, accepting the outcome. Despite that, the sister praised their effort. After teleporting back to the arena, she addressed both teams, noting that someone had managed to remove a sticker after all, which meant the training had not been pointless. The reactions around them varied. Some were clearly surprised that Hong Yunhua had succeeded. She herself recognized that she had finally surpassed Song Chunhai, though she made an effort not to show it openly. Others reacted with irritation or disbelief. The sister ended by reminding Hong Yunhua not to get ahead of herself. She emphasized that there was still a long way to go and stated that one-on-one sparring would continue regularly. This announcement caught both Hong Yunhua and the green-haired boy off guard, signaling that the mentoring was far from over. The sister reacted calmly to their surprise, explaining that there were still 3 weeks of mentoring left and that continuing was only natural. She told them to rest properly and said she would see them again the next day. With that, she dismissed the session. The brown-haired girl suggested they head back as well, and the green-haired boy agreed, noting that if training continued tomorrow, rest was necessary. As the other team began to leave, the protagonist turned toward Hong Yunhua, about to suggest they do the same. Before he could finish, Hong Yunhua suddenly grabbed his arm. She hesitated, then thanked him for helping her remove the sticker, acknowledging that his constant pressure had created the opening she needed. He responded calmly, telling her there was no need to thank him and that the result came from her own effort. Watching him, Hong Yunhua reflected inwardly that she might have misjudged him until now, realizing he was kinder than she had assumed. When he noticed her staring and asked why, she snapped out of it in embarrassment. She quickly waved, thanked him again, and hurried off, saying she would see him tomorrow. Left behind, the protagonist watched her go, confused by her sudden behavior and wondering if something urgent had come up. At that moment, the sister reappeared behind him, clearly irritated. She complained that while she was stressed because of someone, he seemed completely carefree. The protagonist was surprised she had returned, pointing out that she had left earlier. She explained that his strange wind skill had annoyed her enough to come back and say something. He replied that it was the only usable skill he currently had. She questioned how that could be the case when he claimed to have graduated countless times. He explained that re-enrolling reset everything to level 1. She commented that his technique still had no obvious opening and was difficult to deal with. He responded lightly, saying it was not some cheap trick. Yawning, she brushed off the exchange, saying she was exhausted from handling the other 3 students. As she turned to leave again, she told him to take it easier starting tomorrow and said she was going to rest. He stopped her, asking where she was going. When she turned back, he reminded her that his week was not over yet and brought up her promise to help him learn distortion. She reacted irritably, complaining about working without rest, but he pressed on, saying they were almost there. With a resigned sigh, she agreed. Internally, she questioned why she had made that promise in the first place. He thanked her, and they immediately began practicing seriously. During their training, the sister attacked relentlessly. As he dodged, he noted that she seemed to be in a hurry. She explained that if they were doing this anyway, she wanted to finish quickly and rest. While continuing to evade her strikes, he observed that unlike before, she maintained her offense without tiring, recognizing that her skills had improved as well. She asked whether he was still far from unlocking the trait. He answered that he was almost there. As he avoided another attack, he instinctively opened the system panel. At the same time, she warned him that she was about to attack more seriously and charge forward. Mid-movement, she suddenly froze, unable to proceed. Confused, she questioned what had happened, certain she had landed a hit. The protagonist calmly explained that he had just learned it, the distortion trait. By distorting space itself, it allowed him to evade enemy attacks, though it came with a long cooldown. The practice ended there, marking the moment he finally acquired the trait he had been working toward. The sister reacts with visible shock at the ability he has just demonstrated, clearly seeing it as something far beyond normal standards. The protagonist responds calmly, explaining that while the ability is powerful, it comes with a strict limitation, a full day of cooldown after use. Even after hearing that drawback, she still considers the skill overwhelmingly strong and openly shows her desire to learn it herself. The protagonist reassures her that it is possible. He then explains the method. To rapidly build evasion, one must continuously face opponents stronger than themselves. Essentially, she would need to do exactly what she had been doing with him, but apply it against faculty members instead. This explanation leaves her stunned, as those opponents are far beyond her current level. The protagonist does not pressure her further, calmly stating that the decision is entirely hers. He thanks her for helping him unlock the trait and tells her to rest, preparing to leave. She stops him, reminding him of the promise he made earlier, a wish coupon in exchange for her help. She decides to use it immediately. When asked what she plans to wish for, she confirms that his schedule next week is mostly free aside from mentoring. Using that opening, she expresses her intention to go somewhere together. She refuses to reveal where, choosing to keep it a surprise, and leaves while saying she will explain the details later. The protagonist accepts this without further questioning. The scene shifts to the following week in the hallway outside a classroom. As the protagonist walks, he considers how busy the week might become if mentoring overlaps with other responsibilities. He then notices Seo Yin approaching, observing her light and controlled movements. He quickly realizes she has already learned Feather Step. He acknowledges her progress and asks about its rank, learning that it has reached D rank. As their conversation continues, Youngmi arrives. The protagonist notes her efficiency and recognizes that she has already anticipated the situation. Youngmi confirms Seo Yin's rapid progress, explaining that she achieved D rank over the weekend and is expected to reach C rank soon. She outlines the training plan in detail, improving mobility, increasing magic bullet power, refining accuracy, and preparing for situations where mobility cannot be used. The protagonist praises the structure of the curriculum, recognizing that it is so well designed that his involvement seems unnecessary. However, upon closer thought, he identifies a critical issue beneath its perfection. He raises concern that the training pace may be too demanding. Youngmi admits that this was something she also wanted to discuss. Since Seo Yin is present, the protagonist suggests addressing it together. He asks Seo Yin how she feels after a week of mentoring. Seo Yin expresses dissatisfaction, finding the training repetitive and uninteresting. Youngmi explains that repetition is the foundation of all training and reminds her that she followed similar routines before. Seo Yin dismisses the comparison, stating that this feels different and more tedious. When asked if there are other issues, Seo Yin complains that she's not even allowed to nap, as she keeps being woken up. Youngmi firmly responds that excessive napping is not acceptable. The protagonist, internally amused, acknowledges that Seo Yin's complaint is not entirely unreasonable, but also understands that voicing that agreement would cause her to disengage from training altogether. Recognizing this, he carefully redirects the conversation and asks Seo Yin what she needs most right now. She answers that she needs rest and time to recharge. After considering this, the protagonist agrees and suggests allowing her to rest for the time being. Youngmi reacts with concern, pointing out that resting would disrupt the carefully planned schedule. The protagonist lowers his voice and explains that there is no alternative, as pushing Seo Yin any further could result in her completely shutting down and refusing to participate. After a brief pause, Youngmi accepts the decision. Turning to Seo Yin, the protagonist asks what she plans to do if she rests, questioning whether she intends to simply lie down and do nothing all day. After thinking for a moment, Seo Yin expresses her desire to go to the downtown area instead. Youngmi immediately offers to escort her, but Seo Yin bluntly dismisses the idea, calling her boring. Youngmi is visibly taken aback by this remark. Sensing Seo Yin's intent, the protagonist points out that she likely does not plan to go alone and asks who she intends to go with. Seo Yin directly indicates that she wants the protagonist to accompany her. The protagonist is momentarily surprised. Internally, he reflects on the fact that he was the one who persuaded Seo Yin to accept mentoring in the first place, meaning he carries some responsibility. He also considers the practical benefits. Reduced training time would likely be compensated by the Haisung group, and spending a single day to stabilize Seo Yin is a worthwhile investment. After weighing everything, he agrees to go out with her over the weekend, setting the condition that she listens properly to Youngmi and maintains good performance during the week. Seo Yin accepts without resistance. The scene shifts to a classroom sometime later. A teacher announces that grading for the fourth week's raid has been completed and that individual results have been sent out. Students begin checking their scores, comparing results among themselves, with casual complaints and mild competitiveness filling the room. Hyunwoo praises the protagonist for achieving a perfect score, clearly showing admiration. When asked about their own results, Hyunwoo modestly admits that his score was not particularly high. The protagonist reassures them that their performance is more than acceptable. As he glances towards Seo Yin, the protagonist notices that her map is surprisingly neat. He had expected it to be messy, but realizes that drawing appears to be different from her usual habits. Hyunwoo unexpectedly agrees, which startles the protagonist, who jokingly wonders how his thoughts were read. The teacher then calls for attention again and begins explaining the theme for the week's raid, which is centered on the concept of a guardian. The explanation clarifies that the dungeon boss's grade depends on what is being protected, and that clearing the dungeon requires breaking through that protection. To better demonstrate this concept, the defense rule will be applied. The objective is to protect a goddess statue for a set duration, with higher scores awarded for minimizing damage to it. Monsters defeated during the defense also contribute to the score. Additionally, mentoring raids will proceed under a random rule chosen by the mentor. The announcement leaves the students visibly shaken. The protagonist, however, reacts calmly, already imagining how the rest of his group will respond. He briefly evaluates his teammates. Hyunwoo appears motivated, while Seo Yin looks openly annoyed, and Youngmi is likely to have a difficult week managing her. The scene then shifts to the arena. The brown-haired girl quietly asks the green-haired boy if he understood the raid explanation. He confirms, mentioning the random rule assigned by the mentor. Hong Yeon voices her frustration, recalling how badly they were overwhelmed in the previous PvP matches. The green-haired boy admits he has no idea what kind of mission they will face this time. Observing everyone's expressions, the protagonist notes that morale is generally low. At that moment, the sister steps forward and silences the group, scolding them for being noisy. With a composed smile, she announces that she will explain the raid rules, skipping the basics already covered by the teacher and moving directly to the additional conditions. She displays a map and explains that there are 2 extra rules. The first is close combat, where skill effectiveness increases at short range and weakens with distance, meaning only close-range damage will count. The protagonist notes internally that the random rule is less brutal than expected, but remains cautious, knowing there is still another condition. The sister then introduces the second rule, Commander. She explains that monsters on the upper floors usually lack intelligence due to their low level, but the Commander rule compensates for this weakness. With clear confidence, she reveals that she herself will be commanding the monsters throughout the raid.